In this world, we are introduced to the grim life of an otaku. A simple spark of electricity touching his foot turned his world upside down. How could an obsessed otaku live in another world without knowing how to survive? One day, a baron decided to sell a city to the hero. The boy thought he would need to shell out a fortune and still wouldn't be able to buy it, but the baron wanted to retire and only asked for 5 cups in return. He had seen a crystal cup in the duke's palace, but it wasn't as clear and magnificent as the one the hero possessed. Thus, in a trade of just 5 cups, the protagonist gained an entire city. Soon, he began to think about making a beautiful woman his wife. Suddenly, doubts arose about a conspiracy behind all this easy wealth. This generated conflict and chaos in the boy's life. We see this young man in a carriage on the road, heading to a troubled medieval city. His name is Liu Feng, and it has been a month since he crossed into this world and became a merchant. Like a beggar, Liu Feng looks for a place to sleep, but instead of renting a room at the tavern, he wants to buy the whole place. The attendant initially thinks he must have used some magic mushroom, but Liu sees potential in opening an inn there, in the middle of nowhere, and making a lot of money. He makes his request again, but the girl gets annoyed, saying it is not for sale. The boy claims he can pay well, catching the attention of 2 conmen. One of them stands up and, realizing Liu's purchasing power, suggests he buy an entire city instead of just a bar. The proposal piques Liu Feng's curiosity, and the man confirms he is not mistaken. He is Baron Carter, accompanied by his son. Skeptical, Liu questions why the Baron wants to sell his inheritance. Carter, being a good liar, says he is getting old and that his son is incompetent. Therefore, he wants to sell his domain and retire in the Bahamas. However, Liu is not so naive and asks the Baron the price of the city. With a smile, Carter states he wants 100 gold coins. The protagonist is incredulous and asks if the old man is crazy. Carter mentions that 100 coins are equivalent to 4 million sheep or 500,000 cattle. The Baron questions if the price is too high, offering a noble title along with the territory, but Liu still declines, and a blade approaches his neck, threatening him. Faith, responsible for the blade, says the boy should feel honored by the father's offer. Liu questions if he is being forced to buy, and Carter asks for harmony, suggesting they discuss the price. The Baron asks how many coins Liu thinks is appropriate. He asks to set aside the 100 coins, claiming he doesn't even have 30. The old man agrees to sell his lands for 30 gold coins, closing the deal. Initially, the hero is shocked and thinks the Baron was willing to sell for that amount from the start. Carter explains that upon looking at the merchant's face, he felt he should give a special discount. Liu says he didn't bring any money, but the Baron states that the debt can be paid with some treasures. The statement confuses Liu, but Carter shows interest in crystal cups. Realizing that the old man only wanted his cups, Liu invents a story about having traveled to a distant kingdom to obtain them. Clearly the story works, as both nobles are impressed. Carter mentions he has seen a crystal cup in the Duke's palace, but it wasn't as clean and magnificent as that one. Faced with the product, the hero is surprised by how easy it is to deceive people in this world. In light of this, Liu thinks that if he had known earlier, he would have brought more of them. But in any case, he can go back and forth between worlds whenever he wants. After seeing the beautiful cups, the Baron asks his friend if he has other treasures like that. Realizing this now, the MC understands that these guys want to kill him to steal his treasures. The hero reflects that since the cup is a treasure, he will gather all the items and store them in his storage space, opening it for them to see. Upon opening the chest, Liu shows his other items and asks if Carter is interested in any of them. However, the old man is disappointed and says he doesn't want anything for now, which Liu considers a shame. Later, on a sunny road, the gallop of the horse echoes. The protagonist is with the nobles in the wheat fields near the city of Shiyang and notices that the crops are thriving. Carter agrees but warns about horse thieves who appear during the autumn harvest to steal the grains. After some time on horseback, they finally arrive at the city of Shiyang, and the hero is excited by what he sees. However, the nobleman claims that this is not the city of the treaty, revealing the true destination. Unlike the developed city, the first Shiyang is in ruins, in a miserable state. The protagonist begins to cry, realizing that he should have noticed it was too good to be true. Even if money were falling from the sky, he knows he wouldn't be able to cover the expenses of the place. As he walks through the city, poverty is evident, with many people without food, begging. After a few more steps, the men go to the top of a cathedral to announce the change of leader. Gathering everyone, the citizens wonder if they will be called, while others fear that the government leeches will hear them. Thus, Baron Carter announces that today he will grant the title to Liu Feng, who will be the new lord of the city. One citizen hopes he won't raise taxes, but another claims that Liu is just another leech. With the announcement made, Carter hands over the city of Shiyang to the hero and bids farewell. The protagonist decides to make a speech to his new people. However, before he can start, the civilians send him away. calling him a parasite and saying that all the money has been drained. They start a protest, down with the parasites, and begin throwing stones at the hero, who is not surprised by the Baron selling the city for so little. Later, the Baron states that the city has been wounded and starving for a week, questioning how the civilians couldn't defeat him, even in numbers. One of them informs that the monster was too strong and that they couldn't take him down. This irritates Carter, but he suddenly has an idea to solve his problem. He calls the new lord of the city and mentions a secret gift in the castle's prison, awakening the hero's curiosity. The Baron warns that Liu should go see it without delay, for if things continue like this, the castle may be demolished. Faced with this, the protagonist despairs at the possibility of losing his castle without being able to enjoy it. Then, he runs towards the prison, wondering what he will find there. Upon arriving at the castle, Liu walks to the prison and enters, encountering rats and lit torches. Inside, he wonders what kind of gift the Baron left. He shouts, asking if anyone is there, and prepares to open a gate, leaning on the lock. However, due to lack of maintenance, the wall begins to crack, making it seem like the gate is falling. The MC manages to move away quickly and boasts about having dodged the gate. However, while he is proud, the gate ends up falling on his foot. At that moment, a scream echoes through the area and Liu begins to cry, complaining about the intense pain he feels. Suddenly, something catches his attention, making him forget the pain. Before him, a demi-human appears for the first time, and Liu realizes that such beings exist in this world. Worried, he approaches and shakes her, asking if she is still alive. He then understands that this could be the gift the Lord mentioned, and decides he cannot just watch the girl die. Thus, Liu conjures a spell that opens a blue circle in space-time, bringing food supplies. He looks for something good to drink, aiming to improve the situation of the girl, who is weak. In the box, he finds energy drinks, but one stands out. A bottle of water is quickly offered to the girl, who drinks, and within seconds, regains consciousness, spitting out the water. Soon, she blinds Liu with the water and delivers a knee to his face, leaving him semi-conscious, while she wonders what is happening. The demi-human continues to attack, jumping from side to side and charging at him with a roar. Liu screams for help, recalling all the moments of his life. He definitely does not want to die, especially without having won a beautiful and rich woman. However, the girl who was about to finish him off faints in his lap. Relieved, Liu realizes he is safe from danger. Later, in the castle, his scream of complaint echoes through the region. With the girl in his bed, he is impressed by her beauty. The mysterious beast woman is named Mina, and Liu wonders why Carter locked her in the dungeon. At that moment, the girl's stomach growls with hunger, and Liu understands that, as the Baron said, she probably fainted from starvation. Upon opening his portal, he finds rice in the spatial storage and decides to cook porridge. However, a leaf is blown by the wind outside the castle. It descends through the city and lands on the head of an elderly man. Upon picking up the paper, the elderly man wonders what it is, but upon looking, he is impressed by the content. He then announces his discovery, calling everyone to see the leaflet. Back in the castle, Liu prepares the porridge and worries about blowing on it to cool it down. He feeds the unconscious demi-human, who smells the good aroma and wonders if it is rice porridge. After regaining some energy, Mina wakes up, getting up from the bed. Upon opening her eyes, she sees Liu, the person who disturbed her in prison, and jumps on him, aggressively questioning what he made her eat. Liu replies that it is just rice porridge, making Mina focus on the dish. After analyzing it, she recognizes that it is a normal porridge, and comments that it smells good. However, she tries to control herself, believing that humans cannot be so kind since she was captured by them. Despite this, her stomach growls loudly. She tells Liu to eat some of the porridge, and he complies. Mina asks for a bigger portion, and Liu agrees, saying he will eat until there is nothing left. He knows that if he wanted to hurt her, he would have had the chance before, and there is nothing wrong with the porridge. This situation repeats until Mina finally gives in and eats a portion equivalent to a month's worth of rice for a normal person. With the meal finished, Mina wonders what happened and starts to admire humans. However, maintaining her angry demeanor, she tells Liu to let her go, or she will kill him. Initially, the protagonist is disappointed to see that the girl ate all his rice and wants to leave, explaining that no one will stop her, pointing to the door. The girl prepares to leave, but the hero asks her to be careful on her journey, assuring her that she will not be captured by Carter or any other fool. She realizes that he is different from the other nobles, and with this farewell sign, Mina feels embarrassed, revealing the beginning of a repressed feeling. At that moment, a noise from outside startles her, and she lunges at the hero, calling him a scoundrel and warning about an ambush. The hero responds that he is the only one in the castle and that there is no ambush, asking her to stop trying to kill him. Outside, a riot is happening, with civilians shouting for the leeches and demanding the gates be opened. Mina asserts that her suspicions are correct, but the protagonist claims he does not know what is happening. Quickly, the population invades the castle, approaching the Lord's Hall. The shouts of revolt echo, calling for strength and demanding the death of the leeches. Upon reaching the Baron's chambers, Sinker's group tries to break down the door with a wooden log. The hero warns Mina that those are not her people and advises her to hide. Initially suspicious, she takes his words more seriously when Liu says that if he wanted to hurt her, she would already be dead. Finally, the rebels break down the door and the leader points at the Lord, ordering them not to let him escape. Everyone surrounds the protagonist with weapons drawn. A civilian asks what the Lord is doing, explaining that they have been stripped of everything and have nothing left. Barvo questions why the Baron still wants to collect taxes. The protagonist responds that he did not order an additional collection. The elder shows a scroll he received earlier. The hero thinks it is not his, as he sold a batch of straw paper to the Baron a month and a half ago. Liu questions if it is a parchment made of lambskin and suggests that if someone wants to know the origin, it probably came from the castle. The civilians realize they were right, and one of them comments that his brother died of hunger due to the abusive taxes. The hero is called an incarnate demon, while he only thinks he sold straw paper, not understanding the revolt. If the Baron does not allow the civilians to live in peace, they decide that he will not live either. The order for the Baron's death is given, and one of them advances toward the hero with a weapon, filled with murderous intent. Before the attack, a stone is thrown, disarming the boy. Unexpectedly, Mina intervenes and asks him to hold his hands, while he questions her identity. According to the law, if a civilian kills someone of nobility, all the rebels and their families will be sentenced to hang. A civilian acknowledges that the girl is right, but another says he does not care about her death. He just does not want harm to come to his wife and daughters. The hero recalls that he asked Mina to hide, not understanding why she is there. Mina asks if the Lord is okay, and he replies that he is, even with the dagger at his head, which makes her laugh. Barvo gets irritated and comments that the Baron raised his taxes by 50%, which amounts to death. The protagonist decides to look at the paper and upon seeing it, realizes that the situation is worse than he imagined. It was written, with Carter's signature, that the taxes would be raised by 50% to celebrate the anniversary of the Lord's beloved horse. Understanding that he was made a scapegoat, Liu informs that the notification was issued by the previous Lord. In this case, the confusion among the civilians increases, but the youngest remains firm, believing that they all are part of the same group. As Lord of the city, the hero announces that the citizens of Xiyang will never have their taxes raised again. The surprise generates distrust, but upon seeing the noble tear up the notification, the population feels relief, knowing they will have food to eat. Gradually, the rebels' spirits calm down, and the protagonist begins a speech about the importance of keeping his citizens happy. The Lord of the land asserts that he will guide everyone towards wealth and an era of peace and prosperity. However, for that, they will need to roll up their sleeves and work hard. Although they did not fully understand, the civilians find the idea incredible. Thus, Barvo decides to thank the Lord for his kindness. Liu, for his part, reaffirms his word and takes pride in never going back on it. Everyone then decides to leave, hoping that the Lord spoke the truth, as that would be great for them. In another scenario, Faith comments to her father that the city of Xiyang is a mess, with villagers invading the Lord's mansion. Carter, initially worried, did not expect the hero to be unable to control the peasants. The Baron's son rejoices and praises his father, believing that the city will soon return to his hands. However, bad news reaches the Lord, informing him that something unexpected has happened. Faith asks the servant what has made him so nervous. The man reveals that Liu Feng has already persuaded the population and released the beast woman. Irritated, the Baron's son says he will kill that bastard. The father asks for calm, and Faith retorts that they spent a lot of money on the demi-human. Carter comments that it is no surprise, since the boy is now the lord of the city, but he assures that soon Baron Omar will set him straight, impressing Faith with his father's brilliance. Shortly after, in his chambers, the protagonist recalls the scare he went through but has finally calmed the situation. He believes he needs to calm down a bit more as well. Thus, he begins to doze off and Mina decides to leave, waking him up. To change her mind, he asks her to wait, as his injuries are not fully healed yet. Moreover, he warns that if Mina leaves like this, her capture will be easy. The girl, showing her claws, says she will kill anyone in her way. The hero explains that if she wants, she can stay until she recovers, and that he would not harm her. Mina hesitates, believing that humans are not good and cannot be kind. The protagonist states that it is boring to be alone in the castle, and that if she stays, they can talk. He asks if she is afraid of being killed, and she replies that she is not, and that even if she were, he does not have enough strength. Reaching an agreement, Mina decides to stay and goes to the hot springs to take a bath, bidding farewell. Upon entering the water, she feels a peaceful environment and thinks that it has been a long time since she had such a good bath. Suddenly, a pain in her left shoulder reminds her that humans are abominable. In her past, when she was imprisoned, soldiers fed her during hunger, and one of them gave her a piece of bread. Upon eating, she realized it was a trap to put her to sleep and facilitate her sale as a slave to evil nobles. Thus, Mina recalls that all humans are despicable and not worth the clothes they wear, being nothing but liars. Meanwhile, Liu was spying on her from outside the hall. The protagonist cannot contain his curiosity about the differences between humans and demi-humans, trying to convince himself that this is scientific, not perverted. With his eyes peeking through the door, the image of the beautiful demi-human fascinates our hero. At that moment, he bleeds from his nose, and the noise catches the girl's attention. She asks who is there, and he replies that he brought something for her to wash with. Quickly, a bar of soap is thrown through the door, and upon catching it, the demi-human realizes it smells the same as humans. Later, in his room, the hero pretends to be focused on his work. Before long, Mina appears, already bathed, and comments shyly that the clothes do not fit her well. In front of her, the boy thinks that a freshly bathed cat girl is something he never imagined he would see. Noticing the boy's gaze, the girl questions what he is looking at. He tries to change the subject and says that he prepared rice porridge for her. This catches the girl's attention, and she thanks him but says she is wary of possible traps. As she takes the bowl, she states that humans are always scheming something, but the hero assures her that he is different. The demi-human agrees that he is not the same, as he spies on others while they bathe. The protagonist realizes he has been discovered and fears that, if they find out, he will no longer be able to stay there. Mina, for her part, seems more interested in the porridge than in the situation, and advises the human to pack his bags. She mentions that soon he will not want to be the lord of the city. The horse thieves, a group of bandits, will arrive in 20 days to plunder the autumn harvest. They can kill the lord and take the castle, becoming the new masters of the place. The girl explains that the hero has no soldiers and is not fleeing, seeming to wait for death. The boy understands that this is why Baron Carter sold the city and the title so easily. Mina says that the situation is so bad that she wants to go south, but she can stay and watch humans kill each other. Questioning if she is afraid of the bandits, the protagonist is surprised by her answer. She claims that neither the wrath of the goddess of ice and snow scares her, leaving Liu confused, as he has never heard of this sacred being. Mina explains that the goddess caused a snowstorm that lasted 5 years. 5 years ago, the goddess got angry and blew a freezing wind, covering everything in snow. The world became a land of ice, forcing many to go south, and some countries are still surrounded by snow. After telling the story, Mina asks how the Lord did not know this. The hero, uncomfortable, says he was traveling east. This raises suspicion, but the girl does not care much and tells him to flee if he does not want to die. Liu remembers that there is still half a month until the harvest and asserts that there is no reason for concern. He proudly states that he has his own path. In a forest, a tiger chases a boy named Niu Wu, who does not seem worried. Confidently, the boy challenges the tiger to continue the chase, sure of his abilities. The animal runs with all its might, and they approach a barricade. The fugitive easily climbs the barricade and mocks the tiger for not being able to keep up with him. After another failed attack from the animal, the boy says he does not want to play with the kitten anymore. And from the top of a mountain, an adult man holding a trident shouts to his companions, "It's showtime." Ready for the hunt, Niu Da, Niu Air, Niu San, and Niu Si appear armed and determined. The tiger realizes it has gotten itself into a predicament, but there is no time to react and ends up captured. With the hunt finished, the boys spot their city and, with the gift ready, set off for their destination. In the city of Xiyang, the family of Uncle Niu is commented on by the citizens, who find their presence strange since they refused Carter's recruitment. The civilians do not understand the situation, but Barvo suspects they are going to visit Lu Feng. The rebellious boy shouts that it is impossible, because even if the young noble invites the king, he cannot invite the entire Niu family. A doubt arises, but it is common knowledge that Uncle Niu cannot help a blood-sucking monster. In the carriage heading to the castle, a girl comments that Liu seems like a good boy, noble, and that he sent a letter to summon them. She says they did not save the wrong person, while the other girl, in love, is happy to reunite with Liu. Later in the castle, the hero is beaming with joy at the visit from his uncles Niu and Mei. They throw the tiger to the ground, revealing that it is the boy's gift for becoming governor. The boy's eyes shine at the thought of a high-quality fur coat and asks if the animal weighs about 250 kilos. To maintain humility, the hero says that the presence of friends is already enough, which Mina considers hypocrisy. Changing the subject, the girl asks Nicole if she does not want to see Liu Feng and encourages her to greet him. After a push, Nicole trips over the animal's body and falls into the hero's arms. She gives a little flirtation to the MC, who comments that she has grown since the last time he saw her. Regretting it, the hero comforts himself by thinking that the girl interpreted his comment as a compliment to her height. Aunt May finds the situation funny, while Nu, embarrassed, suggests they discuss business. He asks everyone to make a loyalty vow, but realizes that his uncle was left out and suggests he be the chief administrator of the castle. The man thanks him but informs that his leg is no longer there and he cannot contribute. Liu then reassures his uncle, promising to help him return to normal, which surprises everyone. Fulfilling the promise, Liu makes modifications to his uncle's leg, who tries to walk, generating anticipation. Without hesitation, the man stands up with the prosthesis and takes a few steps around the castle, moving the family to tears. He states that he can walk, making Aunt May cry tears of joy, while Nicole warns that her makeup is coming off. A happy atmosphere fills the room, enveloping everyone. Liu suggests that his uncle practice more, and soon there will be no difference compared to normal people. Recognizing what the boy has done for them, May wipes her tears and the two look at each other determinedly. The family approaches the protagonist, leaving Liu confused about what is happening. Without further ado, all the men of the family present themselves to the young master, Liu Feng. They offer themselves as the sharp sword that will face all the enemies of their new master. Surprised, the protagonist accepts and thanks his uncle for the trust, passing on to him the position of ruler of the castle. Furthermore, the hero asks the merchant to teach him how to manage the city. Soon, a letter from Baron Omar arrives in the kingdom of Xiyang, initiating his plan against the city of the Western Sun. Elsewhere, a man was shouting indignantly in an establishment. He gets irritated upon seeing that half a kilo of grains costs 3 copper coins, remembering that just the day before, only 2 were enough. The merchant responds that yesterday was yesterday and today is today, trying to take advantage of the boy. Without wasting time, he asks if the boy is going to buy or just chat. The boy gets annoyed, realizing he has no choice, while the merchant smiles, believing that the price increase was an order from Baron Omar. At that moment, a noise echoes throughout the kingdom. The community gathers upon hearing that the Castellan Palace is distributing food for free. In light of this, the boy rebels against the price and declares that he will buy nothing more. The merchant, paralyzed, does not understand the reason for the free distribution. With the ringing of a bell, Uncle Nu informs that the palace is recruiting secretaries, hunters, and strong men, with better salaries. 120 copper coins for the secretaries and 80 for the others. The civilians, incredulous, think it is a lie, as a noble could not be so generous. The salary is twice as much as what the previous lord offered, leading them to believe it is a scam. At that moment, Liu Feng appears in the crowd, stating that he will fulfill his promise, as he never breaks his convictions. The presence of the emperor impresses the population, who are enchanted by his beauty and the clothes they have never seen before, including the demi-human maid, who is also elegantly dressed. The hero approaches his uncle to discuss the next steps, informing him that he will take charge from then on, which Niu understands. Taking the lead, the protagonist asserts that everything in the announcement is true, but candidates will need to undergo a test. Those who pass will not only receive a monthly salary, but will also be able to eat as much delicious food as they want. With the aroma of roasted boar in the air, the natives decide to try it, even the rebellious boy, who still suspects a trap. Organized, the protagonist sits with his subordinates and asks who will be the first to apply. Without thinking much, Barvo raises his staff, wanting the position of secretary. He presents a letter about his dreams, and upon reading it, the hero realizes that Barvo does not write poorly and cares about people. Thus, he approves Barvo as the new secretary of the city of Xiyang. Nicole approaches to serve him with a stunning bowl of noodle soup and roasted pork. The hero, eager, takes the plate and tastes it, but his expression changes upon experiencing the surprising flavor. The population is shocked, thinking there could be poison. The boy, believing in a trap, rushes to help the elder with his weapon drawn. However, contrary to what he expected, the old man's expression is one of pleasure from the delicious food, causing the boy to stop mid-attack. Barvo cries, saying he has never eaten anything so tasty, feeling that he has lived wrongly until now, and is reprimanded by the boy. If it is truly so delicious, the civilians decide to try it. The literate aspire to be secretaries, while the others want to be soldiers. In the recruitment field, Liu explains that to pass the test, one must walk on the balance beam, jump over the wooden obstacle, crawl through the barbed wire, and climb the high wall. The rebellious boy realizes that everyone is putting in effort and wonders why he shouldn't try as well. With a privileged view of the circuit, the hero believes he is doing well, surprised by the enthusiasm of others. Thus, he pets Nicole's head, thanking her for her dedication and skill. She humbly responds that her master taught her well. Later, Liu approaches Mina to thank her and pet her, but the demi-human steps back, uncomfortable with the touch. He thinks he almost managed to pet her ears. Nicole wonders who Mina is to Liu, noticing that she seems dangerous, but her brother does not care. In the recruitment field, everyone is exhausted but remains motivated by the noodle soup and roasted pork. During the tests, someone falls and is eliminated, while another gets stuck in the barbed wire. In the climbing competition, a man also falls, being eliminated. Niu, observing, wonders where his master got these challenges, as even he, who has trained since youth, finds them difficult. He believes that if it continues like this, they will not be able to recruit soldiers. Later, in his room, Liu reads The Art of War by Sun Tzu and is surprised by the low number of passers. Nicole appears with tea, chocolate cake, and coffee, and he thanks her sincerely. As he tastes the cake, Liu praises Nicole's culinary skills, which makes her beam with joy. Suddenly, Mina appears and cleverly steals a piece of the cake. Nicole, happy that she liked it, feels frustrated when she realizes she only cooked for Liu. But bad news arrives. People are leaving the city of Xiyang in search of food, leaving Liu perplexed. He asks Secretary Barvo what is happening. Barvo explains that those who did not pass the test cannot get food and that merchants are selling at prices 30% higher. Civilians are nearly starving. Niu suggests lowering the recruitment criteria, but Mina scoffs, stating that many couldn't even pass a simple route. This irritates Niu. The protagonist intervenes, stating that the criteria will not be changed, surprising everyone. However, the issue of merchants taking advantage of the situation will be addressed. Liu approaches the merchant, who greets him by asking what brings him there. Liu questions whether he was the one who raised the price of food. Irritated, Liu prepares to punch the merchant who has monopolized the market. However, when he kicks him, it causes no apparent damage, either due to the hero's weakness or the merchant's resilience. The merchant responds that he provides the food and that people buy it. If they find it expensive, they can choose not to buy. He asks if there is a problem, and Liu, with a stern expression, takes Niu's sword from its sheath and advances, intimidating the man by asking how he dares to rob his people. However, the man asks the lord of the city to calm down and, aware of his rights, states that merchants can set whatever prices they wish. He then questions whether the protagonist intends to ignore the law, and upon consulting his secretary, the latter confirms the situation. The merchant begins to play the victim, claiming they are honest merchants operating within the law. In his mind, he knows he has Lord Omar as an ally, needing no support from the lord of the city. Liu, for his part, is indignant about the headache the merchant is causing and realizes he won't be able to resolve this today. Reiterating that the price will not be lowered, the boy warns that when the time comes, it is better for the man not to regret it. In the face of the threat, the merchant laughs, stating that when setting a price, he never regrets it. Liu leaves with his companions, warning the merchant again that soon he will get what he deserves. In the city, people are lost, as the price of raw wheat has risen again, and that of refined wheat even more. If the situation continues like this, everyone will die before the autumn harvest. Merchants in the region always raised prices at this time of year to maximize profits. Amid the chaos, Barvo posted an announcement on the city wall. The notice informed that the city would be renovated soon, and that they needed artisans, masons, and dock workers. A citizen questions whether the information is true, and if they really need so many workers. The elder coughs and assures that it is true, and that anyone interested can start immediately. Thus, the population believes Barvo and applies en masse. Later at the site, complicated projects are presented, and the population, initially confused, adapts over time. Little by little, the locals help each other in the city's renovation, and finally, the time comes to get food. Everyone is extremely happy, as they will finally have real food, unlike in the past. In contrast, the merchants gather, and one of them comments that no one has bought food in recent days. Another wishes for their demise. Determined to put an end to this nonsense, the main merchant calls for silence and says they are overestimating the boy. Another merchant retorts that the Lord is giving away food for free, which will hinder their sales. However, the chubbiest one raises his hand, stating that the Lord's food will not last more than 3 days. Thus, the man who once praised Liu now considers him a fool for digging his own grave. The red-haired merchant continues, saying that if the Lord thinks of something, it doesn't matter, because when the time comes, everyone will have a mountain of money. The atmosphere in the place lightens, and the anguish is replaced by a sinister hope. Back in the protagonist's office, he is busy with paperwork. Suddenly, Nicole approaches, catching his attention, and he dedicates some time to her. The girl believes it is good that the Lord is having people rebuild their homes and providing wheat. However, she mentions that the food supplies may not last long. Back at the construction site, everyone is happy to have received a kilogram of wheat the previous day. However, upon arriving at the line, They notice that there is much less food today. A civilian informs the secretary that the grain has run out, and he explains that he has already reported it to the city owner, who is trying to resolve the problem. From the top of the castle, Lou observes the horizon, and Nicole calls him. It is a fact that the food supplies are almost empty and they may not be able to deliver more soon. However, the boy assures that he will find a solution. Back at the construction site, the locals begin to revolt for not having received food yet and complain about their hunger. Inevitably, the day arrives for the merchants to put their plan into action, staging their premeditated show. The chubby one asks, with ulterior motives, if the lord of the city is not wanting to fulfill his contract. Thus, he asks Barvo to hurry and send more food, questioning why they stopped. Pointing to the population, everyone is hungry, holding their bowls, waiting for food. The elder is left speechless, as he cannot admit the lack of food. The merchant loudly deduces that there is no more food, inciting a revolt among the starving population. Barvo asks everyone to calm down and wait a little, as the food will arrive soon. That chubby one provokes, questioning if Barvo is out of grain and if the lord of the city is facing difficulties. A merchant suggests that if the lord needs help, he should just buy from them, and another comments that it is not right to send people away without paying. With the hunger of children and the elderly at stake, the population joins the revolt. In fury, they demand to know when the food will arrive, complaining that they will die of hunger if they have to wait any longer. One of them complains that a day's work yielded nothing. It was clear they were deceived by the leeches. All this ingratitude affects Barvo, who points his cane at the man, questioning if he intends to be a rebel. Understanding the challenge, the population gathers to lynch the elder. They barely avoid hurting the old man, but the revolt is interrupted by a thunderous shout of, "Enough!" This shout reveals the presence of the protagonist, who questions what they are doing. Finally, the lord of the city is there to resolve the pending issues. He approaches, along with Mina, to the center of the chaos, while being looked down upon by the merchant. Liu warns that anyone who wants to cause trouble will not need to return to work the next day. The possibility of losing food affects the people's psyche, while Barvo recovers from his cowardice. The merchant dramatically asks when they should start delivering the grains, as everyone wants to have dinner. The protagonist states that the grains will be distributed after a brief wait, which again outrages the population. The merchant cries, asking the lord to look at his people who, after a hard day, are waiting for food. He emphasizes that even if he does not consider them adults, one should not forget about the children. Therefore, for the sake of the little ones, he is willing to risk everything. He orders someone to go to the warehouse to fetch the grains for distribution. In light of this populist speech, the civilians are swayed. Liu realizes that this is exactly what the merchant wanted, as by fetching the grains, he will charge an exorbitant price. The hero questions whether the merchant truly believes that people can buy the food, and he responds that it is not the time to think about money. In a low voice, he mentions that his food costs 21 copper coins per kilo, but that it is not easy to face a long journey to stock up. The man dramatizes again, asking if money is a bigger problem than the hunger of the people. The workers buy into the speech and complain that they work all day, but do not have a grain to give their families. Mina, disillusioned, believes there is nothing to be done. As night approaches, the question is whether the Lord will distribute the grains or not. A tense atmosphere forms around the hero, as everyone is against him, and the merchant suggests that everyone should leave. The Lord will not buy grains, as he does not care about their efforts or the lives of their families. This speech is the spark for the rebellion, and the population decides to take the food into their own hands, even if they have to invade the castle. Thus, with the plan laid out, everyone heads to the Lord's mansion to feed on the reserves. With the critical situation exposed, the protagonist despairs, while the chubby one prepares to reveal the true face of the civilians to the foolish ruler. The three laugh, satisfied with the success of the plan, but suddenly a man points to the horizon. The grains are spotted with the arrival of Uncle Lou's group, mounted on horseback and with a full cart. This relieves our hero but drives the merchant into despair, as he will not profit now. Fortunately, Lou kneels, stating that they have completed the task. The protagonist asks him to stand up. Lou comments that, thanks to the young master's prediction, they managed to leave the city in time and buy the grains. The requested quantity was fully obtained, and Lou asks Barvo to spread the orders. With a leader's gesture, he commands the distribution of the grains. Civilians gather to lift the hero in a celebration of long life for the Lord. The merchants, on the other hand, anxiously await what will happen next. Later, in his quarters, the protagonist sleeps soundly. Suddenly, someone opens the door and approaches his face. It is Nicole, dazzled by the beauty of her love. To her, the Lord is the most handsome prince in the world. Embarrassed, she looks around and believes she can give a hidden kiss. But just as she leans in, Mina appears, cutting the mood. Startled, Nicole says she wasn't doing anything and asks why Mina is sneaking around. Mina replies that she is a warrior cat girl, and this behavior is natural for her kind. The noise wakes the hero, who asks what is happening. Nicole, stammering, says she brought breakfast. Even knowing it is not her true intention, she shows a tray of food. Liu accepts and grabs a glass of milk, but the demi-human interjects and takes a pastry. Mina informs that the renovation of the training field is complete, making the hero happy with the good news. Excited, Liu says that Mina is truly his pet. However, she pays no attention and asks him to hurry, as everyone is waiting. Nicole thinks that Mina has a terrible attitude and does not understand why her beloved protects her so much. Finally, Liu warns that when he returns for lunch, he wants fried pork ribs, and Mina agrees without question. At the training field in the city of Xiyang, everyone is gathered. Civilians chat, asking if the food is really free, and one of them claims that the Lord is true to his word. From the top of the building, Liu informs that people have been selected according to the requirements. He shouts to the future soldiers and explains why they did not pass the last exam: lack of training and proper food. Now he offers everything for free, with training from Night New Ben. Everyone will have a second chance next month, and if they succeed, not only will they have free food, but they will also be exempt from fees for life. This promise completely seduces the population. A rally in support of the Lord begins, with everyone wishing for his eternal life. Without further ado, it is time to start the training. Niu, dressed in military attire, whistles to begin the speech and introduces the instructors for the newcomers. Then, he orders everyone to split into groups, with some going to the right and others to the left. With everything organized, the future soldiers are divided, and the training begins. Unfortunately, the results were not as expected, with many performing below average. Liu tries to console Niu, saying that the knight will have a long journey ahead. Furious, he shouts that recruits who do not finish the day's training will not be allowed to have dinner. The demi-human finds the situation amusing and remembers how fun it was to train with Henri and the others. A nostalgic feeling envelops her, and Mina wonders, looking at the sky, how they are doing now. Later, in a forest, birds fly away startled by a noise. Inside a cave, Fuji is upset because his sister Mina has not returned and may have been captured by humans. He asks his other sister to do something, but Ahri does not seem enthusiastic. She believes Mina should have been more careful and fears that if they go to rescue her, they will also be captured. The group's priority is to head south in search of food, or everyone in the cave will starve. Fuji, however, is determined not to go without his sister and counts on the support of other family members who also do not want to leave her behind. With a few by his side, he decides to lead the group to rescue Mina. Ahri shouts for them to stop and come back, knowing that this reckless decision could jeopardize the group's safety. As her brothers do not hear her, Ahri runs to bring them back. Demonstrating her acrobatic skills, she balances on the boys' heads while spinning in the air. Unfortunately, her landing goes wrong and she falls, losing all credibility. The boys think she shouldn't attempt those moves if she is not good at them. Embarrassed, Ahri changes the subject and says there is no place to search for Mina since they do not know where she is. Fuji asks what they should do, and the girl suggests they search nearby towns for clues. She thinks Mina is an idiot for not acting like a shadow warrior. Sometime later, Fuji approaches the village of Xiyang, finding it strange that his sister is unwilling to save her, but already with turbans ready to infiltrate. Upon entering the city, he is confused to see the houses being destroyed. But a delicious smell catches your attention more than any curiosity. Looking ahead, he sees a huge cauldron of food, leaving him drooling. Fuji comments that it smells very good, and his stomach growls loudly. The cook asks if he is hungry and invites him to eat, explaining that if he works, he will receive wheat at the end of the day. This proposal seduces Fuji, who, thinking of his family's hunger, decides to help. With more energy than any local worker, he begins to assist efficiently. By evening, after waiting in line, Fuji finally receives the promised amount of wheat and is happy to have something to eat. However, his exhaustion and the decision to eat only at the end of the shift cause him to collapse on the ground, tired. Before fainting, he thinks of the humans, and one of them comes to his aid as his eyes close. Later, he wakes up startled and says that humans are dangerous. He looks around and sees nothing. Looking up, he realizes he is without his turban, indicating that the citizens have discovered his identity. The girl from before appears, asking if he is awake, and explains that he fainted from hunger because he ate little. Seeing her, Fuji stands up startled and asks what she plans to do. The girl introduces herself as Lan, but the boy, with his preconceptions, remains defensive, asking her not to come closer because he is a demi-human. He threatens her, saying that if he gets angry, he could end her life. Despite his effort to seem threatening, Lan laughs and asks if all demi-humans are playful like him. Fuji, intrigued, questions whether she is not afraid of him. Lan replies that she is not. she saw the Catwoman who collaborates with Lord Liu Feng, who does not seem scary. At that moment, Fuji realizes that this Catwoman could be his second sister. Excited, he asks what the woman who accompanies the Lord is like. They inform him that she has long violet hair and big, beautiful eyes. Now, Fuji is sure it is his sister and decides to go home to tell everyone. Unintentionally, he touches the girl's hand and realizes that she is not afraid of him. Without further ado, the boy grabs the wheat grains and his turban and runs home. Lon notices that he could jump out the window, but for some reason, he decides to go through the wall. Back in the cave, Ari is nervous about her brother's behavior, who disguised himself as a human to visit the villages. She gives him a stern reprimand, explaining the danger Fuji was in. However, in the middle of the scolding, the boy reveals that he discovered where his sister is. Ari shifts the focus of the discussion, shaking Fuji and asking where Mina is. Dizzy, he informs her that Mina resides in the city of Xiyang and that she was captured by Lord Liu Feng. Upon hearing this, Ari understands her mission and prepares to save her sister. As night falls, everything is calm in the hero's village. Ari approaches, jumping across the rooftops with her brother, hopeful that everything will turn out well and praying to the heavens that Mina is safe and sound. When they arrive at the castle entrance, Ari notices the guards patrolling. She asks Fuji to follow the plan. Quickly, they disappear, and one of them appears behind a citizen who is relieving himself. Each member of the demi-human family is responsible for neutralizing a guard. Almost completing the plan, the girl is disappointed, saying that her brother needs more training because he is too slow. Without wasting time, she climbs the castle walls to save Mina. Inside the castle, Liu is relaxed, reading a manhwa and savoring a piece of cake when the siblings unexpectedly appear, breaking through the wall. Curious, Liu wonders who the intruders are, observing them from a privileged angle. The demi-humans, however, present themselves hostilely, determined to achieve their goals by force. With a dagger in hand, Fuji demands that the Lord free his sister, but in a moment of confusion, they point their weapons in the wrong direction, at Liu. While eating cake, Liu asks who those people are. Realizing the mistake, Fuji points to the right place and advances to attack, demanding that the Lord return his sister. At that moment, Mina appears to defend Liu and manages to stop Fuji's strike. As they look at each other, they realize they are from the same family. Ahri is shaken to see her sister in this situation. Fuji, emotional, drops the dagger and cries at Mina's feet for finally having found her. Liu realizes that everyone there belongs to the same family of demi-humans. But Fuji still harbors negative feelings towards Liu, threatening him. Mina intervenes, explaining that there is a misunderstanding between them. She reveals that she is at the protagonist's house to recover, shocking her sister. After hearing this, Ahri throws herself into Mina's arms, crying and questioning the severity of her injuries. All that reunion atmosphere makes the girl happy, and to put an end to the worries, she says that she is fine. Changing the subject, Mina asks why they are there, since she had asked them not to worry and to take Fuji south. Ari explains that it was her brother's fault, and the others who insisted they save her. Meanwhile, our hero admires the beauty of the fox demi-human. Totally distracted, he finds it amazing and, trying to break the ice, Liu asks everyone to sit on the couch to relax. Ari, however, questions whether the boy hurt her, but Mina replies that he wouldn't have the skill to do that. Then, holding her sister's hands, Ari calls her, as there are people waiting for her in the south. The girl looks into the protagonist's eyes in a non-verbal warning, determined to return to the home of the demi-human family. Seeing that he will be left alone, Liu shouts for them, hoping things won't end like this. The demi-humans turn around. Mina is curious and Ari is irritated by him interrupting their family moment. Liu explains that the girl is not fully recovered and that they should wait a few more days. Mina comments that there is no reason to worry about her well-being, but the hero is determined to make her stay, saying that the nobles of the kingdom are hunting demi-humans, even in the south. Faced with his insistence, the girl begins to remember everything Liu has done for her and the good times they shared. After reflecting, she leaves the decision of what to do to her sister. Fortunately, a loud noise echoes, diverting attention from the discussion. It was the rumbling of Fuji's stomach, who was starving after so long without food. The hero has an idea to resolve Mina's stay. Doing what he knows best, Liu prepares a dish of rice with tomatoes and eggs, inviting everyone to help themselves. The three demi-humans are mesmerized by the food, but Ahri resists, suspicious. However, upon taking a bite, all her preconceptions change. Her worries vanish, and she feels like she's running in a joyful tomato field. The flavor envelops her emotionally and spiritually, and she can't help but praise the food. Regaining her senses, Ari mentally praises Liu, surprised by the deliciousness he made. Meanwhile, two less refined demi-humans have their heads in the buckets, cleaning up the food. One of them comments ironically that, apparently, the rice is gone. On the castle balcony, Mina daydreams while looking at the moon. The hero appears happy that she is there and says he was looking for her. Liu asks if she isn't afraid he will poison her family, but Mina knows he wouldn't have the courage to do that. He agrees, somewhat awkwardly, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Changing the subject, he asks if she really will go south, and she agrees, believing she has no other choice. She says that the Winter Queen will arrive soon, and they will have no food, facing hardships. But Liu asserts that the south is far away, with many cities along the way, and asks if she knows how the situation is there. Then he suggests she stay in the city of Xiyang, which surprises her. Mina asks what they will eat, as they cannot depend on the Lord forever. Liu explains that her friends can work for him and get their own food. This raises a question: would living with humans be possible? Liu replies that the demi-humans have special talents useful to society. The biggest question is why he is helping so much. In that case, Liu reveals that he doesn't want to be away from Mina, as he already likes her a lot. He knows that the demi-humans distrust humans and that the girl fears being deceived, but they have been together for a long time. Thus, the protagonist gently asks his companion to stay on his lands. With an embarrassed look, Mina turns and walks away, making Liu think, disappointed, that he still hasn't convinced her. Inside the castle, Mina's sister praises the comfortable clothes they are wearing, better than those of the nobles. In response, Mina comments on her sister's luck, as those were the smallest clothes available in the city. Ari is offended, thinking she's being teased because of the size of her melons. In retaliation, she goes to attack her sister's watermelons. While the girls make suspicious noises in another room, the protagonist relaxes on the bed, enjoying the melody. However, he remembers that the girls will leave the next day. In their beds, Mina calls her sister for a serious conversation. Disappointed, she asks if she really has to go south, and Ahri, irritated, questions if there is a problem. The girl puts her arms around her sister's shoulders, asking if she doesn't want to go and what makes her like the humans so much. Mina tries to dodge the question, claiming to be scared about safety in the south. Ari asks if these concerns were raised by the lord of the city, and Mina confirms that no, although it is not absurd. She stands up, stating that the demi-humans still do not understand the south and the dangers that await them. However, he says that if they decide to stay, they will be able to deal with future problems with perseverance. This makes Ari consider her sister's proposal, becoming thoughtful. Later, in the castle, noises echo through the halls as the little demi-humans are enchanted by the fancy clothes. Surprised, they see her as a true princess, stunning in the palace attire. The little ones ask why the girls have new clothes and they do not, and Ari replies that only dresses are available. In the corner of the hallway, the hero stands like a zombie, as it is the day of the demi-humans' farewell. After wiping his tears, he calls everyone outside, saying he will guide them as far as he can. Before proceeding with the farewell, his name is called by the group of demi-humans who have changed their minds. Ari, arrogantly, points at the hero and asks what jobs he has to offer. The protagonist's color begins to return, and upon understanding the situation, his eyes shine with excitement. To clarify the doubts, he asks if the demi-humans have decided to stay, and Mina replies that it is a temporary agreement. If they find out that Liu Feng is plotting something bad, they will end his race. The hero is not worried about the threat, as he knows he does not intend to harm them, and he is happier than ever. The boy's happiness disturbs the girl's sleep with the sounds he makes throughout the castle at night. This makes Ari regret the decision, but the protagonist remains too happy to care. On his next night in the castle, he cannot stop thinking about how amazing his life is while watching two beautiful girls play. While eating, he cannot take his eyes off the beast girls who act interestingly. On the other hand, Nicole admires Liu's beauty, her platonic love, distorting what she sees to beautify him. At that moment, the protagonist looks at the clock and realizes it is already time to sleep. He states that he is sleepy, and Nicole asks what is wrong with her master since he always goes to bed at midnight. In this case, he stretches, saying that he might have just worked too hard, but in reality, he is just pretending to be sleepy. Thus, he gets up, claiming he needs to sleep a bit to recover, and, with a serious look, warns that anything that happens must wait until the next day. Nicole understands and, smiling, promises to inform the others not to disturb her master's sleep. However, Mina notices the boy's strange behavior and suspects something is happening. He closes the bedroom door and says it is time to return to his world to buy some things. He comments that he needs more clothes for his soldiers and, extending his hand, generates a blue energy circle. This is a time travel power, which can be used once a day, enhancing body and powers as a result. This power is so strong that it even allows one to see the future and potential risks. However, the protagonist cannot control how the travel occurs very well. Thus, he turns upside down and begins to fall, arriving in his room in the original world and hitting his head on the corner of the bed. After suffering a bit, he comments disappointedly that he has traveled so many times but still has not gotten used to it. Unfortunately, there is no one there to make fun of him, unlike in the fantasy world, where he would be heavily teased. As he walks around the room, the hero trips over one of his comics and falls face first onto the floor, among the books. He realizes that without a Nicole to help, his room is an extreme mess. In any case, he goes to the computer, as he has something important to do: teach a lesson to his thieving friends. While chatting, he is determined to create a glorious victory scene with 500 metal bows and 500 long bows. A colleague of Liu asks if he is sure, and he affirms that he is, as they want to make a war movie in another world and money is not an issue. The recipient understands the request and promises to produce it with the company as soon as possible, given the importance of the production. Thus, Liu Feng manages to deceive people in the real world to obtain military equipment for his soldiers and boasts about his competence. Before leaving, he almost forgets that he also came to buy food. While doing his shopping, he has a list of what he needs, having already picked up soap and paper in large quantities. From the back of the market, two women are impressed by the amount of supplies the boy is buying, associating him with a CEO of a large company. In addition to the main cart, two other employees come behind, carrying more supplies and overloaded carts. He bought more than 9 toothbrushes, dozens of boxes of shampoo, and many napkins. This resulted in an immense pile of products that the unfortunate cashier would have to scan. However, upon closer inspection, the girl realizes that the customer is Mr. Liu, already known in the company. The attendant looks around and, noticing that no one is watching, comments on the hero's time travel romance. She says she has read every posted chapter and asks why he stopped writing for months. Liu decides to share the reason, making the girl excited. He feels a bit embarrassed and simply comments that he has been busy with other things recently. The attendant explains that she spoke with the boy's neighbor, who reported that he hadn't left his room for quite some time. Thus, she concludes that he got stuck working to prepare for a big comeback, which Liu decides not to deny to avoid disappointments. In his mind, the hero understands that being known in the supermarket, the best choice now is to change the shopping location. Back in the fantasy world, Mina stops in front of the protagonist's room, sensing that he is not well. She decides to open the door to check on the Lord, but realizes it is locked. Back at his home on planet Earth, all the boxes are positioned on the bed and the hero activates the inner space. As an explanation, it is a vacuum that only the boy can see and use. Situated between the other world and Earth, this space is limitless and fixed, independent of time and space. Moreover, objects placed in it remain unchanged when taken out. Liu Feng possesses the power of his fingers, acquired after an electric shock. Now, he can use this electricity to store and move objects. The boy controls everything freely, being invisible to others, which helps in transferring supplies to the portal. After a period of work, the hero finally finishes the task, placing all the boxes in the vacuum. Happy with the completion, he notices a fast food hamburger bag on his table. With appreciation, he thinks about taking the snacks, hoping that the hungry girls will like them. Back in the fantasy world, everything is strangely quiet, and Mina does not even feel the Lord's breathing. She suspects something is wrong and, upon touching the door, begins to believe that the boy is not there. Preparing to enter more simply, the protagonist materializes in his room with his powers. Happy to be back, he realizes that choosing his room as the time travel location was a good decision, given the calmness of the place. This tranquility is quickly interrupted by the clumsy girl, who kicks the door, breaking the locks. With the impact, a dense dust rises, making her cough, but she remains alert to what is happening around her. As she looks into the corners of the room, she still cannot see where the lord of the castle is. This is because she is on top of the hero's bed, which toppled with the impact of the door. Startled, the girl quickly gets off Liu, who is on the floor feeling pain. She starts eating the snacks the hero brought and explains that she knocked on the door, but, receiving no answer, decided to rush in. Liu notices that his door has been broken and asks why the demi-human is so concerned about him. The question catches her by surprise, and, embarrassed, she denies it, saying she came only to thank him for his work. Pointing to the broken door, Liu comments that the way demi-humans express gratitude is strange. He smiles and asks what true gratitude will look like. He questions whether as an apology she will marry him, causing her to spit out her snack. Realizing the mistake, the protagonist says he was joking and grabs some water, which ends up spilling on Mina. Both feel embarrassed, especially the girl, with her clothes wet. Liu panics and goes to get napkins but ends up tripping over her. Mina's spheres touch the MC's face, causing his nose to bleed. He starts to fall, and to keep himself upright, he grabs the girl's tail, leaving her embarrassed. Liu realizes he made another mistake and silence fills the room. Mina, filled with rage, slaps him in the face with her tail. Before leaving, she turns and warns that what happened should not be told to anyone. Liu touches the spot where he was hit, remembering that, in the animal world, the tail is the most sensitive part of cats. Mina leaves irritated, but also embarrassed, while Liu watches, wondering if what happened was flirting. Near the main city, amidst the mountains, hooded men ride horses, believing they have found the sought-after location. As they enter the city, they pass by workers who have managed to get food, and the wind reveals a weapon in their holsters. As night falls, a worker is happy to receive 1 kilogram of grains, more than enough, and another comments that it is obvious since the Lord never gives less. But soon they notice strange horsemen approaching and realize it is too late to stay there. Unfortunately, the boys cannot leave before being approached by a mysterious warrior. The man, showing himself to be a villain, takes the worker's sack of grains, which he resists as it is his only food. Like a true villain, the warrior tears the sack, spilling the grains on the ground, and walks away, leaving the worker frustrated. Determined not to be submissive, the boy runs after the mercenary who destroyed his belongings. The bandit reacts with a dagger strike, spilling blood and leaving his companion trembling with fear. In desperation, he tries to scream for help but is kidnapped by another man who suddenly appears. More blood is shed by the hooded figures, who leave mocking the situation, even though they did not intend to cause this mess. Back in the kingdom, the red-haired merchant throws a feast with plenty of food, drinks, and women, along with the hooded men. While one of them gorges himself, the other acts calmly, and the party continues without problems. Later, in the crime area, citizens mourn the incident, remembering that the victims were close to them. The chief guard asks that no one approach, and warns that the Lord is already investigating. At the crime scene, the hero is outraged that someone dared to kill one of his men in front of him. He promises that, upon catching those responsible, he will punish them in the worst way, stripping their skins while they are awake. The commander, while examining the scene, opines that, based on the wounds, this is not the work of horse-riding thieves. He explains that the autumn harvest has not yet begun, and that everyone knows that the city of Xiyang is poor. Therefore, there would be no reason for them to come now, and the differences in the cuts indicate that they were killed by a good weapon. He is sure that the thieves could not afford such good weapons and questions why they did not take the food. The protagonist begins to feel confused by so many variables and wonders why the food was not taken. The next day, inside the castle, the hero finds everything strange, as the villains killed his people without taking anything. He interrupts a girl during her meal, calling her attention. When she responds, he says he needs her to do something for him. However, he warns that it is a dangerous mission and that she can refuse without repercussions. Mina, not caring about the danger, asks what she should do. Realizing that she will accept, Liu stands up and asks her to go to a specific place at night in search of information. He warns her not to get into danger, and, yawning, she understands the request. As her help will only be needed at nightfall, she runs off to take a nap. At that moment, the protagonist calls her again, saying he has prepared a night outfit for the mission. Initially confused, by nightfall, Mina ends up dressed in the outfit made by the Lord. When she turns around, Liu is faced with the result of what he envisioned, and while Mina complains about the tight fit, he bleeds from his nose at how incredible she looks. Despite some reservations about the clothing, the girl ends up liking it, and the protagonist still hands her a knife for self-defense. Upon receiving the weapon, the girl observes it for a few seconds, confused, but soon takes it and throws it against a corner of the room. With determination, she states that she does not need equipment to defend herself, while the protagonist can only think about the damage to his shelf. Having some recognition from the lord of the city, she retrieves the knife from the shelf and, smiling, decides to take it with her. The hero then does not know whether to be happy that the girl accepted or sad about the hole in the shelf. Moments later, Mina sets out on her night mission, jumping from house to house until she enters through the open window of the red-haired merchant. Managing to proceed without problems, the girl boasts of her skills in her mind. There she begins to pay attention to the residents' plans for the village. Inside the hall, the red-haired merchant incriminates himself by saying that killing one here or another there is not a problem. He warns that if things happen more frequently, Liu Feng may discover it, and their plan will fail. One of the criminals questions the fear, since they can implement the plan at any moment. To explain himself, he says they just need to send a few guys to take the Lord's head. But he did not know that Mina was observing the entire plan and the audacity of the man wanting to fight her lord. Another merchant agrees excitedly, stating that if they kill Liu, the city of Xiyang will be theirs. The last one concludes that, after killing the Lord, they will be able to capture the beautiful demi-human who serves him for their amusement. Just thinking about it, the two become excited. Faced with this, Mina gets angry with those merchants and prepares to attack. The red-haired merchant agrees, but knows the consequences of killing a noble. One of the merchants warns that they have the support of the Baron. They say that 70% of their gold is paid to Lord Omar, and with Liu Feng in their way, there will be no chance of survival. The second bandit confirms the reasoning, asking them not to worry as he is sent by Baron Omar. In light of this, Mina ceases her attack, as a relevant piece of information has just been revealed. Later, back in the Lord's quarters, those primarily responsible for management are outraged to discover the cause of the boy's murder. Among the most irritated is Niu, who shouts about the assassination plans of his relative. The commander states that the best course of action is to eliminate each of them to avoid future problems. Liu asks about Baron Omar's involvement in all of this. The commander decides to explain the noble's history. In the kingdom of Yinglu, titles are classified into 5 types, from Baron to Absolute King. In the 4th position is Count Puli, a great aristocrat with over 200 strong men at his disposal. Baron Omar is the youngest son of Count Puli, which Liu immediately understands. He unfurls a scroll and comments that this is someone they should not mess with carelessly. Liu fears that the Baron will use this situation as an excuse to start a war. Niu, disappointed, asks if there is nothing they can do to honor the boys' deaths. After thinking, the hero decides that they will wait for an assassination attempt on his life. The next day, after the meeting, the birds sing happily, and a new dessert, taught by the protagonist, is served at breakfast. Nicole places a plate of donuts on the table for everyone to enjoy. Quickly, the demi-humans devour everything to satisfy their insatiable hunger. Liu asks them to eat slowly, as there are many other dishes to try. Unexpectedly, Nicole interprets this as a compliment and becomes emotional. Love-struck, she thinks the day is beautiful, but a scream of bad news echoes in the hall. The pleasant atmosphere is cut short, and everyone turns to hear the news. At the end of the hallway, 2 citizens run toward the lord of the city to report the recent events. Desperate, they inform Liu that another person has appeared, and that one of his men has been killed. After processing the information, Liu bangs the table and stands up, irritated by the situation. Ari, on the other hand, seems indifferent and asks why he doesn't send someone to check first. This lack of common sense only increases the hero's irritation, prompting him to decide to go personally. Without wasting time, he stands up, aware that it is his role to maintain order and control chaos in the city. Liu quickly heads to the gate and warns that he will be out for a while. Among those remaining in the palace, some, like Ari, do not take the situation seriously, while others, like Nicole, are extremely worried. Sometime later, the Lord's group runs through the city, following the commoner who informed them of the incident. At that moment, Liu wonders why the boy is running so fast, almost out of his sight. Inevitably, as they turn into an alley, the worst happens. Liu loses sight of the boy. The first to notice the danger was Mina, who looked back and alerted the group, but it was too late, as the place they were in began to collapse, revealing a trap. Niu and Mina manage to land on their feet, but Liu falls backward in a disadvantageous position. From the hole, one of the bandits mocks the hero for being deceived. In response, Liu shouts, questioning the identity of the hooded figures and asserting that, even being assassins, he will kill them. The threat is not taken seriously by the bandits, who have the upper hand. One of them decides to stop the conversation and start burying them alive, to report to their superiors. However, one variable was not considered: the demi-human, who climbs the walls of the hole and surprises one of the bandits. The other draws his sword to defend himself, but Liu strikes his hand, disarming him. Realizing they are not on the same level as the girl, the bandits whistle for their horses and flee, saying they will return. Meanwhile, Liu receives help from the commander to climb out of the hole and is glad that Mina intimidated the bandits. Niu boasts about the squad's skills, mocking the strength of the bandits, but Liu senses that something is wrong and shouts for Mina not to pursue the hooded figures. His warning goes unheard due to the distance. Liu stands up and warns the commander that Mina may be in danger if they are not together. Niu questions how to follow her without horses. Thinking quickly, Liu spots an ostrich and decides to use it. He climbs onto the animal and asks the commander to seek help. The commander is confused about where the ostrich came from and how Liu tamed it. Meanwhile, a native searches for his large bird, with a boiling cauldron and spices in hand. Mina continues her pursuit, jumping from tree to tree after the assassins. While chasing them, she hears her name being called, and turning around sees the hero mounted on an ostrich. Liu shouts for her to stop, warning about a trap nearby. Like true karma, the concern materializes. The Lord, trying to help, ends up falling into one of them. The ostrich faints and Liu is thrown out of the animal, leaving the stunned girl alarmed. In free fall, Liu calls for help. Mina, quick as a flash, jumps from the tree and catches him in her arms, leaving him embarrassed. Despite the embarrassment, he was saved. The demi-human asks if he is okay, and Liu replies that he is. But in the middle of the forest, someone interrupts the moment, questioning if he has had fun yet. Suddenly, assassins emerge from every bush. The leader, now with reinforcements, warns that this is the Lord's last chance. The presence of so many assassins for a single target frightens Liu. He tries to understand the reason for the attack, as there is no personal grudge. The assassins ignore his words, saying he should save them for when he is dead. This leaves Liu even more terrified. Even being the hero, the villains do not back down. However, his persuasive skills do not matter, as Mina is by his side. She attacks the villains, taking them down one by one, until only the leader remains. Worried, the leader orders the remaining ones to attack Mina together. She observes the movements of the villains, but suddenly she is hit. One villain cuts her clothing, excited by the feat. However, he soon realizes he made a mistake, as Mina has disappeared. With agility, she appears behind the villains, knocking them down. Mina attempts a strike on the leader, who narrowly dodges. She pauses to praise the villain's luck, warning that next time he won't have the same chance. The provocation makes the assassin tremble with rage. He draws his sword and tries to attack her. Mina easily dodges, as a slow strike does not hit her. However, the attack tears the sleeve of her clothing, and the villain boasts, believing he is tiring her out. He asks if she is surprised, but Mina only thinks about the clothes her master gave her. Furious, she advances, striking vital points of the villain, who falls to the ground, just like the others. Liu watches the fight and praises Mina, calling her the Shadow Warrior. She feels embarrassed but proud, claiming to be the great warrior of the cat tribe. In that moment of carelessness, the assassin gets up and attacks Mina while she boasts. Liu tries to warn her, but it is too late. He steps in front of her to protect her. He falls into her arms, and Mina worries about her master. The situation changes when Liu begins to act dramatically, saying he will not survive, despite looking fine. The villain raises his sword to attack again, claiming it is the end for them. But at that moment, arrows hit the assassin, who falls defeated. The heroes turn around, surprised, and see the support team arriving. Happy, the commander dismounts from his horse and asks if Liu is okay. Liu narrowly avoided injury, thanks to the earth leather armor, as the weapons of this world are still archaic. Niu, relieved by the protagonist's well-being, laments that the entire army was mobilized in vain. He observes that if anyone tries to harm the lord of the city, the soldiers will not hesitate to retaliate. With a calmer mind, the boy realizes that all of this is just a distraction. In the main city, a fire spreads rapidly, leaving citizens in despair trying to extinguish the flames. One of the most important places, the warehouse, is on fire. Niu asks everyone to bring water, while the hero instructs the citizens to wet their clothes as a precaution. The secretary warns that the fire is high and asks the master to retreat, but he ignores it and continues his work. He tries to put out the fire with a bucket of water when, suddenly, he hears his name being called. Unfortunately, his aunt brings bad news. Ellie and Nicole are missing. The protagonist imagines the worst and, without hesitation, starts to run, with Mina, his subordinate, by his side. Despite being agile, the girl is sensitive to fire and gets startled several times along the way. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the two girls are unconscious, unable to defend themselves. Suddenly, Nicole wakes up and faces the terrifying scene of the fire. She tries to wake Ari, but initially gets no response. However, when a flame touches her tail, Ari awakens, startled. She asks what is happening, and Nicole explains that they were kidnapped and brought there. Irritated, Ari promises that if she finds the one responsible, she will make him regret being born. The situation, however, is becoming critical for casual conversations. The structure of the warehouse begins to give way, and Nicole asks if they are going to die burned, but Ari denies it, determined to survive. At that moment, another part of the warehouse collapses, and they close their eyes, expecting the worst. When they open them, they see Liu holding up the fallen structure. Impressed and relieved, the girls follow Liu to the exit. Ari's perception of the protagonist begins to change, and she mentally thanks him for risking his life to save them. Outside, the situation is also tense. The fire continues to grow, even with efforts to extinguish it. Niu is worried because his relative is among those who need to be saved. His subordinate points to the warehouse, where people are coming out. The confirmation arrives. Liu, even injured, managed to save the two girls from the cruel fate that awaited them. A wave of happiness and gratitude fills the environment. To celebrate the positive outcome, everyone cheers for the lord of the city and the girls who survived. After the fire is controlled, the heroes begin first aid on the girls. Ari, furious for having been captured and for the fire, expresses her indignation. Liu also gets angry, remembering that this is not the first time they have been deceived, which confuses the girl. He explains that hooded men took him out of the city and ambushed him in the forest. Thus, when the city was without its lord and warriors, the merchant took the opportunity to set fire to the food. After the explanation, Ari becomes even more furious and a group approaches, shouting to help the lord put out the fire. In a tremendous display of shamelessness, those who came to help were, in fact, the merchants responsible for the situation. Without scruples, they begin to act as if they truly care about the well-being of the village. It becomes clear that they are trying to appear as good guys, which makes Mina furious, almost out of control. To avoid future regrets, the hero steps forward, asking the girl and her commander not to rush. The merchant in turn mocks the situation, thinking this is the lesson they deserve for having tried to shame them before. Liu Feng observes that the merchants are trying to build a good image in front of others, which prevents them from acting without evidence. Mina asks what to do, but the hero needs a moment, still shaken by the anger of being made a fool. With the fire in the warehouse extinguished, only burnt boards and sawdust remain. The redhead laments the tragedy, explaining that upon seeing the fire, he called for help, but it was already too late. Then, the protagonist goes along with it, acting as if he doesn't know who caused the fire, and thanking the merchants for their help. The redhead thanks the Lord's words and questions about the food that was in the warehouse. This question generates despair among the population. In light of this, Liu approaches the merchant and, seriously, states that he knows who is responsible for the fire, leaving the merchant worried. Contrary to expectations, the hero says that the real culprits are the horse thieves. The population goes into a panic, as this time of year is not typical for the presence of thieves. The protagonist claims not to know the reason for their presence, but comments that he just returned and saw no one suspicious. Soon, he presumes that the thieves must be infiltrated in the city, increasing the people's concern. To calm them, Liu Feng assures that, as Lord, he will protect everyone, as this is his responsibility. Furthermore, he announces that the entrance to the city of Xiyang will be blocked to investigate and capture the thieves, defending the peace of the people. The citizens cheer for the Lord for his narrative. However, the merchants wonder what Liu is doing. The redhead questions whether the Lord couldn't find the real criminal and decided to incriminate the horse thieves. Mina also asks why they don't blame the real wrongdoers, who are already known. With a confident look, Liu Feng asks the girl to wait, as she will soon see the truth. Back at the merchant's lodging, a party is happening, and the younger ones praise the chief for having been lucky, as the city chief could not kill him. One of them comments that burning the warehouse was not a bad idea, as Liu believes the culprits are the horse thieves. Another recalls that the Lord blocked the entrance to the city to hinder the thieves. However, a mug of wine is thrown at the merchant's head. The redhead states that they have a big problem because, even though Liu announced the thieves as the culprits, the decision to block the entrance to Xiyang is to investigate the merchants. One of them asks what to do. The answer is that there is no problem, as it is likely they will come here looking for answers. As predicted, a noise is heard from outside. Some of the more naive think that it is the horse thieves who have come to steal their food. The redhead curses them as idiots, explaining that they are imposters sent by Liu Feng. Irritated, he knocks over a candle that was lighting the place, resentful of the lord of the city. Then, an employee appears in despair, reporting about the horse thieves that have emerged. Already tired, he warns his lord that they stole all the food and killed the guards. This news does not surprise the redhead, and a merchant questions what they will do without protection. But the men have no time to think, as the assassins sent by the hero invade the place and eliminate everyone. The redhead and his accomplices are in shock. To save their lives, he runs away, sneaking through the windows. The merchant, desperate, uses others to escape, trampling over anyone. However, due to his overweight, he cannot pass through the window and a killer approaches quickly. Faced with this, the redhead regrets not losing weight earlier, as his carelessness may cost him his life. Fortunately, the killer slips on the candle he knocked over moments before. After slipping, the killer hits his head on the back of the redhead, who lets out a flatulence in the man's face. With this, the killer loses the will to fight, and pushed, the merchant manages to escape. Although it wasn't a safe fall, he frees himself from imminent death. His servant comes to his aid and, fortunately, the tent he fell into cushioned the fall. Now, they need to run. The subordinate shouts that the thieves have arrived and asks someone to inform the lord of the city. The redhead disagrees and pulls the man by his shirt, calling him an idiot. Meanwhile, two boys watch the scene, and realizing that they are the horse thieves, decide to report it. At the protagonist's castle, he dines with everyone and asks the girls who were victims of the fire about their injuries. Nicole thanks him, embarrassed, saying she is already better. Ari, on the other hand, states that she is not well and needed sweets to feel better. The hero then releases the food and the beast girls begin to eat. Suddenly, a servant appears informing that the horse thieves are in the city again. Moreover, he says they stole food and fled. The protagonist places the teacup on the table and stands up, determined, calling his knight. Niu responds promptly, and the hero orders to prepare the army to capture the thieves. Around the city, the bandits' carts are moving at full speed, pulled by well-trained horses. The thieves, with the cart full of stolen food, whip the horses to run faster. Carrying lit torches, they spot barricades as they approach the city. But this is not a problem, as the horses easily destroy the wooden structures. They leave behind dust and frightened citizens. Inside the city, the army is organized, with Niu motivating the soldiers to capture the thieves alongside the Lord. He states that whoever captures the most thieves will be rewarded. The shouts of organization wake many civilians. However, instead of being scared, they decide to help, confident in the Lord and irritated with the thieves. Thus, they grab everything they have to deal with the intruders and receive the reward. Everyone follows the army on horseback to defend the city. As a true leader, Liu Feng points his sword and coordinates the group's movement. Mina follows the army through the trees, but when called, she quickly descends. The hero asks her to hide and wait for the men to leave, which she understands. Mina jumps from the ground to the roof, and, from the roof, to a tree, hiding as ordered. Thus, she observes the entire situation from a vantage point. And hidden, the merchants witness the arrival of the thieves along with the army, beginning to doubt that the situation was staged for them. A man shouts that the city entrance is near, but is quickly silenced by the redhead. A little late, a citizen runs towards the army, brandishing his weapon and reciting the war cry. The redhead observes that when the Lord leaves the city, he will speak with Baron Omar to eliminate everyone in Xiyang. After the dust settles, the merchants begin to flee, but from atop the tree Mina observes everything from the beginning. Moments later, while escaping through the forest at night, an owl spots the merchants suspiciously. The redhead leads the group and, upon checking that the path is clear, they continue to run. Finally, they reach an area to take shelter, but find an overturned cart with a horse. One of the men gets excited upon seeing food in front of him. Several head towards the cart to grab something to eat. One of them questions why it is there, and another replies that he doesn't care and continues to take. However, the smartest of the group stops them, stating that it could be a trap. The most naive, on the other hand, says that there is no trap and continues to loot, believing it belongs to the thieves. The redhead pulls him by the shirt, nervous, as any mistake could have consequences for him. The merchant breaks free and asks if the redhead is scared. Soon, he calls his companions to take the food that now belongs to them. Two look at each other, think for a moment, and decide to fill a bag with food. The merchant boasts, saying he knew everything would work out. Irritated, the redhead steps away, saying that whoever wants to die can die alone. However, as he steps away, he spots a torch in the forest, followed by a crowd of enraged civilians. The leader of the population introduces himself as our hero, who, seeing the thieves before him, orders the army to capture them. Logo: everyone is surrounded by armed and furious civilians and soldiers. Believing in a misunderstanding, the merchants try to explain to the Lord that they are not thieves, while the redhead fills with rage. The hero questions how they are not thieves, since the food they carry belongs to the city warehouse. The pointed question leaves the merchants speechless, and the crowd grows even more agitated, calling for their deaths. At the end of the line, the redhead threatens Liu Feng, asking how he dared to deceive them. The hero smiles and continues with the charade, stating that the evidence is clear and ordering the arrest of the men. The crowd and the soldiers close in on those who conspired against the city. Amidst punches and kicks, they are arrested according to the law, exactly as planned by Liu Feng. The next morning, the redhead and his accomplices are locked in wooden cells, pulled by carts. As they pass through the city, a civilian asks what happened to the merchants to be imprisoned. Another recalls that they helped put out the fire in the warehouse, making the situation even more confusing. Finally, the army takes the criminals to another part of the city, despite the curiosity of the populace. On his horse, Niu praises his relative for the plan to disguise themselves as thieves. The hero reminds that the merchants conspired with the thieves to attack them. He merely convinced them of his narrative. Thus, the spell turned against the sorcerer, and in the courtroom, the explanation of what happened begins. Taking the lead, the protagonist comments that the population is probably wondering why they are captured. The people loudly question the reasons for the situation and where the horse-riding thieves are. Liu Feng responds that the captured merchants were, in fact, the thieves. The crowd, initially confused, soon understands that the men profited by selling their own food and plotted to burn the warehouse. They allied with the thieves and, realizing they would be arrested, were captured. With many witnesses present, the story of the city lord is confirmed. The revolt against the merchants, who tried to leave the people without food, begins to grow. Liu Feng continues, explaining that the merchants betrayed the city out of selfishness, risking the lives of the inhabitants. He questions how they should be punished, and the population, mercilessly, orders that all be executed. The protagonist agrees, stating that this kind of people do not deserve mercy. The resolution begins, with Liu reiterating that the merchants conspired with the thieves in an unforgivable crime. Thus, he sentences them to the gallows, and inevitably, what should happen happens. After resolving the merchants' problem, Liu highlights that they burned the food and raised prices for their own profit, causing the people to suffer. He states that, in his city, this kind of crime will not happen again. announcing that the castle will become the main food market. The crowd, initially confused, does not understand, but Liu believes this is the first step towards the people's independence. A civilian raises his hand, questioning what the Lord means by selling food in the castle. Liu explains that, after the harvest, those without stored food can sell it to the Lord. He assures that he will buy at market price and sell it back to families without food, without charging anything. This proposal excites the citizens, and concluding his speech, Liu promises to take care of everyone. He asserts that in his city, no one will die of hunger or lack of basic needs. After the speech, everyone is excited about the promising future. One of them believes that if Liu had become Lord earlier, things would be different, and the population unites to honor the hero. The next day, inside the castle, someone comments that the city of Xiyang is finally stable. Liu explains that, now on the right path, the trend is to grow more and more. Changing the subject, he announces that he will distribute titles with important tasks. Nicole feels embarrassed, wondering what task she will receive. First, Niu is assigned to all tasks, taking on the role of General, which he accepts without problems. Although anxious about not being familiar with the new title, he commits to honoring it. Next, it is Nicole's turn. Liu mentions that it is difficult to deal with the responsibilities of the Secretariat. She is assigned to internal tasks, as the internal manager. The girl, enchanted by Liu, accepts without paying much attention. The next position is the Chief Secretary for the demi-human Ahri, who shows no emotion upon receiving the role. Finally, it is Mina's turn, Liu's favorite, who will stay by his side as a full-time guard. She does not hesitate, as this was the job she had been doing from the start. With that, the preparations conclude, and Liu states that each one will be responsible for leading the city down a bright path. Everyone accepts with determination, leaving Liu confident in his plan, without dissent. Later, in the city of Xiyang, the soldiers stand in formation, in a commanding posture. Niu explains to Liu that they are the soldiers from the last group formed. Before the Lord, the soldiers shout in respect, and Liu understands that everything is in order. In this case, with a snap of his fingers, he requests that his toys be brought, and, being who he is, his things appear quickly. As the soldiers bring them, they wonder what is in the box. Without further ado, the protagonist lifts the veil, revealing the bows he brought from another world. The soldiers, initially confused, soon realize that they are high-quality bows made from a material different from common wood. Liu explains that they are magical bows, known as reflective bows, which he brought from his homeland. The declaration, however, leaves the soldiers more worried than excited, as they have never heard of anything like this. Liu plans to select 50 of the best archers to form a special team. With this, the soldiers' opinion about the bows begins to change, and they show interest in learning to use them. The protagonist asks if anyone wants to try and promises a prize for whoever hits the target. The idea excites some soldiers, but others hesitate, fearing embarrassment when trying something new. In light of this, Liu reiterates his question, and a soldier volunteers to be the first. Excited, he warms up his shoulders, eager to shoot with the magical bow. In reverence to his master, the chubby soldier asks to be the first to try. Liu praises Ngu Tom's courage and hands him one of the bows. The boy holds the weapon, focused, as he cannot miss in front of everyone. He pulls the bow with all his strength, but something goes wrong, and he hits his own face. Blood flows from the boy's nose, who, furious, tries to break the bow. However, the weapons are of extreme quality, and his attempt results in more pain. The soldiers are frightened and comment on the hardness of the weapon. Commander Niu warns Liu about the complaints and requests a demonstration. Liu never thought of doing this, as he is not a warrior. Niu insists, as the soldiers need an example, and Mina asks if Liu also doesn't know how to use the weapon. The hero hesitates but cannot discourage the soldiers, so he picks up the bow to demonstrate. While holding the weapon, he remembers that his skills improve with each journey through time and space. Confident, he asks everyone to watch and, surprisingly, manages to pull the bow to shoot. The soldiers are impressed with the hero's strength, as are the commander and Mina. Liu hands the bow to Ngu, asking him to try again. Motivated, Ngu accepts and manages to pull the string back to the shooting area. The soldiers get excited to see one of their own doing well, but Ngu cannot control the direction of the shot. Desperate, everyone breathes a sigh of relief when, at the last second, he shoots the arrow into the air. Barely, the shot does not cause a fatality, as the power of the new weapon is unmatched. Everyone looks worriedly at Ngu, who is responsible for the commotion. No one dares to stand in front of him, forming an empty line in the shooting area. After the failed demonstration, Liu thinks he cannot give dangerous weapons to these boys. Suddenly, a bird falls from the sky, hit by the soldier's shot. The soldiers change their minds, believing the weapon is incredible and magical for bringing down a goose from such a height. Excited by the praise, Ngu runs to tell his mother about his great feat. In a distant place, in the quarry region, the day is beautiful, with birds singing and workers collecting minerals in iron buckets. Inside a warehouse, the main group is in an area where a sign indicates that the land's potential is unlimited. The production of iron depends only on human effort in the region. Observing all this, the hero thinks that with well-built bows and an iron mine like this, success is inevitable. Unexpectedly, just seconds after the first visit, a worker informs the master that he has already managed to produce iron. However, upon delivering his work and asking for food, the protagonist realizes that the iron ore is compromised. Shocked, he does not understand how the man managed to turn the precious ore into something like this. He realizes that he celebrated too soon and believes he will have to produce alone. In this world, the first step to making iron is to export the minerals from the exploration zone. There, manual laborers strive to earn their daily bread, and Liu believes he is within his expectations. However, upon observing another worker, he feels ashamed to see the man hammering a piece of ore, trembling. The protagonist approaches and tries to inspire him, telling him to fight with the strength of a real man. Noticing that the lord of the city is by his side, the man raises the hammer and tries again, with more strength. This encourages Liu, who sees that his motivational speech had an effect. However, as he closes his eyes and concentrates all his strength, a shard of stone hits Liu's face. The protagonist cries, victimizing himself in his thoughts about what he did to deserve this. Later, the workers find the second step for producing well-made ore, the furnace. However, due to the rain from the previous day, they cannot make fire with the damp stones. The hero thinks that modern technology will solve the problem and takes a lighter out of his pocket, handing it to the boy to test. Confused, the boy takes the object, and Liu claims it is a special technology from his homeland. However, underestimating the ignorance of the people, Liu does not imagine that the boy could destroy the lighter with a stone. When the lighter breaks, the ignition of gunpowder and gas raises a dense dust, which the workers interpret as an unbearable stench. Disillusioned, Liu throws himself on the ground, not knowing why he still tries to help, but Mina calls him to get up, as there are still places to visit. Finally, in the production process, the third step is refinement, but in the forge, the workers struggle in vain to melt the material. They blow on the fire, but the protagonist arrives with a better idea. With a cylindrical instrument that enhances air pressure, Liu blows into the furnace and the iron begins to melt. The workers are surprised by Liu's skill, who orders them to continue keeping the fire alive. The soldier from before has an idea, and to receive praise from the master, takes a hollow log to reproduce the experiment on a larger scale. He starts blowing through the log into the furnace, and the hero is scared of what might happen. As expected, the dense amount of air causes the fire to spread, resulting in the explosion of the furnace. Later, after recovering from the damage caused by the soldier, Liu cleans himself, thinking that being a lord is not easy. However, he cheers up at the thought that the next place to visit is safer, the paper factory. Upon arriving there, the elderly secretary screams desperately for the master, making him wonder what he will have to resolve now. The elderly man points to the factory, showing the disaster that occurred, leaving only ruins. The protagonist asks what happened, questioning if there was a fight. The elderly man explains that the accident occurred due to the lack of instruction for the artisans when trying to get the factory running. In that case, the hero remembers a book he wrote, which clearly explained how to proceed. Then, he asks which part was not understood. Quickly, he realizes that the people there do not know how to read. Thus, the protagonist understands that he overestimated the literary skills of his workers. Meanwhile, in the background, the silly girl runs around excitedly, laughing. Drawing something on a piece of paper, she bursts into laughter, finding it amazing. The hero decides to approach to see what the girl is doing. Upon taking the paper, he realizes it is a portrait of him at the moment he was exploded by the forge. The girl becomes desperate, fearing punishment for mocking the lord of the city. However, with a smile, the protagonist asks if she can draw something else, leaving her confused. Later, in a tent, the girl asks the master if her drawing is good. He reassures her, saying that as long as the procedures are clear, it will serve. After finishing the work, she hands over the paper with the drawings exactly as requested. The hero praises her, stating that it is work worthy of a chief secretary. He believes the drawings are great and calls the workers for the new instructions. When they begin to read, they realize that everything is well explained. The workers cheer for the silly girl for the miracle of making them understand the initially impractical project. Ahri feels proud, boasting that it was a simple task. With the help of the protagonist and the silly girl, paper production returned to normal, allowing for the consumption of paper products. Iron production was also going well, as, with the girls' techniques, they overcame the problems. Finally, the Secretary General concludes his report, stating that with practice, production will improve even more. In light of this, Niu asks the master about the defense army against the horse thieves. The hero explains that defending oneself is just the first step. Stability leads to development. Unrolling a large scroll, he shows the employees what he really wants. They come across a map of the future of the city of Xiyang. Towards the city, a noble boy walks with his soldiers and a cart full of supplies. Along the way, he is indignant for not understanding what his father thinks by sending him to such a poor area. This is the young master Tori, and one of the soldiers agrees, lamenting bringing 150 kilos of food to such a little prosperous people. Tori states that he also does not want to stay there long, asking everyone to cooperate to finish the job quickly and leave. Upon arriving in the city, the situation is quite different from what was expected. Xiyang is no longer in a deplorable state. The population is taking care of its renovation. For the young master, this is a dystopian reality, and he screams in surprise at the change. The scream causes a worker to drop his screwdriver from a building, which falls on the boy's head. One of the soldiers shouts, asking if the citizen wants to die. The worker, brave, questions whether the group has not read the notice posted in the corner. Indeed, there was a notice about the unauthorized construction area. However, Tori still does not understand what is happening, worried about the coming of thieves. Later, in the Lord's castle area, as the gates open, the commander welcomes Tori's group. He thinks he has judged the place with prejudice, as the Lord is not as he imagined, being elegant and firm. With that, in a trembling and embarrassed voice, the boy states that it is an honor to meet the city of Xiyang, confusing Niu with the Baron of the city. In this case, the commander smiles and invites the group to enter, as the lord of the city has prepared accommodations for them to rest from their journey. Upon hearing this, the image the boy had of the city fades. That well-dressed man is still not the top dog. Over time, the worry transforms into happiness when a delicious cake is served. To explain the Baron's delay, Niu says he is resolving some business but will arrive soon. In front of the meal, Tori no longer cared whether he had to wait a minute or a decade. The noble loves the cake and makes an offer to buy them, and the temptation reaches even the guard soldiers. Thus, the boy devours one cake after another, but soon faces the cruel reality that his meal is over. He notices some crumbs on the plate and, overcome by greed, does something unthinkable. Meanwhile, with a sincere apology, the protagonist finally appears in the hall. The first impression he has of the visitor is that the boy lost a tooth trying to eat. Embarrassed, the boy does not know what to say. On the other hand, our hero thinks that Bac Fong, surrounded by rivers, is prosperous and good for trade. He wonders how the ruler can seem so foolish, but continues with his greetings, introducing himself to the boy. The noble looks at the man in front of him and realizes that he is more interesting than he expected. As a sign of respect, the boy stands up to greet him, but Liu asks him to remain seated. Liu Feng thanks him for the help with supplies last time and questions the purpose of the visit. The noble states that it is a pleasure to help the Baron and says he is there to negotiate about furs. Niu, the first to understand, joins the conversation and says that this is irrational. He claims it is something important for the military and asks if the noble does not know this. Being of high rank, Tori already knew the questions, but says it is a special situation. He hopes the Baron will consider his proposal. After analyzing the boy's request regarding military items, the hero realizes that Bac Fong is plotting something. Unexpectedly, he agrees to make an exception, leaving the commander indignant. Niu tries to voice his opinion, but Liu interrupts him, placing a condition before negotiating. In exchange for the technique, he wants 100 buffalo, 300 goats, and 200 horses. The hero knows he is taking advantage, as he possesses the modern technique of iron production. However, Tori denies the transaction, considering it abusive. He states that his city has only 30 buffalo, with some disappointment. The protagonist changes the terms, increasing to 200 goats, which makes the noble feel oppressed. Without a direct answer, Liu asks if the noble's city has the required amount. The boy thinks that the intelligence agents have already warned about horse thieves, which could make him lose all the food if he does not close the deal. The noble suggests 30 buffalo, 150 horses, and 300 goats. The hero does not react well, causing Tori to fall into despair. Taking control of the negotiation, Liu praises his persuasive skills in his mind. After offering everything he had, Tori revolts and questions the demands. At that moment, Liu uses the carrot and stick technique, accepting the deal with a smile. This makes the boy think he was lucky to manage to do business, even losing more than he gained. With the end of the negotiation, the noble's group leaves with the cart, and Liu bids farewell at the city entrance. Unfortunately, just a few dozen meters from the city, Tori realizes he was deceived in the negotiation. Meanwhile, our hero is questioned by Niu about the purchase of military items. He mentions that thieves may be involved, but Liu Feng does not seem worried. In a remote location of Liet Ma, a man cleans his bloodied sword, surrounded by the nobles who sold the city of Xiyang to the protagonist, mocking the man who died like a cunning son of a count. This man, the lord of the city, is known as the Baron of the Sea. He asks if the information about the servant's failure with the merchants is correct. Trembling with fear, a subordinate confirms everything. The Baron questions where his money is, but the servants could not find it. To punish them, Omar makes one of the boys disappear in blood with his sword. Reiterating what happened to his belongings and subordinates, the Baron, serious, asks the survivor who was responsible. The boy replies that they tried to assassinate a noble and upon being caught, were executed in public. Furious at the incompetence of his subordinates, Omar drives his sword into the castle floor. The former owner of Xiyang tries to comfort him, saying he knows how to deal with the problem. Baron Omar becomes enraged at the incompetence of his subordinate, who sold the city of Xiyang. He questions, irritated, how Carter can cooperate while tasting his sword, leaving the man frightened. Desperate, Carter claims he only wants to be the Baron's companion, and that there is no need for such anger. His son agrees, reminding that if they did not want to be by Omar's side, they would not have sent disguised knights to steal Bakfong. Omar comments seriously that he hopes what was said is true. Carter tries to maintain appearances, but if Omar does not believe him, he thinks about going there to give a clear answer. Omar, however, says he does not need to, while drawing his sword. Determined to return to the countryside, the former owner walks through Xiyang with his son, but the city is very different. Carter and Faith are impressed by what they see. The elder questions whether it is an illusion or if he has lost his way. Suddenly, they hear conversations about the city's casino recruiting employees with high salaries. People comment that the new lord is kind, unlike the old one, who only exploited them. Faith shouts to defend his father's honor, but Carter stops him, as they cannot be recognized. A man points at them, and the nobles believe they have been discovered, starting to run. However, the crowd also runs, revealing that the objective was different. Faith asks what is happening, and when the crowd gathers, they begin to shout for the lord of the city to pay them attention. Liu Feng, the lord, is present with a noble from Bakfong. The noble informs Liu that the requested buffaloes and goats have arrived and questions about the agreed furs. The hero tells the boy not to worry, as they will give him something that will satisfy him. The nobles sent by Baron Omar question what the boy is up to and decide to take a closer look. In the center of the event, a sign reveals Central Market of Xiyang. From the perspective of the wicked nobles, this is probably an idea from the new lord. The hero begins his speech, stating that for the good of the people of Xiyang and to improve their quality of life, they will build the central exchange market. However, the former owners of the city still did not understand the situation, while Faith scoffed, claiming that nothing good would come from someone like Liu. When the red ribbon of inauguration is cut, the central market is revealed, filled with quality and abundance of products. Joy spreads to everyone, and Carter is confused, still doubting that this is a market. The protagonist invites everyone to come in and buy whatever they desire. To help, Liu Feng gives an allowance so that the beast girls can also enjoy shopping. The civilians, impressed by the variety of products, rush out, trampling the nobles in search of their purchases. A moment of happiness begins for the population, while Omar's envoys experience a moment of sadness. After being trampled, Faith orders the idiots in front of him to pay attention, but as he finishes, someone steps on his head on the way to the market. Recovering, Faith is indignant at the audacity of the population to disrespect a noble, while Carter rejoices that they have finally managed to enter. Suddenly, they spot Ahri, who is negotiating with a vendor, drawing attention for being a demi-human. Seeing the affordable price, she decides to buy 10, paying a metal coin for each one. The nobles do not understand what this coin is, and it is explained that one metal coin is equivalent to 10 normal ones. Faith considers this nonsense, but Carter disagrees. Changing the subject, they notice that the noble from the city of Bakfong is entering the porcelain tent. Delighted with the products, the boy decides to buy 100 porcelains for the trip. He can hardly believe that the porcelain is so fine and delicate, but worries if he will be able to afford the furs. Putting his worries aside, he buys the porcelains, as only the poor worry about the total balance. The seller informs that the total is 200 coins, and Faith is shocked by the price, but her father explains that it's not just that. Everyone is buying and keeping their money in a competition for products. In light of this, Faith realizes that on the first day, the Lord is already making a lot of profit, unlike them, who are no longer owners. Carter, however, claims that they are still the owners of the city, despite having given it to Liu Feng. With a psychopathic laugh, Faith comments that soon even Omar will be nothing compared to the development they will have. A boy in turn finds the men strange and asks if they are the kidnappers mentioned by the Lord. Frightened by Faith's evil expression, the boy runs away, shouting that the nobles wanted to kidnap him. This leaves Carter confused. Inevitably, the adults of the village, believing the innocent child, start chasing after the supposed kidnappers. The nobles do not understand the reason for the chase, but after running a lot, they spot the exit, along with a glimmer of hope. However, the Beastmen soldiers do not allow the ruffians to escape, as they have ruined the market. Realizing they are facing powerful enemies, Faith orders the infiltrated soldiers to take care of them. With the first strike, the leader easily dodges and punches a subordinate, taking him out of the fight. Another warrior charges at the boy, promising to resolve the situation for his fallen companion. However, when he tries to attack, he ends up like the previous one. Desperate with the defeat of their henchmen, the nobles ask Fuji to capture the ruffians and take them to the lord. Soon, the captured ones start crying. Meanwhile, Liu buys a lollipop at a small shop. He gifts Mina the candy, which she loves. She asks if the market will always be so crowded, and Liu confirms. Suddenly, the news of the kidnapper's arrest reaches the protagonist. Without delay, the soldiers throw the two men to the ground in front of the lord for him to assess the situation. With this, Carter asks his son to lower his head so they are not recognized by the city leader. However, Mina soon identifies the men, and Liu Feng notices this too. The accused kidnappers were, in fact, the former owners of the city. In light of this, Mina draws her dagger to attack them, but is restrained by the hero, who states that it is not worth stooping to that level. The girl recalls how she was mistreated by them, and Liu explains that he did not promise forgiveness. However, disguised, they should not be good news. So, Liu whispers that he will resolve the situation. Although reluctant, Mina agrees, but still desires her revenge. Without hesitation, Liu approaches the two nobles, who are with their heads down, subdued by the soldiers. He praises Fuji for the capture and then orders their imprisonment for threatening the market's safety. Carter, realizing the situation, fears for his life. He tries to plead for mercy from the Lord, but Fuji kicks him, reminding him that he cannot use the master's name. Furious, Carter removes his turban and introduces himself, along with his son Faith. Liu pretends to be surprised and questions their presence. He apologizes, explaining that his guards did not recognize them and mistook them for kidnappers. Liu then asks why Carter came to the city of Xiyang, since he usually does not visit it. The noble, uncomfortable, cannot reveal his true intention and says he came to discuss something important about the city. At the Lord's residence, Mina brandishes her dagger, frightening Carter during the meal. Liu, sipping his tea, asks what Carter wanted to discuss. The noble says it's nothing much, just that he is getting older. He mentions that as he ages, he needs to remember the past, and that he would like to buy the city of Xiyang back. He acknowledges the market's potential, which he saw with his son. Carter, aware of the impropriety of the proposal, assures that there will be no losses in the sale, as he will buy it at the original price, potentially increasing it by 3 or 4 times. At that moment, Nicole appears with the wine. Carter considers the wine offer an insult, but Liu hands him a glass and Nicole wishes him to enjoy it. Liu is pleased with the arrival of the wine, noticing that Carter's face is becoming increasingly grim. After tasting it, Carter appreciates the wine and apologizes for not being clear earlier. When questioned about his sigh, he reveals that he returned because of Liu, which surprises him. Carter approaches the hero and secretly explains that everyone knows that every autumn, horse thieves attack Xiyang, but this year they will come in large numbers. He places his hands on Liu's shoulders, stating that he cannot let the Lord face this alone. Despite thinking it is an act, Liu agrees, surprising Carter. The noble becomes excited, but Liu also gets involved, saying that after the sale of the city, he will take responsibility. Thus, he cannot let the former owner bear the problems, which discourages Carter. In any case, Liu comments that if there is information about the horse thieves, he would trade it for a glass of wine. This insinuation is seen as mockery. However, as she stands up, Mina's dagger plunges into the wooden table, a clear warning. The noble realizes he needs to behave and says he doesn't have much information about the thieves, promising not to take up the Lord's time any longer. Thus, he decides to leave with his subordinates, but Liu Feng interrupts him. Knowing how a noble reacts to wine, he provokes Carter, saying he hasn't finished his glass, which deeply irritates him. At Carter's mansion in Xiyang, Faith asks his father what brought him back to the city. The boy comments that the glass cups are now worth 3 times more, which should make them happy. However, after a failed meeting, Carter shouts for his son to be quiet. Startled, Faith asks what is wrong. He then observes the cups he managed to acquire in the trade. Realizing there are many, he informs that he tried to buy the city, but the brat rejected his offer, causing his world to crumble. Understanding the predicament, the boy asserts that the Lord must die and calls all the knights to attack Liu Feng. Carter dislikes the idea and tells his son to calm down, as the new Lord is not easy to deal with. Faith believes he is just a kid and questions if there is a chance of victory. Carter orders his son not to mess with Liu. Just by the way the boy killed the food merchants, it is already evident that he is not just anyone. Moreover, there are many powerful demi-humans around him, making the mission complicated and risky. Desperate, Faith asks what they will do, since Xiyang is too big to be left in the brat's hands. Carter states that if they cannot win in the light, they will win in the darkness. Although the boy has been in the city for just over a month, he still does not know everything. The nobles will take advantage of this to kill him. Soon, night falls, and in the region, crows fly under the black sky. Inside the castle, a team of soldiers awaits new orders from their commanders. Prepared, Carter observes and asks if it is enough. Confidently, Faith asserts that it will be more than enough. He questions how long it will take to put the plan into action. It is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days, but since they have not killed anyone in a long time, they decide that the slaughter will begin that night. At the Lord's mansion, everyone enjoys a hearty meal, and Liu praises Nicole for bringing the wine glasses at the right time. He expresses his happiness, leaving Nicole excited, unable to ask for more. Ari, while eating, comments that the girl follows Liu every day and that there is no need for so much worry. Nicole does not like the comment, and trying to control her emotions, explains that this was due to Carter's attempt at intimidation. In her mind, she promises never to let anyone intimidate her love, bending the spoon in anger at the thought. Liu, sensing the heavy atmosphere, feels a bit embarrassed, but the Beast Girls remain focused on the food. The hero reiterates that Nicole did a great job and, as a reward, hands her a piece of chicken. Nicole accepts, embarrassed by the compliments. Soon, Liu asks Liu to forgive the girl, as she gets nervous when it comes to him. Liu responds that Nicole has helped a lot in the castle, being a relief and a reason to care. Moreover, he considers her careful, meticulous, and an excellent cook. In this case, he states that whoever marries Nicole will be very happy, catching Mina's attention, who begins to reflect on marriage. Without delay, she observes the two together and wonders if something like that can really happen. The sweet atmosphere between them irritates Mina, who abruptly stands up from the table, saying she is full. The others at the table are surprised, as Mina never leaves before finishing her meal. Ari, however, believes her sister is on a diet. Liu is the one who questions her departure the most, thinking that something serious must have happened. Thus, Mina goes out at night to think alone by the wall. Looking at her hands, she wonders what is happening to her. She is a warrior of the cat tribe, whose only skill is killing. Soon, Liu appears and asks why she left so suddenly. Mina questions what the Lord is doing there. He replies that he came on purpose, as, despite the food being good, he no longer feels like eating. Mina also says she is not hungry, but Liu knows she must be lying, as she is usually the one who eats the most. At that moment, an idea arises in the protagonist's mind, and he believes he has discovered the reason for her departure. He comments that perhaps the reason is the compliment he gave to Nicole. Finally, Liu, smiling, says that Mina is feeling jealous, catching her by surprise. Meanwhile, the warriors, under Carter's orders, begin the invasion of the city of Shiyang. The boy turns to ask his friend if he heard any noise. However, as he turns, he sees that the other soldier has been stabbed by a thug who covered his mouth to prevent him from screaming. The sight of his companion dying drives the soldier into despair, and he tries to run for reinforcements. But before he can warn about the thugs, he is struck by an arrow in the neck, dying like the first guard. A bloodbath begins. However, this is just the beginning for the thugs, who are ready to kill everyone. Back at the Lord's castle, Mina feels embarrassed to realize that she is jealous. The memories of the moments they shared move her more and more. Still, she denies being jealous and tries to be rational, thinking that they are not in the same world. Liu, not understanding, comments that he was just joking, and Mina replies that it is not funny. The hero boasts about reaching this conclusion, believing that a lord like him will be loved by everyone with just a glance. Mina agrees but says that, unlike her master, she is not human. As a demi-human, she feels sad, believing that a noble would never marry her, just as it has never happened with a demi-human woman in history. The hero questions what is so wrong with demi-humans, making Mina blush. He states that beastmen are great people in his eyes while placing his hands on the wall, holding Mina. Liu says he would be very happy if he could have a beast woman as a wife. Amid this awkward situation, the girl asks what her master is doing. With a smile, he asks what she thinks of the proposal, making her even more embarrassed. Meanwhile, on that full moon night, a bloodbath occurs at the hands of the invaders. The invasion is proceeding as planned, and Carter praises his soldiers, who bow before him. Then, the noble says that whoever brings him the head of the city lord will be rewarded with 20 gold coins, further exciting the mercenaries. Carter believes that the boy, owner of the place, will regret having angered the nobles. Back at the hero's castle, the romance between Liu and Mina progresses quickly. Already in bed, they look at each other and slowly bring their mouths closer. In this romantic moment, Liu asks Mina to call him by his name instead of master. She surrenders to what is to come. But, as always, a soldier bursts into the room with bad news from the city. Without wasting time, he reports the situation of the invaders, realizing he has arrived at an inopportune moment. The attention of both turns to the soldier, and Mina, embarrassed, runs out of bed, shouting that she will lead Team Wolf. She quickly disappears, and the soldier realizes he has arrived at the wrong time, although he did not know it. Liu sits on the bed, lamenting that he almost got what he so desired. After a few moments, he turns and sees that the soldier is still standing in front of him. Irritated, Liu shouts for the soldier to notify the commander instead of disrupting his life. In the invasion area, the thugs quickly group together, fearing that the best things will fall into the captain's hands. One of them comments that he heard about a beast girl who accompanies the city lord. Another laughs, saying that according to rumors, they are wild. An assassin licks his lips, claiming that the wilder they are, the sexier, but suddenly, something catches his attention. A mercenary asks why the captain is acting strangely. Unexpectedly, an arrow strikes the captain's chest, causing him to fall lifeless. The assassin draws his sword and shouts to warn about the attack. Things happen quickly, and as he turns, he sees his comrades dying one by one. Desperate, he screams, asking who is doing this. Overcome by fear, he closes his eyes and starts swinging around, hoping to hit someone. Then, the one responsible appears, and upon seeing her, the thug notices her cat ears. But he has no time to react before being eliminated like his comrades. In another battalion, the invasion mission proceeds normally, but the captain orders to halt the advance. He heard something unusual among the trees, potentially dangerous. Trusting his instincts, he warns his group and draws his sword. The chief was not mistaken. Mina was watching them. High up in a tree, the girl observes the group searching for danger. Skillfully, the leader discovers her presence when a dagger is thrown at him. He advances towards Mina, and the two exchange blows, dodging each other. The chief smiles upon seeing the beast girl finally before him. He warns that whoever brings him, her head will receive 10 gold coins. Mina knows that whoever accepts will be a fool, but the greed of men drives them to fight. None of them can hit her. After dodging the first blow, another soldier helps her by cutting the back of a man. After the assassin falls, the man warns that the special team Wolf has arrived. The criminals realize they have fallen into a trap, but it is too late. The special agents are present. One by one, the criminals are defeated, leaving only the boss. As the battle nears its end, Mina asks if he has any last words, but the mercenary just laughs, leaving the girl confused. He crosses his arms and comments that it is exactly as Master Carter said. Demi-humans are really very foolish. This is because everything went as planned, and at this moment, the lord of the city is being killed by the invading master. The bandit, laughing, proposes to be Mina's new boss for the next few days. The thought had not crossed Mina's mind, who pushed herself with all her strength back to the castle. However, before she could arrive, a fire arrow was shot along a trail of gasoline on the ground. A circle of fire rises, and the advantage of the battle begins to shift in favor of the mercenary. He points and shoots a fire-imbued arrow in the direction of the beast girl. Inside the castle, Nicole is worried about the criminals trying to enter the place where they are sheltered. To comfort her, Ari says that her sister is already taking care of it with Team Wolf. Moreover, they still have Liu to protect them, and there is no chance of the criminals getting in. However, the hero needs to deny this statement, as, according to his understanding of Carter, he must be using a hidden path. Shortly after that, Ahri hears footsteps from the floor below, and Liu gets excited about the rapid developments. Without wasting time, the hero asks Ari to inform the commander of the soldiers about the situation. Nicole asks the Lord what she should do for now. The protagonist says she can stay with him until the conflict is over, without worrying. Carter is indeed invading through the alleys, accompanied by another platoon of soldiers. Faith comments that her father is very clever, and that Carter would never suspect the secret passage beneath the castle. Carter asserts that this time will be the end of the Lord. However, as he walks, something makes him stop. A sensor is activated, and an arrow is shot close to his face, almost hitting him, leaving Faith desperate upon realizing the trap. The Lord realizes that the Lord already knew about this path and is now using it to set a trap for them. Although he is not sure, everything indicates that Liu has already discovered it, and soon 3 bandits are captured by a rope. Carter orders his subordinates to hold the assassins to throw them into the traps. The captured ones are thrown against the traps, triggering them and rendering them useless. As test subjects, the 3 are hit by numerous arrows and die. Faith and the other soldiers are frightened. However, Carter, with his cold mentality, orders everyone to move forward. Soon, the group reaches the main gate of the castle, breaks down the door, and enters easily. From there, the noble commands his remaining soldiers to search for the Lord. Hiding in a closet, Liu wants to see what Carter will do while protecting Nicole in his arms. The girl believes that the situation is so good that she wouldn't mind staying like this forever. However, one of the assassins finds the place where they are hiding and prepares to investigate. While they wait, Liu patiently awaits, activating one of his powers. Inevitably, the man approaches the closet. However, someone in the background says they hear footsteps. The assassin gives up searching the closet, relieving the girl. But soon he returns and opens the closet doors, revealing the two and loudly announcing that he has found them. Preparing a strike with his sword, the bandit concludes that the 20 gold coins will be his. However, unexpectedly, the protagonist dodges and, strengthened by his travels, lands a blow to the man's stomach, sending him flying. Surprised by the attack from someone he thought was defenseless, the bandit is left unsure of what to do. After being discovered, Liu asks Nicole to wait without moving and warns that the assassin's worst mistake was finding him so quickly. The girl feels comfortable, protected by her love. In his mind, the hero recalls that he has traveled through time and space several times, and in terms of speed and strength, is already much better than normal humans. Now it is his time to shine. Quickly he moves to the fight, being spotted in the hall by Carter. In response to the invader, Liu threatens him, stating that it was a bad idea to challenge him, as they will now know his power in the worst way. In the face of the provocation, the noble orders his soldiers to attack to silence the proud speech of the lord of the city. Liu maintains his combat stance, and when one of the assassins tries to attack him, he dodges and counters with a powerful blow to the face. The invading nobles are surprised, and Nicole falls even more in love. She thinks about how incredible her master is, distorting in her mind the image of her love into something more beautiful. However, she realizes that danger is approaching Liu and tries to warn him with a shout. But it wasn't necessary, as the hero, now empowered, reacts quickly. He easily dodges the two assassins with a leap and, positioning himself behind them, delivers a martial strike with the palm of his hand. The strike hits and throws the man against the wall, defeating him. The remaining assassin is left dumbfounded at what happened to his colleague. Liu sees the opening and, without hesitation, finishes off the thug with a blow. Carter, desperate, orders all the soldiers to attack at once to prevent the lord from defending himself. However, this attempt is thwarted by the tremendous combat power Liu possesses. In the end, only the two nobles remain standing, and Liu, with the assassins at his feet, mocks them, saying that they apparently do not know how to fight. Disbelieving, Faith comments to her father, who trembles in fear, that Liu Feng is too powerful for them. This makes them run away to save their lives. The hero shouts, telling the nobles to stop running and fight him. However, not being heard, Liu begins to chase the fleeing nobles. Soon, he calls Nicole to come along to face the invaders, and she gladly accepts. Outside the castle, a chase begins to capture the two nobles who are fleeing in desperation. While fleeing, Carter plans his revenge against the lord. However, Liu continues to pursue them. Soon, the nobles arrive at the location where the remaining mercenaries and their leader are. The leader informs that the demi-human girl is already under control, surprising her lord. Carter begins to laugh, imagining what he can do with this new card up his sleeve. Mina, for her part, wishes well for her master, wherever he may be. The noble approaches the girl and, with mockery, comments that he thought she would be stronger. However, apparently, she fears fire and is trapped, unable to do anything, along with her special forces group. Without delay, Liu arrives and faces the situation of his allies. Mina is happy to see her master, while Carter is surprised by the speed of the pursuer. The hero asks if the noble came to kill his people and steal his city. Carter wonders if Liu intends to fight him alone. Liu reminds him that, while they run through the city, the horse thieves are coming to take everything. Upon hearing this, the invader begins to laugh and decides to inform the lord of the city before dying. He explains that the horse thieves are, in fact, the knights of Lord Omar. Liu's expression changes to seriousness, and clenching his fists in anger, he calls them scoundrels. Having discovered the filth in the city, he declares that none of the bandits will leave alive. He approaches to fight, however fire begins to spread near him, frightening his two subordinates. The invader asks if the girl trapped in the circle of fire deserves to continue living. With a proud smile, he questions whether it is difficult for Liu to choose his action. Faced with this, the boy realizes that the fire is becoming dangerous and that he must prioritize the life of his companion. Observing Mina's situation, the hero has an idea to solve the problem. He uses his powers, lifts his cloak, and begins to pull something from within. Soon, the protagonist pulls out a fire extinguisher from the rift in space. Removing the pin, he activates the device and starts to extinguish the fire with the gas. In no time, the immense circle of flames in the forest is extinguished, leaving the nobles frightened. With their lives and the group saved, Mina is moved, and tears of happiness well up in her eyes. Amidst the smoke, the protagonist emerges imposing. Sentimental, the girl throws herself into her master's arms, making him question if everything is all right. Crying, she apologizes for not leading well and for putting the city in danger. From a distance, Nicole watches. saddened to see the two so close. But Carter does not give up on his plan and, as a last resort, aims an arrow at the hero. He shoots, sending his target to hell while Nicole screams, fearing the worst. However, Liu demonstrates his physical superiority by catching the arrow with his left hand. After grabbing it, he advances toward Carter. Frightened, Carter orders his subordinates to protect him. The protagonist, however, easily takes them down with cuts from the arrow. In a matter of seconds, he reaches the noble's neck and subdues him. Irritated, he questions Carter's audacity in trying to finish him off stealthily. With the arrow pointed, the noble trembles in fear. Behind him, the leader of the mercenaries watches the hero with hatred. The hero decides to resolve only personal matters and sends the bandits away, knowing that his will to fight was fading. Reiterating his order, he asks everyone to leave and let him be alone with the one responsible for the invasion. The assassins begin to rethink, but an opposing order echoes. Faith, confident in a victory, gives the command. Carter, desperate, questions whether his son is trying to kill him with this reckless attitude. Unexpectedly, the boy seems indifferent to the possibility of seeing his father dead. Frightened, Carter tries to argue, reminding that he is the boy's father. But Faith does not care, and with a psychopathic expression, states that he will avenge his father after his death. He comments that, in cruelty, the two nobles are equal. Meanwhile, the boy promises 50 gold coins to anyone who kills the lord. Thus, Shiyang could become his rich property. A mercenary asks what to do now, and another replies that he doesn't care, as long as he gets paid. After Faith's order, everyone charges at the hero, even with a hostage. Carter questions how his son dares to do this, and when an assassin advances, the hero dodges, but the sword strikes the noble's body. The oldest of the invaders falls, weakened, while the other two continue the attack. One of them tries his luck, but the protagonist neutralizes him with a powerful kick. After defeating the first, two more attack with swords. Liu easily dodges, commenting that the assassins are slow. Suddenly, he feels a danger behind him. Turning around, he realizes that a bandit actually tried to attack him. The protagonist questions whether this is luck, but as he dodges another blow, he understands that his brain is warning him. Thanks to time and space travel, his body and mind now detect dangers. Finally, Liu retaliates, landing a punch on the bandit, sending him flying and hitting two others with the impact. With the battle nearing its end, Mina watches the fight, impressed, questioning when her master became so powerful. After defeating all the attackers, Liu asks if there is anyone else willing to try their luck. Desperate at seeing the Lord of Shiyang victorious, Faith slaps one of the bandits on the head, sending him into battle. Although it is not a traditional method of motivation, the assassin decides to be Liu's next opponent. However, as he approaches the hero, Liu smiles and an arrow flies, hitting the assassin in the chest. Fortunately, reinforcements arrive, with Ari at the forefront and Niu leading the soldiers. As the military commander, Niu orders the soldiers to eliminate the invading bandits. Without delay, they prepare their bows, leaving the invaders terrified. Soon the arrows are launched and Faith wonders how it was possible to shoot from so far away. Many arrows hit their targets and, faced with this, Faith loses the will to fight, dropping his sword and running away. Carter also begs to be saved, but even his son, who went ahead, cannot escape the troops. With the conflict over, Liu holds Mina's hand and asks if she is okay, despite the wounds. Mina, embarrassed, replies that her master underestimates the strength of a warrior from the cat tribe. Ari approaches, shouting to see if everyone is okay, and boasts about arriving in time. She mentions that Carter was betrayed by his own guards and had to flee alone. The two realize that the noble's escape happened right under their noses. Mina realizes that the invader is fast, but she is determined to capture him. In a distant part of the forest, Carter flees, bleeding from the cut on his chest. He hears a noise and asks if anyone is nearby. Fortunately, it is Faith, desperate and pleading for his life. However, upon realizing that the hero is not there, Carter is glad to see his son again. Faith, however, does not want to know about father and son and decides to continue his escape alone. Irritated by the ingratitude, Carter asks if Faith thinks he can escape from him. Fearing the consequences, Faith decides to help his father, and they begin to leave together. Things seemed fine for the nobles, but a voice interrupts them, telling them not to worry. It was Mina, who concludes that, in any case, they will die by her hands. Upon spotting the demi-human girl, panic takes hold of the invaders. Unlike their fear, Mina feels satisfaction at having found them again. Desperate, Faith asks what she wants, and Mina laughs, saying that those words sound familiar. She recalls that she has heard this before, when someone commented that she became docile after a month without eating. At that time, she encountered the two nobles responsible for the invasion of the city. These events caused deep trauma in Mina. Now it is time to take revenge for everything she suffered. Drawing her two daggers, she says that the master was right. Humans like them are just trash. In a desperate attempt, Faith pleads not to be killed, offering money and reminding her that Master Omar protects him. But none of this is enough for Mina to forget her past. With a simple movement, she ends the lives of both, closing her spiral of suffering. After the conflict, Mina reflects, remembering that the prison was as dark as the night she lived in. However, her master was like the moonlight that guided her through the night, and now Mina only wishes to return to his arms. After settling her affairs, Mina goes to the Lord's chambers, but stops at the door, thinking that he must already be asleep. In any case, she pushes the gate, which opens, revealing the hero on the sofa, reading a book. Upon seeing his companion back, the protagonist stands up and asks if she is hungry. Even though she isn't, Liu informs her that he prepared her favorite food, and she accepts gratefully. After tasting the soup, Mina realizes it was made by Nicole, and Liu confirms, caught in the lie. Still, the girl is happy and devours the entire dish. The protagonist caresses Mina, pleased that she enjoyed the food, which makes her blush. When he looks at her, he notices some crumbs on her face. He leans in to clean it, but Mina, emotional, pulls away. A cute and romantic moment arises between the two. When they look at each other, feelings surface. The girl surrenders to her master to kiss him, moving in slowly. Finally, things were happening as he had always wished. However, just as their lips were about to meet, Niu appears, interrupting the romance. The commander of the soldiers is at a loss for what to do upon seeing the scene. Unlike him, Liu feels tremendous anger at being interrupted again at the most critical moment. Politely, Niu apologizes and, out of respect, begins to leave to return later. Before the commander exits, Liu calls him as the mood has been ruined. The hero asks about his uncle's visit, who explains it is regarding Carter. He reveals that, after the noble's death, Lord Omar may act in retaliation. Liu agrees, as they still cannot confront Omar head-on. The beast girl feels embarrassed for causing her master concern, but Liu asks her not to worry, for despite the situation, he has a plan. Later the next morning, a soldier mercilessly whips a beastman. With the whip in hand, he orders the servants to work faster, or they won't be able to eat. Soon, they approach the entrance of the city of Liat Ma, led by the Baron, who is behind the first row of supplies. The Baron thinks this year's harvest was excellent, allowing his return to the royal capital. At that moment, a soldier informs him that a letter from Shi Yang has arrived. Upon reading the letter, Omar becomes even happier, as it states that the city has been taken by Carter, making him think of the former lord as incapable. He crushes the letter with a smile, convinced that nothing can stop him. Then, he declares that he will command his city until the final goal in Bakfong. Omar is determined to return with as much gold as possible from the royal capital, making his brothers, who have always looked down on him, look up at him. Suddenly, a soldier shouts for his master, intriguing him. Desperate, the warrior explains that the demi-humans have rebelled and many have managed to escape. Irritated, Omar orders his soldiers to capture all the fugitives to kill them. Meanwhile, the escape of the beastmen occurs, with many desperate in the forest. Among them, rabbit men run, pursued by armed soldiers. Despite the initial advantage, a subordinate of the Baron catches up to the first fugitive. With a simple cut, he finishes off the demi-human, frightening his companions. Like a true psychopath, the soldier licks the blood off his sword and says that the disobedient must die. He then continues the massacre, leading several beastmen to their deaths. Among them, the rabbit girl from the beginning is the most desperate, paralyzed. Two of her kind, in an act of courage, rush towards the soldiers and sacrifice themselves to buy time. The larger one tells his companion, Via, to flee south and survive. Faced with the sacrifice, the girl does not hesitate and runs, crying, to honor her people's legacy. Even in the cold and darkness of the night, the rabbit girl continues to run through the fields near the castle. During her escape, she encounters dangers, such as an arrow that hits her by surprise. A hunter, accompanied by another, hits her squarely. They realize that the girl has probably escaped from Liat Ma and see an opportunity to sell her in a distant city. They believe they are having a lucky day, as they will profit greatly from this. Time passes, and the light of day awakens Via, who, confused, wonders where she is. One of the hunters tries to calm his friend, saying that demi-humans cannot be traded in Xiang. They then decide to take another route to profit, and Via falls into despair at the thought of possibly falling into the hands of slave traders again. She remembers her companions who sacrificed themselves for her, and feels that their efforts are being wasted. Determined to survive, the girl seizes her last chance. One of the hunters comments that if they take another path, they will arrive by noon, so they should go before it gets dark. However, the wheel of the cart hits a stone, causing it to tip over. Via realizes that some wooden bars have broken, and upon spotting the kingdom of Xiang, understands that it is time to act. As she flees, the hunters argue about the stone. with the one with purple hair blaming the other for the accident. Soon, the hunter realizes that the captured girl has escaped. Upon looking closer, he sees that she is running towards the outskirts of the city of Xiyang. The two run after her, determined not to let her escape. At the moment of the chase, the demi-human hides among the wheat fields, frightened. The bandits follow her and notice traces of blood in the field. Via hears the hunters approaching and knows she cannot be captured again. She crawls, trying to hide. But despite her efforts, the hunters find her and mock her escape attempt. Just when she was so close, they catch up to her, and her hopes seem in vain. With the last strength of a desperate girl, she screams for help. Fortunately, just as she was about to be captured, a voice orders the hunters to stop. They turn around, questioning who dares to interfere. The voice belongs to Liu, who, along with his army, asserts that it is the hunters who do not know their place. Frightened, the hunters realize they have no power to confront these people. The city secretary warns that they are not residents and will face consequences for causing trouble in the region. The hunters wonder if they are truly facing the lord of the city. At that moment, the rabbit girl panics, fearing that another noble will dominate her. Ahri, in a grumpy manner, comments that the lord knows how to deal with slave traders, intriguing the hunter with the girl's boldness. Upon looking closer, he notices that, alongside the lord, there are two demi-humans, remembering that in Xiyang, the slave trade is prohibited. Thus, the man apologizes, claiming a misunderstanding, as they were not hunting humans, but rather a simple beast woman. This statement irritates our hero, but the beast girls become even more enraged and charge at the traders. With the fight beginning, the hunters fare poorly, and Via decides she needs to leave immediately. She does not want to fall into the hands of a noble again. However, her strength is exhausted, and as her eyes close, she remembers Mina speaking about her to the Lord. Later, the girl is taken to the Lord's chambers, where the city secretary tends to her wounds. Even in critical condition, he does his best to heal her injuries, especially the arrow wound. Soon, he explains that due to the depth of the wounds and the continuous bleeding, a tragic outcome may be imminent. Desperate, Ari asks her sister what they can do to help, even without medical knowledge. At that moment, Liu appears, stating that there is still a way to save her, needing to close the wound. Everyone is confused, but the hero puts on surgical clothes to treat the girl as in modern times. While everyone just watches, the protagonist scolds his colleagues and asks for sterilized water. Fortunately, the surgery ends successfully, surprising the secretary, who sees the wound improving. Liu explains that, in addition to closing the wound, he administered 2 medications for inflammation and infection. The girls are impressed with their master's medical knowledge. In her thoughts, Via cries out for her parents, who sacrifice themselves. But when she wakes up, she finds herself imprisoned in a dungeon. Before the noble, the owner of the city, she is filled with sadness and prays to the heavens that this does not happen. Desperate, Via wakes up screaming for them not to do anything to her. Upon opening her eyes, she realizes she is far from the dungeon. After calming down, she looks around and understands that it was all a nightmare. Waking up in a different place, the girl wonders where she is, admiring the view from the window. At that moment, Mina enters the room and comments on her awakening. Via is startled and asks the beast girl not to come closer. In her mind, Mina is just a pet of humans, as nobles are not good. To calm her, Mina holds her hand and shows her where the arrow hit. She explains that Via's wounds have been healed, but if she keeps thrashing about, they may reopen. Via feels ashamed that someone cares for her and decides to leave the place. Before going, she turns and says that anyone who speaks ill of her master will no longer be forgiven. This makes Mina cry and plead to be set free. While crying, the girl states that she wants to go south as she can no longer bear being a slave. Mina notices the similarity between what Via feels and what she felt in her childhood. Then, Ari appears and tells Via that she can stop crying, as no one there will make her a slave. In summary, the girl is now a free citizen. As in Xiyang, any racial or beastly slavery is prohibited. Thus, the city is the true heaven for demi-humans. Later, after changing, Via appears in the hall where the hero is eating with Mina. Ari introduces the new citizen, and Liu invites her to sit and eat with them. Ari reinforces the invitation, telling the girl not to be afraid, but this does not convince her, as the coexistence between humans and demi-humans is unimaginable. However, when the hero goes to speak, Via gets startled and knocks over her cup. The liquid spills across the table, and she panics, thinking she will be punished. Determined to save herself, she begins to remove her clothing. Immediately, Mina covers Liu's eyes, while Nicole arrives with the plates of food. She appears just as the new member seems ready to take off the top part of her clothing. Nicole, filled with anger, approaches the girl and asks why she is acting this way. Via apologizes, explaining that she intended to take off her clothes to clean the table. She remembers that, despite the prejudices, the man in front of her treated her wounds, leading her to thank the Lord. Nicole, however, can barely contain her hatred as another competitor emerges to disrupt her relationship with the master. After everyone is served, Liu asks if the new member knows how to use utensils. Upon hearing that she does not, Ari offers to teach her. After a brief lesson, the girl learns, and when she tries a piece of food, she feels as if she is on a stroll in heaven. Meanwhile, Liu pets Mina's head, thanking her for the hard work she put in with Team Wolf. Vaya, observing everything, begins to question whether this lord is truly different from other nobles. Heading towards our hero's city, many boats approach, bringing supplies and one of those crews. Soon, they arrive at the port of Xiyang, and one of the crew members comments that everything is going according to plan. However, the servant informs the ambassador of Liat Ma that Master Omar has decided not to attend, which makes him question the reason. Ambassador Ryan explains that the mission is merely to deliver a letter, which causes the servant to complain incessantly. Despite more important commitments, the ambassador surveys the city as a whole. Finally, they disembark at the port, attracting a group of cart owners. One of them dismounts from his horse and asks the guests if they would like to take a ride. The servant questions what the boy is doing, since Ryan is a noble. The carter explains that his transport is the best for nobles, with a large carriage and incredible wheels. He mentions that others charge 5 metal coins, while he charges only 3. The servant, furious, understands that the price would be 3 gold coins. The man clarifies that there was a misunderstanding. He is referring to the metal coins invented by the lord of the city. He explains that 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 metal coins, ensuring that everyone benefits. The servant considers the price reasonable, and Ryan begins to question these metal coins. Thus, the subordinate hands over a gold coin and asks for the metal coins in exchange, which is accepted. The journey begins, and during the ride, Ryan observes the coin invented by the man, which in his mind would be the ancient lord. Upon looking closely, he realizes that the minting technique is incredibly delicate. The focus shifts when they arrive at the entrance of the city, which now rivals the royal capital. Upon entering through the main gate, Ryan is fascinated by the magnificent infrastructure and the happy people. The people are so joyful that this could already be considered better than the royal capital. Ryan wonders if Carter truly cares for his people, and they quickly arrive at the lord's castle. Inside, they bow and introduce themselves as figures from Liat Ma. Niu quickly steps in front of his master to protect him. Ryan questions the strange action, since Carter is an ally of Omar. In any case, Ryan asks the lord of the city not to worry, and explains that he comes on orders from the Baron to deliver the secret letter. The hero's curiosity is piqued, leading him to read the contents of the letter while the others wait patiently. After reading, he realizes that the false letter really worked, making Omar believe that the city of Xiyang belongs to Carter. As he reflects on the Baron's decision to send 2 unsuspecting individuals to deliver the letter, Liu, without delay, throws it to the ground. After throwing the letter, the hero asks the visitors if they have read what is written. Ryan, intrigued by the Lord's behavior, picks up the letter from the ground and reads it. He discovers that the message plans an attack on the city of Bakfong, something that directly affects him. The hero stands up and asserts that Omar, a noble disguised as a thief, seeks cooperation to attack Bakfong. Ryan, shocked by the content, hears his servant comment that Omar sent the boy to put himself in danger. The boy, in tears, asks the master to flee while he delays the enemies, bidding farewell to his life and wishing to serve him in the next. This makes Ryan feel embarrassed, treated like a villain. He sighs and realizes that the man in front of him is not Carter, but Liu Feng. The noble understands that he cannot avoid death, but has one last request, that the letter reaches the Lord of Bakfong to protect his people. After thinking, Ryan calls the guards, who respond immediately. Niu tries to intervene, arguing that these people are not bad, and Liu agrees, since they brought a gift. The commander asks if they will really inform Bakfong, and the answer is yes. Ryan adds that the situation is good, as he needs extra boats. At the port of Bakfong, everything proceeds normally on a sunny day. In the castle, the lord is desperate, as he has not yet found what he is looking for. A guard explains that he doubts the existence of horse thieves, as they have found no traces. The noble wonders if it is all fake news, but still fears it might be real. If the thieves appear, all his treasures will be taken. Just thinking about it makes the lord cry, clinging to his belongings. After regaining his composure, he orders the soldier to investigate until the autumn harvest, allowing no mistakes. At that moment, the lord's son appears with Liu Feng, who brings the scroll. Liu explains that he has news that can resolve the current problems. Later, everyone sits at the table, and the king goes straight to the scroll to read about the thieves. Liu asks him not to rush, as he faced difficulties to obtain the information. The negotiation begins innocently. The lord offers 2 gold coins, which are refused. He then offers 20 coins, but Liu wants 2 large boats. This proposal surprises the nobles, and Liu explains that the city is famous for its boats. He needs boats, as his city has just built a port. The lord refuses, stating that the boats are the lifeblood of Bakfong. Liu argues that the information in the scroll shows how and when the attack will occur. This changes the negotiation, as the lord realizes he can destroy the thieves once and for all. Military resources could improve the boat market. The king looks at his son and, after a few moments, accepts the deal, but can only offer medium-sized boats. Liu asks for 5 boats, and the king haggles until they settle on 4. The king begins to think he has been deceived. Despite getting what he wanted, it reminds him of his son's past situation. Without further ado, he takes the scroll and, upon reading it, understands Baron Omar's plot against his city. In light of this, the two could only cry, powerless to face more than 5,000 knights. Like a light at the end of the tunnel, the hero reveals that the Baron hides his true identity and suggests they enter the game. But not just enter, rather capture and kill everyone, leaving no soldier to escape. Despite the pride in the protagonist's voice, the nobles do not hesitate to reject this absurd proposal. The king argues that even gathering all the soldiers in the city, they would have no chance against the 5,000 of Baron Omar. Then, our hero proposes an alliance with his troops. He has already prepared a spectacle to convince the king of his capabilities. Later, the soldiers of Xiyang gather in the suburbs of Bakfong. The presentation begins, with them shooting arrows and hitting all targets with lethal precision. The king questions what kind of bows these are, as the power and precision are impressive. The Lord's son is also impressed. But the hero warns that the presentation is not over yet. Knights in iron armor and long swords appear, breaking everything. The protagonist orders the soldiers to aim, and when they are ready, commands them to fire. The king thinks that, despite the incredible performance, the bows still cannot pierce the armor, which could be a significant trump card in the war. The son of the city owner asks Baron Liu how many knights his city has. The protagonist replies that he has enough to defeat Baron Omar's knights. Happiness returns to the two, who thank the hero for his generosity. Despite the gratitude, the protagonist warns that if Bakfong falls, Omar's strength will increase exponentially. Thus, helping Bakfong now is securing the future of Xiyang. Moved by the allies' compassion, the nobles cry and embrace Liu, praising him as a great man. On a sunny day, 2 girls welcome a man. Meanwhile, the protagonist apologizes for the delay. Nagu comments that, with 4 commercial boats, it is possible to form a trading group. Liu asks him to gather the people, as the fight has begun. In the castle, the protagonist warns that Yang and Bak went to deal with horse thieves. He designates Ellie and Buff for internal missions and the creation of a medical team for the army. He asks the other 4 to take care of and train the troops when necessary. Soon, he states that Ngu will study the Bakfong area. With conviction, he says that everything will depend on them, and everyone shouts in agreement. The boy warns Ngu that victory is approaching, but it is necessary to understand Omar's potential. While he speaks, Via listens behind the door, frightened to hear Omar's name. Ngu says that the war is about to begin, and it is too late for hesitations. The best option would be to have someone who knows Omar well, like Via, but the protagonist contradicts him, saying it cannot be her. Outside, she feels sad, questioning whether he does not trust her. But she hears that the protagonist wants to protect her from painful memories and help her regain her shine. Irritated by such thoughts, Via knocks on the door. Ngu asks who is on the other side. When she opens it, she states that she is willing to help. The protagonist is left speechless, but Via speaks with confidence. Liu says he will trust her. Omar is cruel and bloody. He does not hesitate to kill if he is not in a good mood. And Ngu mentions that he has already killed one of his own to train his army. Villages have been attacked, and the deaths are countless, with Omar always displaying contempt for the poor and joy in killing them, just like his army. Via asserts that Omar is impulsive and annoying, but her father protects him with the Knights of the Kingdom. This surprises the protagonist, who did not expect to hear something like that. The girl explains that anyone who tries to kill him will suffer the same fate as the others. The men around wonder why their lord attacks them instead of defending them. They try to attack him, and Omar, upon realizing, becomes frightened. A man in a white hood appears and, with simple movements, cuts them down. His henchmen inform the lord that a spy reported that he killed his merchants and stole their gold coins. The lord, furious, questions how Liu did this and decides to change his plans to destroy that city. Back at the protagonist's residence, Via says they are evil like demons. She begins to cry, leaning against the maid's chest. The boy is in shock upon hearing everything and calls her attention, extending his hand. She gets startled, but he calms her down, promising to help Via get her revenge. He asks how Mina would fight against the royal knights, and she replies that she does not know, but she will kill anyone who attacks her master. Suddenly, a romantic scene emerges. Via feels embarrassed, thinking there is chemistry between Liu and Mina. We return to the enslaved, who are cutting pieces of wood. Tis sneezes and comments that perhaps her sister is calling her name. A soldier orders her to walk faster, and Tis questions the weight of the log. A little girl behind her falls to the ground, and the soldier steps on her, asking if she is blind. He yells for the filthy beasts to look, but receives a blow from the log to the face. Tis asks if the little girl is okay. On the ground, the soldier is indignant, and she apologizes, saying she did not see him. Getting up, he promises to kill her, while other soldiers tell them to hurry, as Lord Omar will come in 2 days. As he leaves, the man says she was lucky. The little girl smiles, stating that she is not afraid. Tis asks if she is okay and advises her to be careful next time, as most humans treat them like trash. The little girl asks if they will live like this forever and asserts that there will still be chances to escape. 2 days pass, and Lord Omar arrives on his horse, surrounded by soldiers with new equipment. Wearing a cliché mask, he raises his sword and states that their destiny is Bak Fong. In another location, someone says that the thieves stole their food and killed their families. The warriors shout in fury, and the protagonist orders them to raise their swords to protect those they love, fighting to the death. Liu asserts that their destiny is Bak Fong. Upon arrival, they find a dwarf lord who says that Baron Liu Feng has finally arrived. The protagonist states that Omar will not escape him. The dwarf hugs him, thanking him. A soldier brings news that 5 kilometers away, a large group of thieves has been detected, apparently Lord Omar's men. Liu says this happened 3 days earlier than expected, and the dwarf questions whether they will be able to win. The boy asserts that Omar will not even reach the city gates, which makes him happy. Someone shouts that whoever opens the city gate will be rewarded. Arrows are shot towards the bandits. The protagonist orders the second team to shoot, and more arrows fly. Confident, Lord Omar observes the situation from a cliff and says that Liu has made his preparations, but it will not help. He orders to block the rear and send some semi-humans. An idiot beside him complies with the order. Upon arrival, he says that Lord Omar's orders are a great opportunity for everyone. Everyone must go to the city entrance, and those who succeed will be rewarded. Tis realizes they want to use them as guinea pigs in the fight, and an idiot asks if they don't think it's a good opportunity. Suddenly, his head flies through the air, and the crowd is frightened. Raising her sword, Tis declares that anyone who falls behind will be killed, and the massacre begins. Meanwhile, Liu is at the top of the tower when he notices something. It's the second group of thieves about to attack. The soldiers fire again, and a man shouts that these semi-humans must die. In his mind, he thinks that by taking down Bak Fong, he will be the absolute leader. Most of the semi-humans begin to fall, but Tis easily dodges the arrows coming her way. Laughing, she asserts that it won't be that easy. A commotion catches Tiss's attention, and she sees a man protecting a little girl. He says he is very sorry, but he doesn't want to die. The arrows approach, and Tiss runs to help, bumping into both of them and saving them. Getting up, she shouts, asking what he was doing. He still insists that he doesn't want to die, but an arrow appears and hits him in the chest, killing him. Mina feels something different upon seeing the semi-humans being killed and says they are not thieves, leaving the protagonist alert. Furious, Lord Liu is indignant to see children used as shields. The soldiers comment that they will fight the thieves to the death. A man is happy because this means the arrows have run out. He orders the semi-humans to go in front, confusing the soldiers, who know this caused the team's separation. A thief attacks and hits a soldier, who defends himself, but the thieves manage to get through, and a man shouts to kill them all. The battle begins, with both sides evenly matched. A powerful attack is launched, and a soldier is hit, his weapon destroyed. He runs, saying they cannot continue fighting. The man claims that the protagonist's head will be his, and all the soldiers run to the gate. Upon entering, they are startled by the ambush and the false alarm about the arrows. Idiots are in the middle, and without hesitation our boy orders the door to be closed and to shoot. The man is killed by the arrows, taking his companions with him. Some semi-humans are frightened, thinking it is now their turn. Soldiers place a bucket of food, and they wonder about the delicious smell. The protagonist says the food is for them, making them happy. Tiss advances, saying that eating is a priority and repeats more than 10 dishes. Everyone rushes to grab the food, and this scene makes the protagonist happy. A man arrives ordering everyone to wait, putting the soldiers on alert. He warns that the gate of Bak Fong has been broken, and that Baron Omar's men are approaching the castle. Elsewhere, people are desperate as the bandits advance with fervor. Omar claims that the protagonist would never imagine that the semi-humans were just a distraction, and orders his bandits to move faster. Our boy realizes he underestimated the Baron. Clenching his fist in anger, he shouts to prepare the elite troops quickly and go straight to the castle. The dwarf and his son notice something and are frightened, unable to believe they are the thieves. He orders the gates to be closed and not to let anyone in. Unfortunately, the man who was going to close the gate is hit by a sword from a distance, and the other by an arrow. Bandits shout to eliminate the lord of the city, and arrows head towards them. The protagonist finally arrives, bringing a bit of calm. With Liu present, a true massacre begins. He, with his thunder sword, eradicates the bandits. Sensing a presence behind him, he defends against the attack without looking. A man orders the attack, but it is futile, as a large number of knights advance. With shining armor, they cause chaos on the battlefield, and the Lord states that Baron Liu is powerful. The troops are about to collide. Omar comments that he wanted to meet the protagonist for a long time, but our boy interrupts him, saying that his thieves entered without permission and must leave or die there. Giving a brief smile, he states that it is a pity. Since he left the place quickly, he brought only a small number of his best troops. Feeling victorious, he orders everyone to attack. Changing the scene, inside Bak Fong, the semi-humans are snacking. A man with pink hair comments that the lord of the city took less than 600 men, while Master Omar brought more than 4,000. Therefore, victory is impossible. The old man suggests that they flee, which frightens everyone as he saved them. The situation is critical. If they are caught again, they will be enslaved. The little girl asks if they are not going to leave like the others. Returning to the center of the battle, the situation is chaotic. Mina warns that if they continue, they will lose. Suddenly, a gate opens and dwarves appear, ready to help. The protagonist is overjoyed, as this help increases their chances of victory. Omar remains impassive. After the fight, the enemies retreat, saying they can do no more. An explosion startles everyone. In the center, Tis knocks down a huge log, commenting that she will eat a lot after the battle. The little girl supports her older sister. The bandits become demotivated, seeing Tis wield the log like a sword. She throws it at them, and they fly away like shooting stars. One by one, she defeats the enemies, and Mina urges them to take the chance to capture Omar. They advance towards him. Omar realizes that the two are coming. A man appears and blocks the attack, causing the protagonist and Mina to retreat. They recognize the royal knight that Via mentioned. Mina takes on the knight and asks her lord to attack Omar. He advances, asking her to be careful. The royal knight attacks Mina, who defends herself and asserts that he will face her. Lord Omar begins to flee, and when Liu hesitates, he initiates an attack. The protagonist jumps off the horse and dodges. Omar says that nobles learn to wield a sword from childhood, so dealing with him will be easy. Liu asks for a demonstration, which makes him furious. He shouts that even on the brink of death, he remains arrogant. Despite the attacks, he cannot land a hit. He realizes the difference in skill level between them. The protagonist advances and easily knocks him down. Omar's mask flies off and Liu shouts that today will be his end. Omar realizes it may be too late, but the royal knight intervenes. A single strike from his sword hits the protagonist. Smiling, Omar says he arrived just in time and asks to kill Liu. Lord Liu wonders where Mina is, but cannot stop to think about it. He dodges the blow and picks up his sword from the ground. The royal knight attacks, but Liu defends himself, recognizing his speed. The swords clash and the battle continues intensely. Neither side gives an inch. With skill, the royal knight lands a blow but only glances off. He prepares for a magnificent attack. Elsewhere, Tis destroys everyone. The bandits shout to catch her, but she, furious, challenges them all to come at once, as it is easy to deal with them. Her clothes explode, leaving the thieves powerless. She says it is better this way to fight with more flexibility. Jumping over them, she warns that she will destroy them. Returning to the protagonist, he is at a disadvantage, able to read the knight's movements, but unable to dodge them all. The royal knight finds it interesting to have someone accompany him in battle. Tis stops to help the protagonist and kicks a log with all her strength, sending it flying towards the royal knight. He dodges and attacks Tis, but Liu defends her. She tries to take advantage of the opening to attack. The ground is destroyed by her force. The knight decides to distance himself, as he cannot shake them off, and asks them to introduce themselves. Both introduce themselves as he requested. Smiling, he says, "This is interesting." He realizes that it was not a waste of time to go west. The knight comments that he will remember them for the next encounter, and Lord Omar asks what he is doing, as he should kill them immediately and obey his orders. The royal knight pauses for a moment. He says that if it weren't to hide his identity, he would have already killed Omar. This frightens the lord, who did not expect such a response. He soon tries to argue that his father is the count and that he could not escape. Tis asserts that she could fight him over 300 times. Omar, desperate, screams that no one can hurt him. Then, he claims that he is untouchable. Tis and Liu deliver a strong punch to his face. Our boy asks her to tie him up. Desperate, he goes after Mina. Night falls over the castle. Many celebrate the victory. Tis, happy with wine and meat, observes some men still admiring her. The dwarf comments that he thought his time had come. Then he shouts that Baron Liu Feng is amazing. We shift to the guest quarters, where the protagonist is with two other people watching Mina, who begins to wake up. Everyone is happy, as she had lost consciousness for over a day. Rising, she asks where her master is. She soon apologizes for trying to fight alone against a royal knight. Our boy remains silent, but approaches her, kissing her forehead, saying she is silly and that he is glad she is okay. The girl beside him feels embarrassed. An elderly man comments that the young ones are cute. The lord of the city enters, saying that the party cannot continue without the hero. They begin to push him. Mina says she is fine and that they can go. The protagonist feels that something is wrong but decides not to comment. People shout for 5 large jugs of wine. Mina, seeming fragile, cries and says she is very weak. The party continues lively, with most happy to have survived the attack. Tis asks if he is an idiot for making such a foolish decision. A guy ignores him and continues. Easily, he loses in the arm wrestling match. A fat man announces that she has won 17 times in a row. Tis stands up, asking if there is anyone else who wants to try. The little girl says she is really nice. Then they start shouting that Master Lu has arrived. Everyone is happy that he is well, and raising his hand, he thanks everyone for defeating the thieves and protecting their homes. Now, they must toast to victory, and our boy signals to the old man. A guy says his specialty is canned fish, which confuses them due to the strange smell. From a distance, it looks like just a normal fish. A man asks how long the fish has been stored, and he replies that it has been half a month. This surprises and scares him. Soon, he questions if it is edible. At that moment, the fish disappears. Tis devours it and asks why they are slow with the food. In his mind, he comments that the taste isn't so bad. The guy asks for another canned fish. The old man asks if he wants to test his tasting ability. Soon he provides another fish and, with a fork, brings it to his mouth, devouring it. At that instant, he feels it is very tasty, as if he were in the middle of the ocean. He starts to say that the flavor is sour and sweet. From a distance, the protagonist says that this is ketchup, and adds that it also eliminates the fishy smell and keeps it fresh. This excites everyone who also want to try. A boy asks if she isn't going to taste the food, but she seems not to hear. He shouts, calling her attention, and she asks if he wants to die. He doesn't understand, since the food is delicious and she still doesn't want to eat. Behind some crates, Tis stole a bit of canned fish for the little raccoon girl. She notices that the protagonist is approaching. Then she asks if something is wrong. Our boy replies that no, he is just curious about the taste of the canned fish. Tis states that she doesn't trust humans, and only help to thank for the rice. She owes nothing more. Liu simply accepts. Later he leaves saying he will take them to a place with tastier food, stuffed pies and other delicacies. She is shocked, but soon she is pushed by the crowd that pulls the protagonist. The Lord wants to know more about the canned fish. Our boy explains that the production process is complicated and that this is all that is left. The three become sad, as it is over. A chubby man mentions that in the city of Xiyang, they sell everything. The Lord asks if he can visit his city, and the protagonist replies that yes. Liu believes that Bakfong is in good hands. A boy also tries the food. Then he asks his father if they can go to the city too. The merchant Soro replies that maybe they can go, since Baron Liu is interesting. Night finally falls. Thieves run through the city. The bearded man notices something on the roof. He shouts that he found it. A white-skinned demoness, the legendary elf Elisa. He soon throws his sword, claiming that the reward of 1,000 gold coins is his. The girl realizes she needs to dodge. Quickly, she jumps and prepares a counterattack with her bow. Both are terrified by each other's skill, but it is too late, and they are hit by 2 arrows in the head. She falls, saying that the place is dangerous. That is why she can no longer stay in the Imperial City. Changing locations, we see some people leaving. It is the protagonist going to his city. The Lord says that when his son is ready to inherit the city, the protagonist will be able to rest in old age. Suddenly, he spots his son heading for the boat. He shouts for his father to find another heir, as he wants to go to Xiyang. Our boy asks for calm. Someone catches his attention, the semi-humans thanking him for his help. Even the old man who was going to flee is there. The soldiers comment that these are the ones who fled, ate for free, and returned after the battle. Our boy asks if he didn't say that now they are free to do as they please. This leaves them perplexed. The protagonist states that in his city, even being semi-humans, everyone has rights. As long as they work, they can earn a living. This moves them. Tis says that the protagonist is not bad, despite everything. He appears next to her, asking what she is doing there. The girl replies that she has something to do in her city. Liu smiles upon hearing this. Finally, the protagonist sets sail for home. The citizens, upon noticing his return, express happiness. Then, they send a man to announce that the Lord has returned. Rumors about the defeat of Omar and the thieves spread. The old lady cries, as the master returned without deaths or losses. A man with purple hair shouts, "Long live the Lord!" Everyone repeats. Liu informs Via and Nicole that he has returned. The girl is happy and throws herself into the master's arms. When she realizes, she becomes embarrassed. Our boy asks if Via liked the new outfit, and she replies that she did. Liu explains that Omar and his knights were taken by Mina to be punished, which makes her happy. She hugs the protagonist, thanking him. We observe that our fearless one was defeated by a huge enemy. The three are not happy to see this. Via says it was not her intention, and our boy sneaks away, commenting that he has a new friend to introduce. Tis, the half-human of the buffalo race. The girls compare themselves, thinking that, compared to her, they are nothing. Nicole announces that she will give some clothes to Tis. The half-humans look at the castle, admiring the construction. Elisa says that the buildings of Xiyang are the largest and best she has ever seen. The old man comments that the master prepared houses for those who want to work in the city, for rent. This confuses them, so he explains that they will have to pay monthly according to the size of the lot. He opens the door, saying that if they want to keep the house, they will have to pay 10 copper coins per month. The woman who was inside gets angry and starts throwing things at the old man. Even while fallen, he continues to inform. Elisa steps forward and says she wants a house for just one person. The old man, getting up, understands. The people are lost, without money. But this makes them happier, for their master already anticipated this situation. If they don't have money now, they can owe it, and when they find work, the amount will be deducted. The old man suggests they live together to share the debts. This way, costs decrease. Everyone starts to cry, saying that Baron Liu is a great man and that they will do their best to repay the money. Ngu mentions that where they will live there is a large commercial tent. The merchant comments that these structures are enviable. Suddenly the hat maker feels a stomach ache and runs, saying he needs to go to the bathroom quickly. Ngu tries to warn him that, in this city, it is not allowed to defecate in the street. But it is too late, and his pants are not looking pleasant. He ends up soiling his own clothes. Of course, this does not go unnoticed, and the residents ask if he did not see the sign prohibiting this. He tries to explain that he couldn't hold it. The man asks if he is joking and hits the sign, saying that there is the sign indicating the bathroom. Soon he points to the legendary public restroom. Frightened, the hat maker asks if they should go there whenever they need to. The man replies that his lord said that infectious diseases come from dirt, which is why they took this measure. Everyone is shocked. They start running to rent a house. When he tries to leave, he is stopped by the man, who says he must enter his own mess and pay 5 copper coins. He responds that he will pay right now. Many head to the women's bathroom, open the door, and enter. The old man claims he wants to see wonderful things in that bathroom. The women scream, calling him a pervert. After a while, the people come out praising the bathroom. The merchant's son says that the toilet paper is excellent. Soon he smells a pleasant scent. He points out that they also sell food there. Ngu states that it is the most popular cake tent. If they are hungry, they can go eat. But looking back, he realizes that everyone has already disappeared. The people run and make way. The hat maker thinks everyone is generous and polite. In fact, each one is asking when was the last time they took a bath, as they must be very dirty. Sora questions if he really smells that bad. The old man nearby starts to vomit. He tells his son that it is better to take a bath before eating. Ngu mentions that there is a bathhouse for everyone on the west side of the city. There, people gather to clean themselves. The merchant says it is like a big lake. A black liquid starts to come out of him. His son states that he is very dirty. Moving forward, he says that if he hadn't fallen into dirty water days ago, he would be clean. A boy shouts that he is making everything dirty. After a while, they finally come out clean and refreshed. Both comment that they haven't had such a good bath in a long time. The little boy says he loved it and asks if he can stay there forever. The father asks if the son understood the reason they are there. A boy thinks it is to find a suitor for his sister. The merchant says it is to make good business, but if he can introduce a good young man, he is interrupted by his son, who tells him to look. Everyone wonders what place this is. Ngu replies that it is the great commercial square of the city of Xiyang, and most are impressed by its size. The old man adds that there is a wide variety of products, and if they want, they can check it out. There is everything. Colorful lollipops, antique vases, and relics. The merchant claims that this pottery is of high quality, and the price is very good. The elf says that the place is wonderful. A group starts to push, asking to get out of the way. Elisa asks if they don't watch where they are going. The merchant notices that the crowd is agitated. A fight begins to form. A man shouts that they are overreacting. He adds that just because they are rich doesn't mean they can buy everything and leave nothing for others. They stare at each other during the argument. Then they laugh and say it's not their problem. Soon they assert that they are very sorry, but having money means doing whatever they want. This irritates many, but one person catches their attention. They introduce themselves as a market security group and say that while the order allows buying everything, there should still be control over the quantity of each product. This shakes both of them. He says he collected the excess and of course will return the money. He soon asks for cooperation. Otherwise, drastic measures will be taken. The hatmaker responds that they can do whatever they want. Happy, the guy says that now his money is worth nothing. Leaving there, they get angry because the market is limited for beginners. A little boy asks his father, "What is this lollipop?" The merchant thinks that the purchase limitation prevents price increases and stops ordinary people from overspending. One person comments that Nicole worked hard on this. She says it's not that big of a deal. Mina eats pizza in a way that resembles an animal, but she is not the only one. Our boy comments that Nicole will soon be the #1 cook in the city. The two start to fight over the piece of pizza. Tis takes advantage and manages to grab it. Then, he ignores them and says he can't hear. Via is happy with the atmosphere but feels a bit nervous. She stands up and says she has something to say. She bends down and asks if he is okay after the headbutt. The protagonist replies that he is. Via explains that her parents are the leaders of the rabbit tribe. Because of the wrath of the ice goddess, they had to abandon their homeland and leave the south. During the journey, her parents were captured and sold as slaves by humans. They tried to help them, but something terrible happened, and she says her people must be waiting for her return. Again, she lowers her head, saying that she wants to bring them to the city of Xiyang. Our boy reflects on this as he seems to already know the answer, and the other two do too. Tis is confused about the conversation. Liu says that the journey will be long and difficult to return. Therefore, she will have the wolf team escort her back, ensuring her safety. This makes her happy, and when she goes to hug him again, the three interrupt her. And in the middle of the night, they start preparing for her departure. We observe that Mina is also going with Via. The semi-humans are sensitive to humans, so to avoid misunderstandings, our boy states that their wounds have just healed. Via suggests that it might be better to go alone, but the two shout that this is a terrible idea. Liu accepts her request, but she must promise to return safe and sound. Placing her hand on her chest, she asks them not to worry, as she is a warrior of the cat tribe. Like an old man taking care of children, he starts giving advice for her to be careful. Mina touches his face, leans in, and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Via shines with happiness. The other girl gets angry, filled with envy and jealousy. The other two feel embarrassed. Getting on the horse, Mina says she will be back soon, and our boy just waves. In his mind, Mina promises to return stronger to protect her master. A day later, we see Liu sitting in his chair, apparently happy, but a pile of work falls on his desk. The girl says it's time to work and starts questioning something. She soon asks if Ellie needs anything, and she replies that she doesn't. This relieves him. Then, he mentions that he has so many files that he won't be able to finish them at night and that a secretary would help. Ellie offers to help. The protagonist says he will ask Nicole to make her favorite food. Our boy asks if she can help with the trade paperwork. Taking the paper, she asks not to underestimate her, as she has worked on this with her father, and she adds that she has always done something like this. Then she asks about the order to limit purchases. Our boy questions if there is something wrong. She replies that no, she just remembered that there were many merchants among the semi-humans. Since the nature of businessmen is to buy cheap and sell high, the goods that the protagonist sells attract many traders, and this order will prevent that from accumulating. As many foreigners may appear, daily consumption will be affected. The limitation ensures that citizens have enough for themselves and prevents excessive appeal to external merchants. If there are no more merchants, the city will have more supply than demand, which will be bad in the long run. Liu thinks Ellie is good with internal matters. The protagonist asks what she would do in his place. She replies that she would take action regarding the restriction order. Someone shouts that they want to meet the lord of the city. Nicole warns that there is a group of merchants outside wanting to meet him. Ellie says they are a bunch of fools, and our boy realizes they came because of the limitation. Ignoring that, he asks if his food is ready, and Nicole responds that it is not the time for that. The protagonist asks them to tell the merchants that they will be in the Zuixiao building. Everyone receives the message. A random guy mentions that the invitation to the building is limited and costs more than 5 silver coins. That price scares most people. He also comments that some attendees may provide goods. Sora wonders if this is just a rumor. Nicole arrives, calling for his attention. She introduces herself as the main person in charge of the city. Soon, she says that the master invited him to a banquet tomorrow at the building and hands him the invitation. This surprises Ellie, and the others look scared and envious. Then they try to talk to Nicole to get another invitation. Sora thanks her for the invitation. Thus we head to the building. The place is magnificent. The food is delicious. Moreover, it is a chic and elegant location. Tis is eager to eat. The waitress informs her that she can choose. Tis orders a lot of meat and leaves with a full plate. Elisa asks why, as she doesn't have such a big stomach for so much food. Practically everyone is gathered in the building. The woman asks everyone with an invitation to proceed to the second floor row. She picks something up from the floor. Minutes later, everyone arrives on the second floor, and she asks them to wait for the master. A hat maker comments that even the cup is sophisticated. Another states that the chair is shiny and soft. The door closes. Some merchants wait for the protagonist. The hat maker says that each person there has their own purposes. We see people conspiring to gain an advantage. Soon he shouts that most want the limitation removed. The Lord's Sun and Soro remain silent. This statement sparks a good conversation among the merchants. The hat maker says he has a plan. Everyone asks him to share. He moves closer. The hat maker says they need to oppose the Lord. Obviously, someone thinks it's not a good idea, as they don't want to be killed over business. The hat maker shouts not to be afraid, as he is an aristocrat and claims the protagonist won't have the courage to touch him. A beggar shouts so loudly that it echoes through the castle. He adds that they will never be able to touch them, and the crowd agrees, unaware that the protagonist is listening to the conversation. Ellie says that object is amazing. Our boy explains how it works. Liu comments that sound is a wave, and you just need to use something to detect and pull it to another room like a funnel. He suggests that this object be placed throughout the city, and that Ellie hire someone trustworthy with a good memory. It could be 4 or 5 people, and she takes note of this. Nicole seems to be having problems. Then she shouts that her master was kind, but now the merchants want to take advantage. Our boy covers his mouth, as someone might have heard. Nicole apologizes. He states that they should let them have fun for now, as later they will be in the palm of their hand. Nicole is moved by the speech. Then she calls Ellie to crush them, and Ellie, smiling, says she will leave that to her. The protagonist enters the room and apologizes for the delay. Everyone stands up and greets the lord of the city. Our boy asks them to sit down and explains that he called them for the opening of his restaurant and would like them to taste his food. Soon, he asks Ellie to bring the dishes. She claps, and the waitress arrives with 6 plates that look delicious. The hungry ones are left speechless. Smiling, the protagonist asks everyone to try. Then, he also eats the food, and simply states that Nicole's food might not satisfy the merchants. But it is certainly the opposite. It turned into chaos, and they are fighting over the food. Liu asks Ellie to bring forks and knives. The pigs are eating with their hands. The hat maker smiles. He soon claims that there is no better restaurant in the entire kingdom than this one, but he questions if they were called just for that. Becoming serious, the protagonist says it is about the market restrictions. He mentions that he does not deal with that, but rather his secretary, Miss Ellie, beside him. The old man wonders if a half-human is taking care of business. Ellie gets annoyed and becomes furious, asserting herself at the table. Everyone falls silent. She screams, asking if they are underestimating her for being of another race, and, if so, she will order that the restriction never be removed. Immediately, everyone falls silent. Then she begins to dialogue, stating that the economic power of the nobles is greater and that, if they can buy more, they will buy more. She asks if her master is being treated like a fool. She comments that the market sales benefit an ordinary man, which is why the price is low. She adds that if they remove the restriction, the market will go to ruin, as everyone wants to buy cheap and sell high. The hatter tries to argue, but Ellie asserts that her master likes to work with merchants, but not with those who are narrow-minded. Both assert that they are not small, as they paid 10 silver for the invitation. Still, she says they continue to be small. He questions what she means by that. Ellie asks not to misunderstand, as it is not personal, but refers to everyone in the room as small. Compared to her master, everyone is just small merchants. This surprises those present, as they never thought they would hear such a thing, coming from a mere half-human. After the chaos, we move to another place, Mount Cam 2. Everyone continues the journey, even surrounded by snow. Many monsters attack, but Mina easily takes them down. Via thinks it is still useless. Her stomach suddenly growls. Mina suggests stopping to eat and rest, but Via disagrees, saying she can still go further. Her expression reveals that she does not want to cause trouble. Even so, her stomach growls again. Mina laughs and Via feels embarrassed. Finally, they take a break. Mina offers something for the girl to eat and she asks what it is. Mina replies that her master said it was called a cookie. It fills little, but it tastes good. Via says that the master is very nice and Mina agrees. In a brief silence, Mina asks a question. She asks if the master would marry a half-human woman, which startles her. Via apologizes for the unexpected question and mentions that she saw Mina kissing the young master, so she couldn't help but think about it. Mina responds that yes, leaving Via impressed. With a slight smile, she states that the master said he would one day marry a half-human. Via feels a bit sad, as if the master marries a half-human, she will be ridiculed. Mina also thought so, but felt happy to hear that he only wanted to marry one. At that moment, she thought that the protagonist did not take the question seriously, but our boy always keeps his promises. She adds that everything that seemed impossible became possible when her master acted. so surely Liu will marry her. Via observes the confession and, realizing what she said, feels embarrassed. Soon she shouts that she said nothing and asks to keep it a secret. The three who were behind the rock say they saw everything, heard most of it, and even feel moved by the willpower. We return to the discussion in the restaurant where everyone is shouting, questioning how she dares to say that. Ellie asks if no one there can handle the truth. She begins to specify that she knows each one has about 90 gold coins in their pockets, as well as 5 or 6 wives and expensive clothes. Then, she points to the plate of cabbage and asks how much it costs. The old man does not know how to answer, as they are just cabbages. Ellie says they are of the highest quality, as they are very young. Moreover, the cost is about 65 coins, which terrifies everyone. She explains that each dish costs around 380 coins. The men are frightened, as this exceeds their comprehension. Ellie states that 10 silver coins are insignificant, but even so, they show discontent. She adds that these dishes are her and her master's daily food. Again, she questions how wretches like them have the audacity to think about cooperating with her master. The protagonist laughs, realizing they have reached the final stage, and the girl picks up the message. The Hatter tries to argue that he can promote the city, attracting more people and benefits. Thus, the Baron would gain advantages, and the old man agrees. Ellie mentions that she already has a plan for trade. If they take their goods to other cities, they can earn much more money. Everyone panics and begs her not to do that. The protagonist says it is just an idea, and that perhaps his secretary has a better plan. Soon, he begins to praise Ellie, who obviously has nothing. Ellie says she will collaborate with tariffs. People question how this can be commercialized. She explains that she has small quantities and will not charge anything, but if they do that, the tariff will be charged, and the more items, the more expensive it will be. Everyone claims that this will not bring much benefit. Ellie responds that, even so, they will make a lot of money. Soro comments that this is interesting, as the tariff not only raises prices but also allows merchants to store many goods. He concludes that this is a smart move. Ellie says that if they are not willing, she will try another plan. Soon they reach a peaceful agreement. After a while, she starts to tremble. Then she shouts that what she did was impressive and asks if her master saw. He responds, thanking her and stroking her head. She feels embarrassed. Then she says it was just a simple problem and that there is nothing she can't do. The boy then leaves the building. Soro appears, saying he wants to discuss something and won't waste time. Liu states that he also wishes to do business with him. Soon he asks to follow him, and the boy is happy about it. Then they go to the carriage, where a boy comments that the transport is fast and doesn't shake, which is impressive. Ellie smiles and explains that the carriage has shock-absorbing equipment, unmatched in the world. The little boy gets excited. Soro says that this is what is expected from the master. The boy mentions that he knows Soro is a great merchant who connects the northern and southern cities, and that these good things are the reason for his life. Soro agrees. Liu says he is a wise man and wants to compare. Soro asks what kind of business they will discuss. For a moment, the boy is silent, and then says he will know soon. Soon they go to the factory, where Soro and his son comment that the place is huge. The boy says this is the entrance, and as they enter, they are surprised. The protagonist says this is what he wants to discuss. More and more, they are perplexed by the size and capacity of the place. Soro's son gets excited, saying there are many screens. The boy asks Ellie how many rolls of fabric they have. She, consulting her notebook, says there are about 40 rolls of low quality and 20 of medium quality, and as they pass, they observe that there are many. Liu asks what the current production for the day is. She responds that, on average, it is 20 to 40 rolls. The little boy starts to say everything Ellie was going to say. Soon, he tells his father that they could earn more than 50 gold coins a year. The boy asserts that his son has the soul of a merchant. He feels happy to hear that, but Ellie shows jealousy and gets angry. Soro questions, since the rolls are made manually and require a lot of time and effort. He asks how they can produce so many at once. Ellie states that this is a secret and that she will not reveal it. The protagonist prepares to speak, and she gets irritated. Then, she asks everyone to follow her. Fidgeting with her clothes, Ellie questions what it is. Soon she sees the boy teasing her. Then she questions how he dares to do that. After a while, Soro steps forward and is surprised by what he sees. He observes an automatic fabric-making machine. Ellie asks if he didn't know and when he was going to tell. Her son appears, asking Soro to explain. Pointing at the machine, he asks how it is used. The protagonist asks her to teach him. Seeing her chance, she agrees and pulls him, telling him to operate the machine. In her mind, she comments that he should look carefully. Then, she starts to show her incredible skills on the cutting machine. Both exclaim that this is amazing. Quickly, Ellie makes a beautiful piece of fabric and asks what they think, mocking them. The little boy asserts that she is very cool, making her blush. She quickly says that it is nothing. Our boy asks how long it will take for the low-quality fabric production to increase to 100 rolls. She responds that all the workers have already been trained, so there is nothing to worry about. Soro wonders if the protagonist is some kind of god. The protagonist asks if he can check the quality of the fabric. He responds that it is soft and of high quality, and that only nobles can use this type of fabric. Ellie, upon hearing this, mocks. She soon says that the fabrics are divided into 6 levels and that this piece is of low quality, used by common people. He is surprised, thinking that if this is true, even the king could buy it. Our boy asks what he thinks, since he has good business contacts and should know how much their products cost. In his mind, Soro thinks these things must cost a few gold coins, and that per year, he will profit more than 1,000. He then says he really wants to work with the protagonist and, to show his goodwill, will only take 1% of the total earnings. Lu imagines that he would ask for 3% of the profits. The little boy shouts that he is determined and states that the protagonist will be his sister's husband, leaving both confused. His father arrives and asks him not to say that out loud. He soon adds, commenting that he has a good daughter, extremely intelligent, and that if the master wants, he has nothing against it. In another location, Mina and Via notice that the path is narrow and only allows walking. This makes the girl uncomfortable, but she moves forward through the forest. Even the soldiers have difficulty. Via can't take much more, and Mina says she's fine, adding that her tribe is further ahead. Mina says she will now follow her soldiers, as the semi-humans might get scared. They agree, and Via is happy to be with her, as she is being very helpful. Then she tells her to move forward, and both continue on the path. A liquid that looks like blood falls near them, and Mina smells it. At that moment, she grabs Via's arm and asks for silence, as there is something there. Then she approaches the bushes and pushes them aside with her knife. Inside, there is a girl whom Via recognizes as Sum. She asks why Sum is there. She moves closer, questioning if it is really her. Via asks if she is very hurt and what happened. After calming down a bit, Sum replies that the slave traders attacked and, luckily, she managed to escape. Mina becomes furious. Via states that the tribe has guards and asks what happened to Miss Mary. Sum explains that since both of them disappeared, many people have been captured. Moreover, they were taken to be sold as slaves. Then the people of the village left, and the traders allowed this to happen. This surprises her, and she soon hugs Sum. Mina places her hand on her shoulder and asserts that it is not the time for that, as they will now save them. In the village, the semi-humans are suffering at the hands of the traders. They say they will be sold to nobles and auction houses, as there are many rich people there. One of the traders arrives and slaps a semi-human who falls injured. He asks his companion if they found Via, and the other replies no. This makes him furious, as she is worth a lot for being a lovely beast. To vent his anger, he kicks the fallen semi-human. The little girl is scared and asks if anyone will help them, but the old lady does not know how to respond. The trader claims that when the ice goddess is angry, she will destroy everything, and only death will remain. And all of this will be even worse for the children. He starts to laugh, but the semi-human can't take the insults anymore and spits in his face. The trader then states that he no longer wants to live. He pulls a knife from his pocket and prepares to kill him. Blood flies, but luckily, Mina arrives to defend him. Everyone is on alert, and the traders wonder who this woman is. They begin to attack her, but Mina, agile, jumps, dodges, and for a brief moment, disappears. Quickly, she cuts the throats of the attackers and, with her speed, heads toward where someone is calling for help. The man is about to die, and she charges in, delivering a kick and saving him. She asks if he is okay and if he can stand, but it was a trap. He throws something into her eyes. Dazed, Mina doesn't know what to do. Everyone starts attacking her, reminding her of the royal knight, which frightens her. A voice asks if she is really a beast warrior and if her eyes are her only help. This makes her react. The man thinks she has already accepted her death. Blood gushes, and Mina counterattacks. The man falls, and she asserts that she cannot rely solely on her eyes to fight. She will use her other senses. The bloodbath resumes. Stopping her attack, she says she needs to improve her composition. Looking up, she hears the voice of the one who spoke to her and sees him. A silver knight, the beast woman, the warrior of the wolf tribe. She leaps from the tree and falls, destroying everything. With a swing of her sword, she chops the ground and her opponents. Via is impressed, and Mina says that the kingdom lacks resources, depending on the human kingdom. The wolf warriors are the strongest. Each of them can be stronger than a human. Via comments that she heard the wolf warriors only protect the princess and asks why she is there. The man falls, frightened. He notices something in front of him. His name is Avery. Mina asserts that her strength is immense. Avery turns and runs to save the princess in the cabin. He opens the door. Soon, He sees the children and the frightened grandmother. The warrior realizes that the princess is not there. Her concern is evident. Via arrives asking if everything is okay, and the children are happy. With the princess alive, even the grandmother cries with joy. It is an emotional reunion. Via moves forward, happy that everyone is alive. The grandmother says they showed no mercy even to the children, and that she did what she could to protect them. Via asks her not to worry. Now, she has found the land of dreams, where the semi-humans will be happy and will never suffer again. Avery thinks the princess is dead, sheathes his sword, and walks away, but Mina throws something to him, which he catches without looking. He asks something briefly, and she questions how he can be so strong. Avery has his own reason for not wanting to lose, and lights begin to fall. Mina realizes that their goals are similar. She also has a reason to never want to lose. The day dawns beautifully in the city and our boy wakes up, starting to stretch. Liu says that the life of a great lord is good. He notices a presence behind him, but when he turns around, he sees nothing. He talks to Nungu to improve the defense and choose men for the guard. Liu realizes that Ellie is watching, and thus they go inside the building. Liu asks Nicole if the pizza tent is doing well, and she says not to worry. Ellie still seems strange. The protagonist notices that this is becoming frequent. The girl stands up shouting that she is full, leaving both confused. Sometime later, Ellie goes to the protagonist's office and realizes that he is not there. Liu arrives from behind, asking if she is looking for something. Ellie is startled. She quickly steps back, claiming that she is not looking for anyone. The protagonist questions if there is a problem. Ellie says it's nothing major, but she still needs help. Our boy sees that it is information about the investigation mission, about smuggling and tax evasion. Ellie states that they used civilians to escape taxes and circumvented the law and the system. Faced with so much hatred, the protagonist can't hold back and laughs. She says she doesn't know how to deal with this. Liu warns that he had already anticipated the situation and that Niu chose people for the security of the place. The protagonist invites her to see his new security office. Elsewhere, someone tells a gentleman to eat quickly, not understanding why Lord Liu let him go. He also comments that Baron Omar has been captured. If they don't hurry now, they will lose the opportunity. The man asks Ryan to follow him. Inside the room, we see several muscular people. The little boy says that next to them he feels small and fragile. He mentions that the insignia is made of pure steel and costs a few silver coins. Soon, he claims that his team is excellent and that not even the city troops compare to it. Ryan heads to the vice director's office. A soldier informs him that his uniform and insignia will be in the office. He wonders if he saw correctly and questions if the protagonist wants him to work in security. Our boy replies that is exactly what he wants, as he wishes for him to be his deputy and director of the security office. This leaves him confused. Liu mentions that he knows Ryan used to be a knight, but he was dismissed and worked in an office where he was not respected. A boy beside him says that the master suffered a lot and his talent was never recognized. He adds that even his lover Lisa got involved. Liu offers the opportunity to work with the best. From now on, he will be responsible for capturing criminals and ensuring the city's safety. Soon, he asks if he accepts and, for a brief moment, Ryan hesitates, but then closes his eyes and decides to accept. He kneels, swearing loyalty to his lord. Both seem satisfied. Sometime later, Ellie asks the master why he brought her to the office since the smuggling problem has not been resolved. Liu replies that he now has a security agency and they can deal with the smugglers. Ellie agrees. Already knowing this, for some reason she feels something strange. She says that now the city will be safer and that Ryan is the most suitable for the job. Our boy asserts that she will also take care of this. Meanwhile, the townspeople are impressed to see the protagonist using something to protect himself from the rain. Ellie comments that when they arrive, she wants to eat eggs with tomatoes. The little old lady asks if the nobles will accept them since they are half humans. Via reassures her, saying that the lord is different from the other nobles. The little old lady still worries, but the insecure girl shouts that if they work well, nothing bad will happen. Gyor agrees with Via and, in his mind, promises to protect the tribe and the protagonist's city. Ellie asks why they are taking so long and Liu replies that there are several children with them. Tis states that Mina and Via have arrived. Ellie asks where they are, as she does not see them. Then, someone picks her up and puts her on their shoulder. Nicole and the protagonist laugh, and Ellie is happy to see them. Soon, she waves, welcoming them, and the little old lady is impressed to see that the lord of the city is there, even though they are only half humans. The boy says that Mina must be tired. She replies that she is not, and a mood begins to develop between the two. Ellie pulls her arm to the side and asks if she is hurt. Finally, everyone is together. The little old lady gets off the horse and our boy welcomes everyone. Via bows, asking him to treat the children normally and adds that they will work. Our boy repeats what she said. Via notices that her lord is more benevolent than she imagined. The protagonist affirms that as long as they are in his city, they will not go hungry or be without shelter. Ellie asks not to worry, as she knew there were many children with them and prepared a place. Our boy says that Nicole will take care of the rest and asks the others to rest. She asks the children to follow her, and the two watch. The little grandmother asks Gyor if she can trust the nobleman. Gyor confirms that he does not know. She says that if something happens, he must take everyone away immediately. He agrees. Later, Nicole shows them their new home, and everyone is surprised by the size. She mentions that there is a resting room, and the children get excited because everything is beautiful and soft. Even the blanket has a pleasant smell. Lumi tells her grandmother that it is better to sleep there than on the floor. The little grandmother asks if this is not a dream. Nicole prepares the food and asks them to eat. The children dive into the food, praising the smell. Soon they are licking the pot, and our boy smiles at the scene. Liu explains that the city will pay for school and food until they are 15 years old. After that, they will have to fend for themselves. The little grandmother gets emotional and cries, bowing to her lord. Liu asks her to stand up as he needs a favor. He proposes that she take care of the children and help them study, whether they are human or semi-human, with a salary of 1 silver coin per month. She wonders why they treat them so well, since the nobles hate them. Our boy asserts that for him, humans and semi-humans are equal, and that in his city there will be no discrimination. Everyone is impressed. Even the children get emotional, and in the protagonist's mind, he thinks that the main reason is that semi-humans are beautiful. We see Elise leave the restaurant satisfied and comment that she heard about a dish called chicken stew that she wants to try tomorrow. When she touches her pocket, she notices the weight is different and soon realizes she has few coins. Reality hits her. She has been eating too much in recent days. Looking closer, she sees that the city's pizzeria is hiring. She finds this concerning, as the requirements are to be a woman and know how to read or write, with a salary of 200 bronze coins per month. Elise says that is not a small amount of money, and that maybe she can return to eating at Zuixiao next month. Nicole and company appear asking if she is looking for a job, and she confirms. Elise observes the lord of the city, and Nicole invites her to come in. We see that she was the one who built the place. Our boy praises Nicole, and she is happy, saying she loves being complimented. Tis mentions that this is her buffalo horn. Ellie claims that her spiral lollipop is better, and the two start to argue. Elise asks if she is invisible and soon questions if they are still hiring. Nicole replies that they are and apologizes. Then, she asks to see her skills, and the first step is to be a server. She quickly delivers the water. Everyone orders different dishes, and easily, she notes the orders and leaves. Mina says she is good, and the protagonist agrees. She asks if they should investigate her. Our boy replies that it doesn't need to be so serious and that they just need to pay attention to her. Cody asks her to chop the vegetables, and Elise watches. Then, she throws the basket into the air. Nicole watches as Elise slices everything in an instant. Impressed, Nicole asks how she did that. Elise replies that it is better to knead the dough. She agrees, but when she takes it out of the bag, she ends up throwing everything up. Nicole asks her to wait, and Elise questions if she didn't do it right. Then, she tries to light the fire, but Nicole stops her, halting everything. However, this is in vain, and everything goes up in smoke. Our boy asks what happened. Nicole feels embarrassed and asks her master not to look. Lou says this is dangerous, and Elise asks to be hired to pay for the damages. Our boy places her as a server. She promises to do her best, and Via says she also wants a job. She approaches and says she would like to work with the children at the orphanage. He replies that he wouldn't mind, and that it would be best if she became a teacher. Thus, we go to the city's primary school, and he says she will start next spring. Via asks which books are being used, and Liu replies that the first one is about the writing of her hometown. She thinks the students must be nice. We see one of them playing knight, holding the dragon moonblade, and the chaos begins. Via gets scared, as they are her students. Our boy announces that he has arrived. The children run, shouting that it is the lord of the city. They ask the protagonist to tell stories of battles, and the three wonder how he manages that. Liu warns that before starting the lesson, he will introduce the new teacher, which is Via. She will tell stories and teach various things. The children praise her, and our boy asks her to show how to teach. The protagonist says he has a great story to tell. The children get excited, and Liu mentions that the story begins in the west. Long ago, in an ancient kingdom, there was a mountain called Magical Fluid Fruit. One day, a scream echoed, the rock shattered, and a magical monkey appeared. Via watches her lord in admiration. She stays quiet while he teaches. The sunlight envelops the city, and, after a while, the children become frightened. Even Via trembles with fear. Our boy talks about lurking demons. He coughs as he tries to continue. Nicole observes, grabs a bottle of water, and offers it. When he is about to finish, he asks them to predict what will happen, listen, and analyze the story. The afternoon is nearing its end. The protagonist says he must submit the assignment by the deadline set by teacher Via. The four discuss the boy's story, all excited. They want to know what happens next, and he promises to write the story and leave it in the reading room. They hug him, thanking him, while Via looks sad. She draws her master's attention, questioning whether she can really be a teacher, fearing she is not as good as he is, and feels discouraged. Our boy explains that many in the city cannot read, and that those who cannot be teachers are impatient. He believes that if she educates, the next generation will never discriminate against the semi-humans. Mina feels happy to hear this, and Nicole praises the master's intelligence. Via cheers up and moves toward the protagonist. The girls shout for her to stop, and at the protagonist's house, we see Tis bored, as nothing has happened lately. The little girl suggests that she find a job like Via's. Tis tries to imagine herself as a teacher, or even a cook, but finds it difficult. Making clothes, gathering medicinal plants, maybe starting a business, she really can't think of anything. The little girl asks what she is good at. Standing up, Tis replies that she is good at fighting. Meanwhile, the city guards try to capture a thief, and Tis notices. They order him to stop, but the man grabs a woman and threatens that no one should come closer, or she will die. The panda asks what they will do now. Tis arrives and punches him in the skull, easily knocking him out. The guards are impressed by her strength. Ryan comments that he heard she has great martial arts skills and even saved someone. Then, he asks if she wants to be the captain of the security group. She hesitates, and Ryan insists that he needs talented people. Soon Tis asks if, as captain, she will be able to fight every day. He replies that if there are criminals on the street, it's no problem. The man shouts that they need her. Tis thinks about the proposal and then accepts, saying it's not so bad. A guy asks why old Peter came to the city. He replies that there are many interesting things, and besides, they might have news about the white monster. Another old man says it's better to save energy, as crime doesn't pay. The fat man claims there are many people and good food, but first, they must enter the city. The guards ask if it's their first time in the city and if they are merchants or travelers. Both respond that they are travelers. The guard says there is a brief introduction about the city and wishes them a good visit. An old man states that the city has good security and that if there were a battle, the enemy would be repelled in seconds. The guy wonders if these people don't feel hot, as they are bundled up. Then, he takes action and calls some spies, as they are suspicious. Soon, we see the guys reading the rules in the notebook. The old man states that the city has many laws and notices that the fat man has left. He realizes that the fat man is placing an order. A man says that to eat that, one must pay. The fat man introduces himself as a bounty hunter and claims he won't do anything illegal. Then, he takes out only 3 bronze coins, and both fall silent. At that moment, Tis is on her patrol, and the little girl asks what she is holding. She replies that it's a baton. Seeing a crowd ahead, she questions what is happening. Soon she heads in that direction, saying that her time has come. The guy complains that this is a violation as he left without paying. Tis shouts for the criminal not to move, saying he has the right to remain silent and that anything he says will be used against him. The fat man is left speechless, and Tis asks if the little girl didn't think it was cool. She replies that her sister is wonderful. Crying, the man says it's good to see the police. Clinging to Tis's leg, he states that he is glad for her presence and that a criminal appeared and doesn't want to pay. Tis warns that if he doesn't hand over the money, he will be imprisoned for 15 days. The fat man says that a bounty hunter captures but is never captured. She happily replies that she has no problem with that. Then she lunges to hit him, and the fat man questions how a girl like her has so much courage. Even knowing that the semi-humans are stronger, he has met hundreds of them, and they never stood a chance against him. Still, he gets badly beaten by Tis. He ends up with a huge bump on his head and falls to the ground. She even mocks him. Rumors that a police officer captured a jerk start to circulate. The old man asks if it's Peter. Tis says that this job is interesting. The old man is impressed, as even though he is not a professional bounty hunter, he was knocked out. He questions what he will do now. He soon goes into a crisis, as his success depended on Peter. Then he sees a light at the end of the tunnel when he observes the grandmother. She says it's her friend's birthday, and she is going to buy a gift. The old man falls in love and comments that she is beautiful. Maybe this is love at first sight. Soom says he is acting strangely and asks him not to look. Then she leaves, ignoring him. We hear laughter in the pizzeria, and Nicole asks what happened. Our boy replies that he received a report about 2 bounty hunters. One was captured by Tis, and the other is being followed. He soon questions how much chi each one must have. Elise leaves after hearing this. The protagonist notices the action. In the city of Bakfong, we see the Lord eating and drinking. He says that meeting the protagonist was the best thing that ever happened. The soldier arrives saying that Omar's brother, Lord Adam, wants to meet him. This makes him nervous, with several troops around, blonde hair and a white cloak. This is Lord Adam. A dwarf welcomes him but wonders if he is there to collect a debt. He apologizes for coming without notice. The Lord realizes that he is more polite than Omar. 2 glasses of wine are placed on the table. The Lord complains, as they were his last, and the soldier says it's not his fault. Adam says the drink is good, and the dwarf comments that it was invented by Lord Liu. Adam warns that he came to ask something. His father is old and sick, misses his son, and asked him to look for his younger brother, but they haven't heard anything from him since he left the city. He soon asks if he knows anything. The dwarf notices that something is wrong and disguises it, questioning if he is really missing. He says he had to fight against thieves and cannot say, but he adds that Lord Omar may have been taken. Adam is frightened by this possibility. A dwarf states that something may have happened. The Lord thanks him for the information and leaves. Outside, the Lord stops and asks what the results are. 2 people arrive. They say that the city was attacked by thieves 6 months ago, the same time as Lord Omar's absence. Adam asserts that that place is disgusting and that there's no way they could have defeated such individuals. One guy says that the city had help from Shi Yang. This puts him on alert, and he starts laughing like a madman. Then he orders them to tell his father that Omar was killed by the protagonist and sends reinforcements from the best troops. They try to say that maybe he isn't dead, but he insists that if he is saying it, it's because he is right. Thus, we return to the protagonist's city. Ngu arrives with important information for his lord. Upon opening the box, he shouts that he found what he wanted, and he is happy because this is great. Ngu doesn't understand why his master is so interested in the roots. The protagonist asks the quantity, and the soldier replies that there are 17 large ones and some small ones, and he can get more, but it will take 2 days for a round trip. Our boy thinks this is great and asks to keep the location a secret. In his mind, he reflects on the incredible quality of the land's medicines, which become great ingredients. A soldier states that he will do that, but something falls from his bag. Liu asks if it's a panda. The soldier explains that he found it and that its mother was killed by wolves, so they couldn't leave it alone since it's very cute. The protagonist understands and hugs it, praising its beauty. Ngu feels relieved to see that his master has this side. The girls approach, curious, and are enchanted to see the panda, their eyes shining with desire. Our boy says that it is a national treasure, pressuring everyone. Tease advances, commenting that it must be delicious. The protagonist replies that they just ate. He asks if Nicole is also scared. She says no, and that she will take care of the panda. He suggests that she choose a name, and both turn red. Soon, everyone wants to hug it. The panda gets annoyed by their affection. Sometime later, at the pigeon tower, the messenger bird returns, and the soldier comments that using this to communicate is inconvenient. A man claims that his city can solve anything. He reads the message and is impressed, running to inform the Lord quickly. Worried, he realizes that the master is not there. Nicole says that he has been away for a few days to take care of Cesar. The soldier warns that the city is in danger. Ngu asks what the concern is, and he replies that news has arrived from Bac Fong. Upon reading the message, Ngu is startled. Elsewhere, in the protagonist's rented room, he takes off his lord's clothing and dresses like a simple man. Putting a bag over his shoulder, he comments that it is time to deal with the ingredients of the land. Our boy steps outside. He is impressed by the hospital, which is enormous. A man approaches, asking if he is looking for a doctor. If so, he should get in line. His name is Zhang. Our boy says he heard that he is a specialist in ginseng. The man confirms that his requirements are high, and Liu hands over the box. He smiles, but the doctor is startled to see that the contents are over 150 years old and runs to call his father. The father asks him not to shout so much. Then he asks what is wrong and takes the ginseng. Desperate, he states that it is about 200 years old and extremely rare. Everyone panics. Our boy says it is a surprise and the old man weighs the ginseng. According to the auction, it is valued at around 35 million. Liu comments that it is a good amount, and both are surprised that a young man managed to obtain this so easily. Our boy says he has 3 more with him. Suddenly, the doctor's father has a heart attack, and Liu shows the 3 boxes, all of high quality. The doctor asks if he will sell them all. The protagonist says it will only be one and asks for help to make a special medicine with the ginsengs. The doctor hesitates, but his father says he will do it. Our boy also wants to receive payments and learn some methods to make the medicine from Bac Fong. The doctor refuses, saying they are family secrets. Our boy insists that he just wants to learn the basics to cure fever, flu, and pain. Since he enjoys adventuring, he often ends up in dangerous places. But the truth is that a harsh winter is approaching and the medicine is not good. If someone falls ill, they could die. The old man ponders and tells his son to quickly fetch the recipes before he gets stressed. The doctor gets angry, but obeys, thinking that even basic recipes were created with great effort. The old man says that his son is still young and selfish, and if he continues like this, he will be eliminated. Our boy leaves the hospital happy, as this has earned him 8 million. He even thinks about buying a house while the commotion in the city is still great. Ellie asks if something happened. Ngu replies that they received a message from Baron Adam saying he will visit them. She says that this is not a problem and that, if necessary, they can just kill him. Tis agrees, and Mina states that no one will touch her master. Nicole warns that the master will be away for several days. The three worry, because without the master, there is nothing they can do. Ngu mentions that the thieving baron is excellent at gathering information and that his spies disguise themselves as civilians in the cities. Frightened, they ask if there are already spies in the city. Then he shouts for them to look for anyone suspicious. A group prepares to arrive, but the soldiers inform them that the city is closed and ask them to return. The crowd begins to shout, complaining about the injustice. Ellie yells that there is a spy and that surveillance should be increased. If they hear anything relevant, they should report it. Tis patrols the city fervently and heads straight for the center. Soon, he says that this day is different and asks them to look closely for suspicious people. The citizens question what is happening, as they heard that the city gate is closed and comment on the movement of security forces. They are clearing the district, and a soldier states that there is nothing to worry about. Soon, he activates a green bomb, and the three corners release smoke, indicating that the districts are clear. Mina, on top, observes until she notices something suspicious. A red smoke in the distance. Thus, we go to an old house in the southeast of the city. Mina asks if this is the one, and the man confirms. He has been circling the city, observing everyone, even the little old lady. The most important thing is that he always asks about the lord of the city. Mina considers him suspicious. Ellie and the group hear him but do not believe it. A calm man in his house is surprised when Mina blows up his door. He, startled, asks what is happening, and they all call him a spy. They question why he was wandering around the city asking about the Lord, and the man defends himself, saying he can no longer walk around. He claims to be just an elder who wants to settle in the city and sought the Lord to become the guardian of the orphanage. This impresses the three of them. The soldier remembers who he is, and says he is the bounty hunter who entered the city and fell in love with the orphanage's grandmother. Embarrassed, he says he wanted to spend some time in the city and discovered it is a beautiful place. It would be perfect for him and the grandmother to live. Ellie comments that this is because of the master's leadership. The old man says that the Lord is intelligent, but that his wise leadership is crucial for the citizens. The farmers work hard, the merchants negotiate well, and the patrollers protect everyone with dedication. Of all the places he has been, this is the most incredible, and Nungu agrees. He says that everyone is to blame, as they trust the master so much that they panic when he is not around. Therefore, they must stay alert and protect the city, waiting for his return. The four affirm that they will improve the city's security, and the old man cries, asking to be untied. Our boy travels by bullet train. In his mind, he reflects that on Earth he is just a rich and normal person, while in the other world he is a noble lord. A girl approaches, greets him, and says she will go alone, suggesting a conversation. Liu simply responds with a hi. She feels embarrassed, finding him handsome, but laments that he is not interested. Her friend arrives and several other girls approach. Then, we go to the real estate agency. The attendant shows several houses, and our boy signs the contract for one. Next, he closes the deal with a handshake. At store 45, where they sell cars, he tests a few before driving. Soon, he hits the road. Liu comments that the place is great. If this small village were in a big city, it would have been bought a long time ago. Soon he parks his car. He is impressed that he bought it for only 800,000. The environment is well lit, the plants are green, and the house is already furnished. The protagonist strolls through it and feels the coziness of the bed. In the basement of the house, a wine cellar holds wines, a legacy from the former owner, who enjoyed them very much. He had to sell the house to recover from a stomach illness. But on the other hand, he can now use this space as a passage to the other world. Lying on the bed, he claims to have a secret base. He gets up, determined to take a walk, and as he walks, he says he is in paradise. In the distance, he spots a brown dress. It is the girl he met on the train. Slightly embarrassed, she asks if he lives there. Liu replies that he moved in today. They both fall silent until she comments that she has lived there since childhood. Today is her birthday, and that's why she returned. The protagonist says that's great. Embarrassed, he asks for her number, curious to know more about her. An old lady appears, calling Gia for lunch. She asks the lady not to talk nonsense. The woman asks what the protagonist does for a living, suggesting he might be from a state-owned company, like her niece. Then she asks his age and if he has already bought a house. He replies that he writes novels, which surprises and irritates her. She sees him as a bum who does nothing all day. She starts joking, saying he must earn only 3,000 or 4,000 a month. Then, she pulls Gia, warning that the grandfather's birthday is about to start, and she asks her to stay away from writers as she should find someone better. The protagonist thinks about how to explain that his bank account exceeds 10 million and that he is the lord of a city. But this is good, as at least he has neighbors. And in the future, when he is in the other world for a few weeks, they will think he is just writing at home. Returning to the protagonist's city, he returns happily, believing he arrived just in time for lunch. Looking at the table, he sees everything empty. Something sneaks up, grabbing his foot. It's the panda. He hugs it warmly, and soon Nicole shouts that the master has arrived. Without hesitation, she hugs him tightly. Embarrassed, she steps back, saying that wasn't it. Ignoring her, the protagonist asks where the others are since it's lunchtime. She gets startled and says that Baron Adam is coming to attack the city, but she asks her master not to worry. Everyone is preparing and understood that, in the master's absence, they must defend the city. Now that he has returned, they need not fear anything anymore. The protagonist asserts that as long as he is there, Adam won't even be able to set foot in the city. He asks Nicole to inform everyone of his arrival and to gather for lunch. She runs off, saying she will do that. In the Forbidden Mountains, someone approaches the guards. A man asks the person to identify themselves, but the beastly knight has no patience. She says they must inform her master that the Wolf Clan knight, Avery, has arrived, and everyone seems happy. Time passes. The guards clear the way. They comment that they do not dare to speak in her presence, and one of them says he almost died of fright when he didn't recognize her. Moreover, he wonders how many people she has killed this time and feels pity for the slave traders. He adds that if she joins the battle, they will surely win. A woman with green hair prepares to attack. Avery notices and jumps back, dodging, but her opponent does not give her any openings and leaps towards her. It was enough time to draw her sword and counterattack. The woman with green hair says this is relaxing. The battle promises to last, with the sound of swords echoing. Stabbing her sword into the ground, Bella comments that it was fun. She adds that only Avery can face her head-on. Avery confirms, and Bella shows interest. Avery mentions having heard about a battle. Bella gets excited, as this being her last stop, she could go with them. Avery questions if she really plans to go through with that. Bella replies that yes, because if they stand firm, there will always be hope. Around the Forbidden Mountain, there are 3 great nations. In the country of Manhwa, a war divided the kingdom, leading the dukes to fight among themselves and weakening the country. People call this place the Cursed Land. Avery questions if those boys can fight against the knights. Bella replies that they will only know if they try. It's a good chance to establish a semi-human territory. They could even go back to being bandits and steal from the nobles to survive. But unlike her, who seeks the woman, Avery made plans, even knowing she might be dead. At that moment, a beam of light passes. Avery asks Bella to be quiet, and not to say anything more. Bella questions how long she will carry this responsibility. Avery responds that her existence is to serve the princess. Then she asks where Tiss is. Bella says she went to see how she wanted, and asks not to worry. Now there are more important things to resolve. A cavalry troop approaches, and in the midst of the snow, Adam gallops. He asks everyone to stop. Then he asks how long it will take to reach the city of Shiyang. They respond that they will be there by morning. The dwarf feels the cold and orders to find a place to camp. They will continue tomorrow. In the middle of the night, a wolf howls at the moon. Meanwhile, they rest, thanking the Baron for letting them rest. They are surrounded by the Forbidden Mountain, full of monsters. They affirm that everyone has family, so this cannot mean anything. But their minds say that good tools should not be used carelessly. A man says he will give his best. Adam wants to stay with his brother, but the truth is different. When the protagonist dies, the great market and the mine will be his. With all this, he will be able to support the prince and become a duke. A soldier of the protagonist catches his attention. He says that Adam is camping to the east and that he will arrive by noon. Our boy asks if they are ready, and everyone responds that they are. Liu knows that the battle will be balanced. Even so, to gain an advantage, he will attack by surprise. In the middle of the night, the soldiers are carefree and even sleeping. The man realizes that something is happening as the sound of the beasts has disappeared. Blood begins to pour. He grabs the torch, shouting that someone is attacking, and wakes up startled. Bella and company arrive, ordering to kill everyone. A little late, our boy arrives. He says that this is the best place to set up an ambush. At the moment their army passes, they will be caught off guard. Both do not understand and just attack. He shouts that Adam will be annihilated. Mina feels something and asks them to wait. Footsteps are heard, and Mina orders the archer to shoot. He obeys, and the arrow almost hits the bandit's foot. He shouts that he is a messenger. Tiss asks what Z is doing there, and he claims to have valuable information for the master. He circles, saying that this is a direct message for Liu Feng. It is Bella's message, showing respect for taking care of Tiss. She also asks to be invited if they marry in the future. This embarrasses her, and upon reading the letter, she tears everything up, calling her sister cursed. Soon, she questions why she sent a letter instead of coming in person. Z replies that the master will take them to the chaotic land and that Bella will destroy Adam. This surprises them, so they leave quickly. The combat has already begun. Several soldiers die one by one, easily obliterated, even trying to fight back. Still, the man tries to lift morale, telling them not to be afraid, even though there are many. He sets up a small ambush. He almost manages to take one, and Adam realizes he is in danger. These semi-humans attract more trained knights. He is confused by the cunning plan and shouts, asking if they are soldiers of the protagonist. At that moment, the war stops, and Bella laughs at him. Adam claims that his fighting skills are abnormal, and that, if he wants, he can join him, offering more money than Liu Feng. This makes her laugh even more, and she replies that they are not his. His vision is good, as they are not ordinary semi-humans. In fact, they are the brutish knights of the semi-human kingdom, and Adam is frightened. Knowing he won't win, he retreats. Clearly, no one will let him escape. His belly is pierced by a sword, and easily, he falls defeated. His soldiers realize he is dead. Bella screams for them to finish off the rest. The massacre resumes, and the snow mixes with the bodies. Avery says she did everything for her sister, and that this is just an appetizer before the main course. She wants the protagonist to know that they are strong and that this will happen if anything happens to Tis. The warrior asks if that is the only reason, and Bella is impressed by her skill. She states that these are the preparations to go to the chaotic land, as there is enough equipment there. Avery realizes it is a cunning plan. King comments that she resembles Lord Duke and, irritated, asks him not to mention that name. Avery defends that he is a hero and deserves respect. Bella disagrees, stating that he does not deserve such recognition. And the warrior knows that, despite everything, she still wants to reach him. Tis rides her horse to find her sister. From afar, she spots the tents, and upon arriving, realizes that she has already left. Our boy catches her attention. Tis says that since they left the kingdom, she has always relied on her. Moreover, she was stubborn and childish. Even deceived by merchants several times, she rescued her and questions why she was ignored this time. Maybe she is just a burden. The protagonist laughs, and she screams, asking what is so funny. Liu agrees that her older sister is right, and that Tis is an idiot. Bella did this to help her and shows that she does not fear the nobles. It is as if she wants to tell him not to do stupid things and to be kind to his dear sister. That is why she loves her so much, as older sisters must protect younger ones so that, when they grow up, they become strong. Tis lifts the spirits. The sun begins to set, and she says she will do everything to reach her. Avery leads her human soldiers to the chaotic land. Bella can hardly wait to see how much her sister has grown. In our boy's city, he announces something important. The army will leave the city. He wanted to do this for a long time to expand the territory. Omar was kidnapped by the Assassin Guild, and for that reason, he knows that the Count will certainly want to take revenge. Nagu states that the Master's plans are outlandish. The guy asks where they will establish the troops, and Liu replies that it will be to the east of the city. He adds that once the renovations are finished, they should start recruiting troops and turn the city into a fortress. Everyone complies with the order. She still feels confused, and our boy laughs a little to lighten the mood. The protagonist orders to increase the workforce and speed up the iron smelting process. Mina asks her master not to worry, as she will kill a count if he comes. Our boy says he cannot let her take that risk. The door slams against the wall and the three question who it is. Nicole arrives a bit drunk and asks if her master wants to taste some of the wine she made. This confuses them, and then they take her to sit down. Nicole says that her master is nice and comfortable. Liu comments that she tried to taste the wine but couldn't handle it. Smelling it, she claims it is amazing, and that compared to rice wine, this one is much stronger. Ellie asks if they will sell it to the nobles. Our boy replies that they cannot do that for now, as it is winter and the city has many inhabitants. It is better to save supplies. Liu thinks about preparing some perfume and alcohol as disinfectant. Meanwhile, Nicole says she is feeling hot. She starts to undress, saying it is very warm. Grabbing her arm, he says he will take her to the room. Ellie comments that Nicole is very weak and cannot handle such wine. Soon she thinks about getting drunk, but Mina slaps her hand. The two are at an impasse, as they want their master to take them to the room too. Ellie says that is not it, and that she is only interested in the taste of the wine. Mina says she is just a child, which makes her angry, saying her brain has turned into cat food. Angrily, she grabs the wine and starts drinking it all at once. Soon she slams everything on the table. Even after drinking, she says she can still continue and then collapses on the floor. Mina thinks it's fine to take just a sip and prepares to drink. She starts to say that the taste is a bit bitter and strange, but still good. The protagonist arrives, saying that taking care of alcoholics is never easy. Mina claims that her master is working hard and making progress in his arms. She says that her reward is to sleep with him in bed. This makes him embarrassed, and Ellie throws herself onto his leg. Saying that she also wants to sleep with the master, he asks why they are drunk. Soon their perverted actions are interrupted by Panda. Our boy realizes that a knight should not take advantage of beautiful ladies. So, he leaves to put them to bed. All five sleep peacefully. Hours later, elsewhere, Soro warns his son about the strong winds and the danger of going alone. In his mind, he reflects that his son has pushed away all the tutors he invited just to go to the protagonist's town school. Via arrives, welcoming him, and he asks why she is there. She replies that, since she has been taking him to school, she came to inform him that there will be no classes in the coming days. A little boy becomes sad because he won't be able to hear the story of the Monkey King. Via states that when the snow stops, they can attend class and says goodbye. Soro asks his son if he only goes to school to hear stories. He adds that, since there will be no classes, he will accompany him to meet his sister. The boy feels sad because he doesn't want to meet the devil in person. Meanwhile, Via goes to the other two, asking if they have informed everyone. Zuma replies that he went to the orphanage to notify them about the school closure. The old man mentions that last year many houses were destroyed by the blizzard and some people froze to death. But now everything is different. Even the soldiers are clearing the way. All thanks to the Lord. Via heads to the protagonist's residence. Inside, she asks where he is and knocks on the door, asking if he is awake. Soon she sees the scene of everyone sleeping, and our boy wakes up in the middle of them. The three scream, asking what is happening, and Via leaves, embarrassed. Our boy asks her to wait. She asks what happened, and Lou replies that he wants to take her to a place. Thus, they go to a storage room. Via asks what that is, and our boy replies that she will know when they enter. Inside, there are cucumbers and giant peppers, which impresses her. Because, being winter, these shouldn't be growing. Maybe it's magic, but our boy says it's science and that he can teach her later. He also wants the students to know. In his mind, he reflects that science and technology are the main forces of production. Our boy throws a cucumber at her and asks her to try it. Without hesitation, she puts it in her mouth. She tastes a magnificent flavor, commenting that it is crunchy, fresh, and delicious. Then she asks if she can take some to the orphanage. But then she realizes that she might have done something wrong, since if sold, it would cost more than 10 coins and people would fight to buy it. Our boy smiles and tells her to take as much as she wants for the children, saying not to think about silly things. But first, they need to gather the vegetables. Via asks why they are collecting so many. Their hands touch, and this makes her very red. In her thoughts, she comments that it's her first time with the master and that it makes her heart race. Our boy explains that the vegetables are for Mina's birthday. After a while, it is already night. The food for the birthday is ready. The planted and gathered vegetables have turned into food, and our boy approaches Mina. Wishing her a happy 18th birthday, she becomes emotional, and everyone claps. She thanks everyone. Ellie states that it's time to eat. She adds that the food is delicious, and Lou dips the meat in the sauce. He starts saying that it is very good. The girls see and begin to dip their meats in the sauce, which is great. Ellie says it's spicy, and the other two agree that it's delightful. Our boy hands her a cold soda. After drinking, Mina states that it's very good and asks what it is. Liu replies that it's Coca-Cola. Mina takes a sip and ends up spitting it out. Our boy comments that this drink seems irritating to a cat's tongue. Everyone thanks for the food and starts giving their birthday presents. Nicole hands over a book with 32 methods for cooking rice porridge. Ellie, embarrassed, gives her handmade gift, kitten lollipops. Via gives some cupcakes and Soom, drawings. Tis gives a burnt pizza. Looking at that, Mina can't hold back her laughter and thanks everyone. Our boy states that now it's his turn. He hands over a giant present. Mina pulls the ribbon and is astonished to see a huge kitten. The boy says she can hug it while sleeping, assuring her it will be very comfortable. The other girls get jealous and say they want one just like it for their birthdays. Liu mentions a custom from his city, to close your eyes, blow out the candle, and make a wish that comes true. This touches Mina. She tries to practice the custom and finally blows out the candles. Ellie asks what the wish was, but Mina changes the subject, suggesting everyone eat the cake. There's even a bit of chemistry between the two. Mina feels embarrassed, as always, and they both go to the window. She thanks the master for this amazing birthday. Silly, our boy, appears from behind and asks what her wish was. In her mind, Mina reveals that she wishes to be the protagonist's wife and have his child. Without wasting any time, he kisses her and thinks he won't let her go for anything. Meanwhile, the five are fighting, and we move to the protagonist's room. Mina is lying on the bed, feeling warm. We change the scene and discover that the protagonist's city is in the most powerful kingdom near Xinjiang. The capital, with over 100,000 inhabitants, is covered in snow during winter. We see the emissary from Soro, who thinks that, despite being an imperial city, it doesn't compare to Xinjiang. There are fees to enter, and those without money are left to die at the entrance. Even the elderly are disrespected, and there are people defecating in the streets. The nobles do not compare to the civilians of the protagonist's city. An emissary, tired of the good life, smiles and says he can endure everything because Miss Lena taught him to bear it. Someone knocks on the door. Inside, the young lady asks why Delena doesn't like her brother. She, the fifth daughter of the Duke, says he is talented, but Delena replies that she doesn't care. She questions if that doesn't hurt her. Making a silly face, Delena says, no. Their father cut off the source of gold and her brother needs her help to send a message. Delena suggests that she accept the proposal from the fourth prince, but the girl responds that he is filthy and that she will never marry him. Soro's daughter asks for calm, as the walls have ears in the Duke's mansion. The fifth daughter asserts that their father won't let the fourth prince leave easily. Delena says that her father is not in the imperial city, but in other facilities, and that he came to visit her. She believes it is not just for tea. Delena mentions that the musical instrument workshop has created a new lord who will surprise everyone at the banquet. Delena already has many instruments, but the other insists that she still needs more. A maid arrives with sweets and a letter. Everyone reads it. The fifth daughter observes Delena's eyes and asks what happened. She replies that their father asked her to take the fleets of ships to the city of Xi'an. Even with the city calm due to the snow, two people are fighting. The fight seems balanced. The old man informs the protagonist that it all started with the misplacements. Lu asks where they are now, and the old man replies that the children have made 2 rounds around the city. The protagonist wonders if they will still be alive after this. He thinks about how to expend the energy of the people, who are restless inside their homes. Ellie asks what her master will do, and he asks her to accompany him to the investigation center. There, our boy begins to explain some matters, and goes to the carpentry to show his ideas. 2 boxing gloves are made. Lu tests them, hitting one against the other, and comments that they are well made. Ellie asks if they are for people to fight, and the protagonist replies that she will know soon. In the great market of Xiyang, an arena stands out as the first boxing communication, where 2 soldiers face off. The people wonder what is happening, and the answer is that it is hard to explain. But now the practice begins, and the fighters form their stances. The fight is intense. One of the fighters counters easily, but his excessive confidence leads him to take a punch to the face and fly out of the arena. Everyone is in shock. A man asks who will sign up, and the protagonist questions who would have the courage after seeing that. Our boy explains that only the servants will participate, with rewards and rules. There will be 12 competitors, and the first place will win 10 silver coins and a trophy. Everyone wants to sign up. The protagonist realizes it was a success, and the city's first boxing competition officially begins. Watching from afar, our boy is asked about his favorites, as everyone wants to bet. Lu hesitates between numbers 7 and 10, both good fighters. Soro mentions fighter 17, bald and in a cape, who seems strong. A chubby guy praises the sports rules and notes that with few participants, the protagonist has already raised 1,800 gold coins. He decides to choose the 3 best. Then, he calls the boy to make a bet. He bets on numbers 7, 10, and 17. A little boy in a straw hat asks if he is sure, and Soro replies that it's just for fun. Soon he places his fingerprint on 2 papers. He realizes they are identical. A boy explains that the carbon paper was invented by the Lord, and the original version is kept safe, while the copy is used to redeem prizes. Soro is impressed and asks when the paper will be available. Lu explains that it is still in the experimental phase and will take time to be sold. A native asks if he can buy some, recalling a past when he was deceived by a messiah. Now, with the paper, he will not be fooled again. Our boy promises to ask his assistants for some and brings an entire box of carbon paper. Soro thanks him. The chubby boy also wants some, but the protagonist warns that it is not cheap. It costs 10 gold coins. Soro decides to buy 10 boxes. Our boy is surprised, as he bought it for a few dollars and can sell it for 1 gold coin. The battle on stage is intense. Meanwhile, our boy takes advantage of the rich people's money, and someone shouts that the winner of the year has already been decided. A 70-year-old grandpa. Everyone finds this impossible. Lu explains that boxing requires a frontal punch to knock down the opponent, and a flexible person will win, even if they are an elder. On a snowy mountain, Avery tries to cross the forest towards the city of Lyta, where she hopes to find the princess among a tribe of semi-humans. Elsewhere, a man says that the Lord wants a canal to protect the city and needs 300 workers. The people approach, and he shouts for the trash not to come closer. Furious, he uses his whip to strike the people as if they were animals. The warrior observes the scene and realizes it is not what she expected. Blade City is known for having the largest slave traders in the country. 80% of the population does not work and dies of hunger. After beating many, the man says that is enough. The slaves begin to be taken away. A boy warns that there are fewer people than before, and another mentions that some children have died of hunger. Avery explores the city and notices that no one approaches the empty area. Someone shouts that they are there, and the semi-humans realize what is happening. Arrows begin to fly in their direction. Some hit their chests. Everyone screams to run, as they will be killed. The man shouts that it is useless to try to escape. A man tries to argue that he has a child, but the aggressor ignores him and finishes him off. A boy is happy to have killed everyone. When he goes home, his father will praise him. Avery finds this attitude despicable and questions why humans are so cruel. Just as she is about to attack, other semi-humans appear and surround them, asking what is happening. The three are tied up and begin to complain. A semi-human orders a soldier to send a letter to the Duke, asking for 50 gold coins for their ransom, otherwise they will die. The boy calls them despicable beasts and claims that when he meets the lord of the city, he will kill them. After these acts, he ends up dead, and the semi-human announces that the least worthy is gone. Moreover, if they want, they can kill the other two. The semi-human repeats the boy's words as he killed the semi-humans. Then, he smiles like a magician and says he does not need to keep his word with such creatures. Soon, he leaves, sending them to the land's prison. The remaining slaves are sent to the workshop, where they must eat and start working. Everyone begins to follow. Avery states that all of this is very strange. Furthermore, the dog tribe has a high status, so she realizes that something is wrong in the city. They go to a strange place where they hammer iron and create armor. A man shouts for them to eat and start working, while the warrior observes everything. She questions whether Silid is trying to rebel, as production is intense. Still, what the city does not involve her. Her goal is to find the princess. According to information, a semi-human from the Fox tribe is imprisoned in the main castle, so she will go there. Thus, she heads to the location and goes unnoticed by the castle. She moves easily and wonders why the guards are human, both outside and inside. She asks several questions but receives no answers. She continues exploring the castle. Upon hearing a scream, she decides to peek through a hole. 3 individuals are in the room. A man, looking insane, claims that this is the holy fruit. Avery recognizes it as the famous devil fruit. It can make the user reach the highest level of satisfaction. In summary, the man is getting high, and the Lord orders them to leave. He adds that when the staff appears, they should let them taste a little. The warrior notices something strange about a soldier. He is the prince of the kingdom of 1,000 years, and she does not understand what is happening. According to your information, he did not leave the kingdom, so he might be with the princess. He decides to follow him, and Gray says he will soon be able to control the entire city, which excites him. Dis hands over his reward for bringing the devil fruit, but notices something behind the door and skillfully draws his sword. Then, he cuts everything, asking who is there. Quickly, Avery prepares for a counterattack, but is repelled. Both seem to be at the same level of strength and retreat. In her mind, the warrior cannot believe that a human managed to block her sword. The man also realizes that she is at the same level as the inhabitants of the Xiang city. Dis asks what she is doing there. She questions whether he is with the princess, and if he is, he must hand her over. Gray does not leave, saying he will not interfere, while the prince asks if she does not understand. Avery asks if he is deliberately spreading false information. Dis replies that yes, and adds that he was going to give the news, but whether they would believe it or not is another question. Putting that aside, he orders a treasure map to be delivered. She does not understand how he knows of its existence. At that time, the king was out of money, so he drew a map and gave it to his daughter. This is not something Dis should know. Soon she claims that she knows nothing. Dis orders her to stop lying. As with this treasure, they can fight against the Inlo kingdom. The guards surround the warrior, and she says that he is blinded by power. Dis orders everyone to capture her, but Avery asserts that no one there has the power to do so. Then, she destroys the window and escapes. Dis warns that they need her alive because they need the map, no matter what happens. Avery realizes that the letter was a trap and pleads for the princess to be safe. Soon, she heads to leave the city. Gray says he did not expect a fallen demon kingdom to have treasure. If he achieves his goal, he will be closer. In the protagonist's city, everyone comments on what happened in the boxing match while eating. Tis complains that her master did not let her get in the ring, and he knows that if that happened, the other competitors would give up out of fear. She agrees and eats another pizza. Later, Elisa comments that the lord of the city is different. She asks if she can take off the disguise and steps back upon realizing that Mina is watching her. Another person is in the corner. The man says it took a while to come out and asks what happened. He replies that, apparently, Elisa is just an ordinary employee. A guy complains, saying they are wasting time because he always buys the products directly, and questions why they need to investigate this time. Giving a slap, he warns that the city of Xi'an is not ordinary and that he should be careful with what he says. He agrees, but comments that Elisa is very beautiful and could fetch a good price. The man in the hat claims that Miss Tis could be sold for a great price. He delivers another blow and mentions that she is one of the Lord's guards, asking if they did not miss her. Upon leaving, he states that they will act tonight to capture her, while she remains calm. Suddenly she notices something strange and questions what that sound is. In front of her, she sees that it is just a night guard, and asks why he is hitting the bamboo. He replies that it is the Lord's new system, which indicates the time. Elisa praises the protagonist's intelligence and again notices something suspicious. Soon she realizes she is being followed and warns the guard that she is leaving, receiving a request for caution from him. Some men continue to follow her and quickly she locks the door. She heads to the bed asking what happened. Perhaps her identity has been exposed and the bounty hunters have come after her. She points the bow and arrow at the door, thinking that her life in that beautiful city is over. The men prepare to break down the door, while she becomes furious. A noise confuses her. The guards order them to drop their weapons and raise their hands. The men do not understand how they were caught and, looking back, see that their accomplices have been captured. Desperate, one of them tries to escape. Tis appears and asks what he is doing. She states that the patrol team waited 3 hours to capture them. Angrily, she delivers a blow to his stomach. Elisa feels relieved by the situation. She opens the door and asks what happened. Tis replies that they were doing their job and leaves, telling her to rest. Elisa looks out the window. The townspeople comment that they sleep peacefully because the guards do an excellent job. She notices that Mina was watching her and had already realized she was being followed. This moves her, as she feels protected, and discovers that some men are part of a secret organization called Black Pirates. Mina confirms that she has heard of them and says they are mysterious, kidnapping beautiful women to make them slaves. The protagonist asks to intensify the patrols and ensure the city's safety. Soon, he catches the master's attention. He says he is worried about Ellie, who comes and goes from the castle as she pleases, but has no power to protect herself. The boy tells her not to worry, as he will take action, but an old man interrupts. He looks frightened, asking why he didn't knock on the door, and then says he received news that vegetables were stolen from a greenhouse. Lou observes that many problems have occurred lately. He asks where, and the old man replies that it is in the west, and the woman states that, even though it was patrolled, it was robbed. In his mind, the boy thinks that the thefts are random, but if there are confrontations in the city, there will be problems. The protagonist asks if Nagu found anything relevant. He replies that the thief destroyed the wall and took some cucumbers. The only clue is some footprints and a cut in the wood, which does not seem to be from an ordinary person. The boy warns that they will return to steal and asks to place more soldiers near the greenhouses. The next day, someone shouts that they are very sorry. We see that everything has been destroyed and the harvest has been stolen. Liu notes that the thief is not ordinary. Mina states that she will keep watch, and the protagonist agrees that this will be good. Night finally arrives, and the thief approaches. He soon notices that there is no security, and thinks that perhaps they have given up on capturing him. Still, he does not lower his guard. The Lord is not an idiot. It is a shame, as there is only food here in winter, and he tears the greenhouse again. He enters the cabbage area, commenting on how easy it was to get in. Suddenly, a dirty hand from the ground grabs his leg. The soldier shouts that he has captured him, and everyone begins to attack, leaving him terrified. He easily frees himself from the first soldier with a kick that sends him flying. He tries to escape the way he came, but is surrounded by other soldiers. He attempts to attack him, but he dodges and prepares his strike, hitting him on the chin, and, to finish, strikes his belly. Finally, he jumps high. Performing an incredible somersault, he ends the confrontation. The man is left with his head buried in the ground, and he states that everyone there is weak. But he senses a presence, and Mina appears from behind. Ordering him to give up and not run away, Avery responds that this is useless, and that he will not surrender. Soon, he swings his sword to keep his distance. The two find themselves in a beautiful standoff. Mina recognizes someone in front of her. Avery, the knight of the wolf tribe, realizes that it is the woman who gave her the bag of dried fish. She is asked why she is there. Mina says that she stole from her master, and the warrior tries to explain that she is not stealing, but borrowing. Our girl appears, stating that it is good to be willing to pay. Avery is on alert with the presence of a human. Liu says that she will not have money to pay for the cucumbers. Jackson Carlos. Avery asserts that she can, as she is a knight of the wolf tribe from the realm of the semi-humans. Our boy says that this is good, since the vegetables she borrowed cost about 30 silver coins, leaving her surprised. He explains that they are expensive because it is winter and the greenhouses prevent food shortages. This makes her sad, as she does not know how she will pay. Mina informs her master that Avery helped her when she was looking for the Via tribe. Our boy says that she can go since she helped before. This makes her furious, asserting that she did not steal, only borrowed. He asks if she has 30 silver coins. Turning around, she replies that she does not have them now, but will return them later. He warns that if she does not have money, she must pay the debt by working for him. Mina realizes her master's intention, and Avery says that she will never do anything to intimidate the weak. Laughing, our boy states that his mission is to protect someone. The warrior knows she cannot trust a human, but accepts, as it is the only way. Thus, they go to the castle, and Mina says that after breakfast, the master can rest. The four wait for the protagonist to eat. Finally, he arrives, and the warrior, angry, delivers a kick. Ellie looks frightened. We observe that she is the princess the warrior was looking for. She is left speechless and lets out a loud scream. Going behind Nicole, she claims that there is a ghost. Avery tries to explain that it is not that, and crying, Ellie says that she died a long time ago. Returning to the past, we see Avery asking the little girl to hide. She is left alone and in the cold for a long time, getting up to search. But soon she sees humans and runs towards the mountains. After that, they claimed that Avery had died, but she explains that she is not dead. She says that, to distract the knights, she was gravely injured and, when they returned to look for her, Ellie had disappeared. For all these years, her only thought was to find her. Ellie hugs her, questioning if it is really her, and Avery replies that it is. Everyone in the room is confused, and the three ask what is happening. Via realizes that this is the knight from the wolf tribe who helped them. Tis explains that the flat-chested princess mentioned by her sister is actually the princess of the kingdom, Ellie. This revelation leaves everyone confused. They all sit at the table, and Nicole asks if she separated because slave traders kidnapped her. Ellie explains that she met Mina later, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. She remembers when Mina said she was a princess, but she didn't believe it. Tis can't believe it, and Ellie complains that it is true. Via doesn't understand, since the royal family should only belong to the Lion clan. The questioning puts her in a complicated situation, and Ellie asks her to relax, as she will explain everything. Normally, the racial characteristics of children follow the father, but they can resemble the mother. She even suffered bullying for being a fox and not a lion. This caused childhood trauma, but it didn't shake her. Whenever she was challenged, she fought back. The only one who helped her was her sister Elsa, who would end the fights and ask the others to stop. The children would run away when they saw her. Elsa always asked if Ellie was okay, and with a warm smile, Ellie would question if she really was her father's daughter. A woman named Elsa says that even though she is silly, she is brave and stubborn, never giving up. And if she wasn't the king's daughter, who else could she be? That made her happy. Still, her presence caused problems, and that's why she didn't show herself much in public. Via comments that her sister is an idol for the semi-humans. Ellie agrees, as she has always been her goddess, protecting and comforting her. Without her, she could have become someone else. Even not knowing where she is now, she misses her every day. Avery mentions that she saw a prince in the city of Blade, who was also searching for something. Ellie states that he is only looking for the treasure map and soon fiddles with her tail. She pulls out the treasure map, and our boy watches closely. Ellie opens the map carefully, and everyone looks confused. Then, she reveals that it is the last treasure of the Brutal Kingdom. She adds that she only has half of the map, and the other half is with her sister. Ellie says that in her hands, this could be a disaster, but if it is with the master, everything will be fine. Liu suggests that she keep the map a secret. Our boy warns everyone in the room that Ellie's identity and other matters must be kept confidential. Soon, he asks them to continue with the coffee, as he is starving. Avery notes that the protagonist is different, and Tis does not forgive Nicole's food. Ellie asks the warrior to be quick, or there won't be anything left. Avery says that Ellie should speak formally, as she is a princess, but Ellie replies that the Brutal Kingdom is gone. This makes her upset, and she states that she will not do that. Then, she orders Avery to eat and be quiet. Avery complies and starts to eat. As she puts the food in her mouth, she realizes it is delicious. She almost cries with happiness. Everyone at the table knew she would like it. Let's go to the training room, where Mina and the warrior are training. Their strengths are almost equal, but Avery has more experience. A soldier mentions that one of them got hurt, and it is better to stop. Our boy says it's fine, as neither is using everything they have. The battle continues, and Avery goes all out. Mina feels the pressure, but counters. The warrior easily dodges and takes distance. Mina notices that her master has appeared and runs to him. Our boy comments that she is training earlier. Embarrassed, she asks if the master will train with her, and he replies that he will. Then, he picks up a wooden sword. Avery positions herself in front, saying she wants to start the battle first, to thank the Lord for taking care of her highness. but in her mind, she wants to discipline him for letting the princess call him master. Our boy says he has no problem and asks Mina to rest a bit. The combat is about to begin. Avery advances, saying she will attack first. Liu asks not to be underestimated, and the warrior tries to hit him. But with just one blow, she feels her hand tremble. The sword falls to the ground. We realize that the protagonist's physical condition is improving due to his travels between worlds and daily training. Liu asks if they will continue with the training. Avery replies that yes, and while fighting, our boy instructs her on how to fight correctly. The soldier tells the girl that he doesn't understand the Lord's behavior, who is usually calm during training but is aggressive today. She replies that it is to ensure the warrior has no doubts about her strength. Liu mentions that they will train later, as he has other tasks. Avery reflects that she didn't expect the protagonist to be so strong and concludes that she needs to train more to protect the princess. The boy explains that his mission is to protect Ellie and ensure the safety of his friends. Even feeling discouraged, she promises to take care of it, as it is convenient. Liu says goodbye, thanking her for the help, and reveals that he has been engaged for 3 days. Nicole comments that winter has been getting harsher. The protagonist knows he needs to find a solution, as workers and merchants need to produce. He asks Ellie how many rolls of fabric they have, and she checks. 10,800 rolls, averaging 200 per day. Additionally, they have 8,000 pieces of pottery and have started production on another 1,000. The boy observes that the population is small, which limits production, and Avery listens to the conversation. She mentions a place with many people, but all of them are slaves. Without hesitation, the protagonist asks the price. As if it is cheap, he can buy some to work. Avery explains that there is no need to pay, just to go get them. Blade controls slavery, but the slaves have some freedom. However, they are under the control of Dis, who has set up a guard, and this creates fear of capture. The protagonist calculates that the food situation in the city allows for bringing up to 1,000 people. Avery thinks this is incredible. Without thinking too much, he begins to devise a plan. Avery notices that he has a detailed map. Liu mentions that the patrol has recorded the territories to prevent threats. She points out Blade's location, but it will be necessary to walk along the Yushui River. Ellie says that despite the long journey, they can take a boat when they reach the river. The boy reflects on the situation as the soldiers are not fully trained and there are many slaves to protect. She suggests that Blade's people are looking for something valuable, which could attract the knights. Ellie thinks this is dangerous but asks for permission. The protagonist warns that there are many knights and that she won't be able to do this alone, which makes her sad and feel weak. After thinking, Ellie suggests using the treasure map as bait. Avery immediately opposes, but the goal is to distract the main army so that the slaves can escape, needing only something valuable to attract the knights. The group that will carry the treasure will be numerous and strong, and the city of Blade will send many knights. The boy thinks the plan is excellent. Ellie asks if the knights sent by Dis are already close to Shi Yang, and she replies that they may have already entered. She asks permission from the master to watch over the semi-humans that have recently appeared, and he agrees. Ellie states that they will set a trap to capture the knights. In the central restaurant, some people comment on the delicious food and look for Avery. So far they have not received any news, which leaves the chief irritated. He shouts not to waste time and to search, as if they do not find Dis, everything will be in vain. Mina listens and stands up, claiming that she has captured the little mice. The plan begins, and Nicole and Via pass by the bandits, saying that there is a wolf semi-human in the city, which catches everyone's attention. They question if they are the only ones looking for Avery. The soldier shouts that if they see anyone suspicious, they should alert the police as they are in large numbers. Moreover, everyone should pay attention to the outside. With so many bandits, they cannot let them enter the city. The semi-humans wonder how to fight against 200 bandits if they find Avery first. The scene unfolds before their eyes. A man suddenly appears, and the semi-humans run after him. They leave the city, heading towards the forest. From a distance, they spot Avery apparently dead. The bandits threaten that if she does not hand over the map, she will suffer. The semi-humans are surprised, as they did not know that someone else knew about the treasure. Avery stands up, stating that she will reveal nothing. The man says that the Great Wind Group has been looking for her for years, and that although she is hidden well, that is over. Determined, the warrior rises and challenges them. They can try all they want. The man shouts for her to stop being stubborn. A sword plunges into his chest and he falls slowly, lifeless. The bandits take the treasure map from his pocket. The semi-humans, thirsty, prepare to reunite with the rest of the group. But the others appear unexpectedly, threatening to kill them. The bandits ready their crossbows. The arrows fly, quickly eliminating 2 of them. The chief orders everyone to disperse. Still, they cannot identify the source of the attacks, as the arrows are swift. Realizing it is better to retreat, the bandits shout that they cannot let the others escape. They head towards the wounded, and a pig asks why it is still alive. Avery gets up, startling him, who says that a dead person has come back to life. Licking tomato sauce, she replies that the one who will be 6 feet under will be him. All of this was a setup by the protagonist and Ellie, a distraction. Both leave to attend to business, leaving the semi-humans in Avery's care. She understands, says goodbye, and soon they leave. The warrior turns, showing hatred, realizing they will not go unpunished. Avery asks if it is fun to chase her. The boss runs towards a mountain. Outside, he sees they are motionless and thinks they are asleep. It has been 2 days since they have been chased like dogs. His subordinate comments that something is strange, since he is really a dog. The boss slaps him, questioning how he can joke in a situation like this. Then, his unit says that the map is authentic, or the thieves wouldn't be chasing them so hard. The boss asserts that it is better to be patient. They will reach the city of Blade tomorrow, and once they enter, no one will be able to do anything. Calmly, the soldiers have a late-night snack to warm up. They are happy, as one package is enough to fill their bellies. A man asks for silence and for them to eat, as the important mission continues tomorrow. The rest arrive, informing that the cave is ready. The boss tells everyone to rest, as they have worked hard. Another gets up to prepare the sleeping bag. Some soldiers praise the protagonist, as he is practical and helps a lot. Moreover, there is wine for when they finish the mission, made by Miss Nicole. The guy lies down, saying that even with the cold, it is warm here. Soon he states that they need to finish the mission, as the Lord provided good conditions. Finally, the long-awaited day arrives, and the snow begins to fall. The boss, in a deep sleep, suddenly wakes up. Seeing that it is already morning, he orders everyone to get up, as they need to leave quickly. The soldiers spot the fugitives, and the captain shouts to keep making noise and chase after them. They run quickly, and the boss is startled by their speed. Soon he sees the city of Blade, and looking back, notices something. A soldier points an arrow at him, which alarms him. Blood flies everywhere. Still, they manage to reach their destination. The prince shouts that he does not need the warrior, but they lost the map. He asks if there is any reason to let them live. The boss tries to argue that the thieves are cruel and want to kill them to keep the secret. The prince asks how many there are, and he replies that approximately 200. Soon, he orders them to take care of the wounded and bring 250 semi-human knights to recover the map. The soldiers are happy, as they will soon finish the mission and return to the city to eat. From afar, they already spot the citizen. The distraction plan worked. Descending from the tree, the captain states that there are more than 200 men on the other side and that they just need to distract them. To escape, they go to the snow mountain and will slide down with the boards. Moreover, this is the most dangerous part of the mission, so they need to be 100% careful. No one can die. Clearly, everyone hears and understands what needs to be done. The semi-humans appear. According to the plan, they shoot arrows to attract the army's attention, which creates a great impact. The boss shouts not to be afraid and to use the shields. Thus, each one prepares. To protect themselves from the arrows, we see that it works, as they break. Soon, someone shouts if they have run out of tricks, and the soldiers begin to retreat. But they do not give up and try to capture them. Everyone passes straight through, and the protagonist's plan works. His troop advances towards the city of Blade. He states that the mission really begins now. The team heads to the forest near the border to avoid the army, while another part blocks the large city gate and takes the slaves. We notice a neighborhood outside of Blade. The soldiers appear, saying that if they want to live, they must go to the river, where there is oatmeal porridge for everyone. Of course, there is distrust towards the humans, but they need to eat, or they will die anyway. From afar, they can already smell the aroma that fills the place. A semi-human calls everyone, stating that there really is porridge. This makes them happy. Like monsters, they begin to attack, and the soldier warns not to rush. There is enough for everyone. After tasting it, they say it is very good and that they finally have something to eat. The soldiers are moved to see this. Soon, they make a report stating that all the semi-humans went to the river and that if they hadn't shown up, they would have died of cold in the winter. A loud noise occurs. They run to see what it is, and the soldier is impressed. It is a child asking if they came to steal the food again, and he tries to explain that they did not. But there is no time. She quickly advances, raising her blades to defend herself. He notices something sinister under the rags. With skill, she rolls her sword and throws it from her hand. Her companion shouts to the girl that they are there to bring food. She doesn't believe it, saying that this is a lie. The man insists that he has no reason to lie and that, if she wants, she can go see. She asks what the price is for the porridge. He replies that she doesn't need to pay. The girl says there's no such thing as free food and that her sister said this because there's a purpose for every favor. The young man asks her name, and she replies that it is Frey. Now, let's go to another forest of Blade, where some soldiers of the protagonist are cornered. The chief advances, saying that if they hand over the map, they will have a quick death. The captain dodges, but is hit by another blow, and something flies out of his bag. The half-human notices that it is the map and grabs it immediately. Soon, he orders everyone to be killed, and his companion says that their lives are more important, so they should run. Leaving there, he states that it was dangerous. The captain says he was just doing his part, and that this theater will make them believe that this is the authentic map. Going to another location, more precisely by the river, a man tells Frey that the wind is strong and that she might catch a cold. She replies that she doesn't feel cold, and the soldier asks why she became a slave since she could defeat the city guards. She says that this is the price for food, and he thinks that the child is innocent. Soon, he questions who taught her to fight. She claims it was her older sister, who left her a long time ago because she was still weak and was going to hunt a dragon. Niuda claims that there are no dragons in that world. Without saying anything, the little girl hands a piece of paper to the man. He is surprised to read about the 7th mission for hunters, which aims to kill or capture a creature sighted on the Forbidden Mountain. Approaching, Frey comments on the food at the castle and asks if he can have more wheat porridge if he kills more people. Perplexed, the soldier says that not everything has a price, but the young girl does not believe him. The man then says that perhaps she just needs to give a smile. The little girl thinks about this for a few seconds and decides to use her 2 fingers to sketch what would be a smile in her view. Her action makes the curly-haired guy burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in the castle of the Blade City, a servant informs his lord that the city's slaves have been taken. Intrigued, the orc says that the ones responsible must be very powerful. Suddenly, someone announces that Lord Arbor is back. On his knees, the man hands over what he managed to obtain, but to the king's surprise, the piece of paper contains only a quarter of the map. He asks if the soldier captured anyone, but the soldier denies it and says that during the battle 30 soldiers died because the enemy was very frightening and they could not fight against such heavy weapons. Suddenly, something hits the bearded man, and we see that it is the king's leg. Shouting, the orc claims that the soldier is just trying to make excuses for his own failure. Trembling, the man begs for another chance. Knowing that Elsa has a part of the map, the king asks the servant to send more people to investigate her along with the bandits from Jifeng. We are taken to the city of Xiang, where Tori is looking for his father, who has not yet arrived, while trying not to freeze. A few seconds later, a cart appears ahead. Even though he is curious about what it is, the chubby boy decides it is better to take care of his own life. A little further away, his father appears accompanied by other men. The prince says he has been waiting for him for a long time, while the other men comment on how the houses are in order and the road is smooth. Intrigued, the little man's son asks what those people are doing there, and discovers that they all came to visit Liu Feng. Inside the castle, the MC says that the bamboo liquor arrived that morning. Seeing Elisa, Nicole asks if something is wrong with the pizzeria. She denies it, and Dees says she brought the young girl for lunch. Smiling, the MC says that the girl arrived just in time. In the living room, he offers one of the drinks that arrived, stating upon seeing Minna and Annie's interest that neither of them can drink. The young girl with gray hair and the orc excitedly try it, but unlike Eliza, the girl with lilac hair spits it out and says the liquid is too bitter. Taking the cup, our boy says that in that case, he will keep the rest. Then he asks what the guest thinks of the drink. She then says that she found it as delicious as the fruit drink made by the monkeys in the mountains. Nicole hands over another cup and says that this is the bamboo liquor. Feng states that he will choose a bamboo forest next year to make more. Seeing the girl turn the bottle upside down, he shouts, warning that the drink has 40% alcohol. Not caring, the young girl says she has a question, then asks if the boy will protect all races. Confirming, the MC says that it does not matter if they are humans, orcs, or fairies. Everyone will be safe in his territory. Nicole thanks him, while a soldier enters the room to inform that the Lord of Beifeng City has brought 4 guests. Being busy, our boy asks the man to invite everyone to watch a hockey competition the next day. The fox says that the men must have come there with bad intentions, but the boy says they will only find out tomorrow. We are taken to the Zuiqiao building, where a soldier is informing the guests that their lord will not attend the meal. At the table, the men prepare to start lunch. Irritated, a lord says it is absurd for the young man not to show up even knowing how many important people came to see him. Agreeing, another guy states that he will ask him the next day if it is appropriate for a noble to do that. Excusing herself, a woman asks what they would like to eat. Seeing that everything is very expensive, the lord chooses only 2 options, and, when asked if he is sure, he says yes while passing the menu to the commander of Beifeng City. The man begins to choose until Tori notices something strange. Sometime later, the food arrives. Furious, the brown-haired man asks why the hell only soup and vegetables came. The lord's son says the waitress tried to warn him but he wouldn't shut up. Not caring, the man says he will complain to the head of the place and, seeing another plate of vegetables being placed on the table, asks if this is really what they will eat in this cold. Unlike him, The other lords find everything very tasty, including the vegetables, which are quite fresh. Suddenly, a fight breaks out as one of the nobles tries to take a vegetable from the plate of the gray-haired man. Embarrassed, Tori wonders if he is really in the presence of royalty. Backtracking on what he said, the blue-clad man asserts that Feng is more amazing than he imagined, and thus, everyone starts to think about how they need to learn to grow vegetables in winter. One of the nobles says that for sure, the commander of the city of Xiang will not reveal his secrets. However, the old man says that if he wants to develop his territory, he will need their help. Agreeing, the blonde says they can pressure the young man by stating that they will only cooperate if they know the secret of cultivation. The situation leaves the short man's son a bit worried. The next day, in the square in front of the castle, the nobles wait for Liu to arrive. Trying to ease the tension, the commander of the city of Beifeng says the young man must be resolving some issue. Nicole appears and, apologizing, says that her lord spent the whole night supervising a construction. Therefore, he got up late but is already on his way. Elsewhere, Avery comments on the men being in the city to cause trouble, then asks for permission to kill them. Our boy asks the orc to stay calm, as doing so would scare off other visitors. Arriving at the location, he apologizes for the delay. Smiling, the short man says it is a pleasure to see the young man again, while the other noble wonders how someone so young is the commander of a city. Raising his hand, the MC says it is time to enjoy the game. When asked, he explains that in this sport, the team needs to work together to get the ball into the goal using their sticks. A soldier states all the rules and starts the match. Curious, Tori's father asks how the players manage to glide on the ice like that. Feng then says that everyone is using skates with iron blades. Thinking, the short man asserts that if he starts playing in his city, he won't sleep all day in the castle anymore. He then asks how much a pair of skates costs. Smiling, our boy says a pair costs 10 silver coins, while the rest of the equipment costs 1 gold coin. But they must remember that a team consists of 15 people, which means 30 players are needed. Excited, the young man asks if any of the nobles would be interested in the game. Thinking, the brown-haired man concludes that they need to put the plan into action. Interrupting Joseph's thoughts, Liu asks if it is true that he is selling horses. Confirming, the man says a war horse costs 1 gold coin and 30 silver coins, while a common horse costs 10 silver coins. Our boy asks how many war horses he has, and upon discovering there are 300, states that he will buy them all. When asked if there is a problem, the noble swallows his shock and says no. Changing the subject, the MC asks if the lord of the city of Beifeng would be interested in buying canned fish. With shining eyes, the man asks how many cans he has available. The two quickly close the deal, and thus, the noble's plan to pressure the young man fails before it even gets started. After a few days, the fleet that went to Blade finally returns. In his office, Feng asks how many people the soldiers brought back and if anything went wrong. Niu Da says they brought back 857 slaves, but about 400 died from freezing. Thinking, the MC concludes that he should have made the expedition earlier. He then says that Barvo will be responsible for all the slaves that were brought back, asking next who the little blue-eyed girl is. The soldier says she is one of the slaves, but unlike the others, she knows how to fight. Frey asks if the young man is the commander of that city and how much he needs to pay for the wheat porridge he ate. Smiling, Nuda says the girl doesn't believe there is such a thing as a free lunch. Upon hearing from the little girl that she knows how to kill people, our boy is left speechless, but asserts that he will give the answer about the price of food when he needs to make someone disappear. Therefore, he would like the young girl to stay there for a while. With her head down, the little girl agrees to stay. Mina is ordered to take Frey for a bath. In the bathroom, she notices how thin the young girl is and concludes that her life must have been very difficult. Smiling, she picks up the little girl's tiara. However, the girl reveals that this is her disguise, as hiding her ears keeps her safe. Surprised, the young girl with pink eyes asks if she is an orc. Discovering next that she is facing a bird-type orc, intrigued, she looks towards the little girl's back and asks where her wings are. We learn that the Stone Forest, located west of the Brutus Orc Kingdom, is a paradise for bird orcs. However, it was also one of the first places to suffer from extreme cold. Thus, even though some orcs managed to escape, they could not fly due to the freezing wind. And since the species is more valuable than fairies due to its rarity, many humans began capturing the creatures to make a fortune. In the dining room, someone comments on how it is not common to see a bird orc for free. Sad, the panda girl says that Frey's wings may have been destroyed by malicious people. Feng asks everyone to start eating and leave the conversation for later, then offers a piece of cooked lamb to the newcomer. The little girl opens her mouth and takes the whole piece. The flavor makes her eyes shine. Desperate, the young girl starts eating non-stop, using her hands and chopsticks. Our boy then says that if she eats enough, perhaps new wings will grow. Surprised, the little girl asks if that is really possible. Confirming, the boy states that he does not usually lie. After swallowing the food, the orc reveals that when her sister cut her wings, she said that new ones would grow after 2 to 3 years. But so far, nothing has happened. Shocked, Dees asks what is wrong with the young girl's sister. Explaining, Frey says that the girl did this in case she was captured by humans. The MC believes the story and says that no one would hurt his younger sister without a good reason. The little orc asks how much he wants to help her find her family. Gerald is shocked to hear that the young girl's sister holds the 3rd position in the bounty hunter ranking. Mina remembers that she is known as the Winged Assassin and is wanted by all kingdoms for having killed several heirs. Gently petting the little girl, Liu states that he will look for more information and, when they find the young girl, they can discuss payment. Even though she is a bit intrigued, the little one decides to accept. After the meal, Nicole, Annie, and the MC go to the greenhouse. Hearing the girl's ideas about what to do with the roses, the boy says he knows a better way to make money. Confused, the fox girl asks what else can be done with the flowers besides selling and using them in recipes. Our boy smiles and takes the two to the castle laboratory. With a container in hand, he says that all it takes is to mix the essential oil extracted from the petals with distilled alcohol to make a perfume. However, the liquid can only be stored for 6 months. Upon smelling it, the orc is impressed and states that the only perfume she has ever used had a strange smell. After explaining a bit more about that specific mixture, Fang asks her friend who has used perfume how much they should sell it for. The young girl then says that since the scent is very good, it is fair to ask for at least 10 gold coins. Excited, the MC asks the duo to produce more perfume so they can sell it to the nobles who will arrive in the caravans. Far away, on a ship, a blonde girl complains about the delay of the journey. Next to her, another young girl says that if she is bored, she can play with the guards. Remembering the group of soldiers, the blonde girl states that she did not know she was being followed. Noticing that the young girl is feeling hot, the brown-haired girl asks if she is okay. Catherine says yes, but suddenly faints. At the Jiang dock, New Da is surprised by the number of ships that have docked. Darlene appears running while telling a woman that the treatment using strawberry juice does not work. Approaching, she desperately asks the soldier where the town witch is, as her friend is very sick and needs help. The man says that there are no witches there, only doctors. Even without knowing what a doctor is, the girl accepts the help. A few days later at the castle, Liu comments that the young girl's fever is not going down at all, which means that only an injection will resolve the situation. When asked to lower Catherine's pants, the brown-haired girl states that this is not appropriate. Once her friend is the daughter of the Duke, the MC says that it is necessary to administer the medication for the young woman's well-being. But Darlene says that only the blonde's husband can see her body. Holding the injection, our boy asks if she thinks a bad reputation is more important than life. Thinking not, the young woman decides to allow it, as long as he doesn't tell anyone about what happened. Outside the castle, the guards who came along on the ship comment on how the Duke will blame them if his daughter dies. One of the men then suggests that they blame the city of Xiang and Darlene. The whole group agrees, but when they try to enter the castle, they are stopped by armed soldiers. Once again, to enter the place, permission is required. Irritated, the guards say that as nobles, they cannot be prevented from entering anywhere. Shouting, Sinker asks who dares to cause trouble in the castle. And upon hearing the men's story, he states that he does not know any noble from the capital, and that even if he did, no one has permission to cause trouble in that city. After some shouting, we find out that the group will be sent to the guard department. The young dark-haired man goes to the library and reports what happened to the MC protagonist. Praising him for his good work, the young man says he will discuss the details after reading the report. Then stating that since it has been a difficult time for everyone, he will give 3 days off to the army. But after that, Sinker must start training the new special forces, prioritizing quality over quantity. Alone in his office, Liu thinks about how his city needs to have its own caravans. Mina knocks on the door and says that Darlene would like to see the young man. After entering, the young woman thanks him for his help, and the MC tells her to sit down, as he has something he would like to discuss. Getting straight to the point, he asks if, as the daughter of Lord Solo, she knows anyone who can build ships. Upon hearing that she does, our boy says he needs experienced shipbuilders and that he will pay very well for their services. Intrigued, the young woman asks if having 12 30-meter ships at the dock is not enough. Explaining, Feng states that only for now, as he needs to think long-term, and 30 meters is not much. Upon hearing about a 50-meter ship, Darlene says that this type of construction, besides being expensive, involves low-quality technology. Having his own plan, the MC says that she does not need to worry about that and reveals that he will pay 500 copper coins to the workers. Reflecting, the girl concludes that the young man is very naive, but since his failure is not her concern, she will just do what he asked. Excited to have gotten help, our boy smiles and thanks her. Suddenly, Solo enters the room, leaving his daughter surprised. Apologizing, the young woman says she was delayed because some problems occurred, but the man reveals that Feng informed him. Then they start talking about the betting business. The man says that according to the amount of linen, the volume will be 1,000 gold coins per year. Our boy then reveals that the products can only be sold in the capital. Darlene gets angry and asks why that is, then states that the young man is very demanding. Smiling, he says that no one will work for free, so he will increase the man's profit to 5%, and the products supplied by his city will consist of 5 types. Upon seeing the list of products, Solo accepts the deal without hesitation, which leaves his daughter confused. Later, in the Zuqiao building, a little boy is shocked to see the young woman with brown hair. Grabbing the little one, Darlene asks how he dares to call her a devilish sister. Then everyone sits down, and she asks her father why he accepted the terms of the agreement, since, even though people in the capital have a lot of money, the number is limited. Stating that the girl is still very young, the man says that one cannot measure the value of the city of Xi'an before knowing more about the place. Upon receiving the menu, the young woman wonders how it is possible for them to serve fresh vegetables in winter. Her little brother says that wild cabbage is very good. Curious, Darlene asks to see the list of products Lu delivered earlier, and to her surprise, many different things are produced in the city. Turning around, she asks if perfume is not made only in the capital by the Fourth Prince's industry. The man then says that the perfume sold by Xiang is quite different, and it can be stored for 6 months. The information leaves the girl in shock. Thus, after analyzing everything she saw in the city, she claims that the place is more magical than she imagined. Seeing that her daughter was impressed with Feng, Solo says that the young man is nice and could be a good husband. Therefore, the young woman should take action if she doesn't want to be left behind. Hearing this makes Darlene want to bury her head in a hole out of embarrassment. After eating, the girl says she will return to the castle to see Catherine. Saying goodbye, she asks Gull to remember to study hard. As she passes in front of the pizzeria, Solo's daughter notices that the young woman inside looks a lot like Elisa. In the castle, the blonde girl wonders how long her friend will take to come back. She hears someone approaching and, thinking it is Darlene, decides to set up a prank to scare her. The young woman hides under the covers and, at the right moment, jumps out screaming. However, to her surprise, it was Feng who entered the room. Totally embarrassed, the girl apologizes for what she just did. Not caring, the MC says he is relieved to see her with so much energy, revealing that he brought some porridge. He reaches out to check if the young woman still has a fever. Catherine can only think about how handsome the young man is. Noticing that the girl is still a bit warm, our boy says he will bring some medicine when he returns. Darlene finally arrives, and he says that the blonde girl is recovering well but needs to rest a little more. Alone with the young woman in the room, the Duke's daughter claims that she has just met her Prince Charming. However, her friend says it would be good if she stopped reading the novels written by Princess Lucy. Changing the subject, the brown-haired girl comments on having seen someone very much like Elisa. Surprised, the blonde girl asks if she is sure, since it is said that she ran away to the south. But, with confirmation, the young woman decides that they should go out to take a look the next day. When tasting the porridge, Catherine is enchanted by the flavor. The next day, the duo walks through the city and notices how the place is more beautiful than the capital. Suddenly, orcs catch the Duke's daughter's attention. She then says that Princess Lucy will love to meet Xiang, and the brown-haired girl agrees. After some time walking, the two enter the pizzeria. And upon seeing someone with gray hair, they feel confident that they have indeed found Elisa. However, to both of their surprise, the young woman is not who they thought. Frustrated, Solo's daughter says that she might have been mistaken. However, the real Elisa appears and is happy to see the duo. Approaching, Darlene asks why the young woman is there, and she then says it is a long story. Confused, Catherine asks why her friend is dressed so poorly. Speaking softly, the girl suggests that they talk later at her house. When night falls, the trio meets, and the brown-haired young woman then says that if the elf's identity is exposed, the hunter will come after her, so it would be better to go to the capital. Elisa thanks the duo for everything they have done for her, but declines the invitation, as in Xiang, orcs and humans can coexist peacefully. Moreover, Feng promised that he would protect all citizens, no matter their race. Intrigued, Darlene asks how the young man can protect her even with so many things to do. The young woman then says that, thanks to the guard department, slaves who tried to capture her have been arrested. Besides that, in the city, she can work and earn money as she always wanted. With nothing more to do, the girls affirm that they will always be there to help her. Smiling, Elisa thanks them, and then asks her friends to stay at her house during their stay in the city. The next day, at the military post located east of the city of Xi'an, the MC gets off the carriage accompanied by Mina. Shouting, Nuda tells the other soldiers that those who cannot pass the test will have to find a way to get their own food. Seeing the man approaching, Feng asks how things are going and if many people have already given up. Denying, the soldier states that they still have 350 people, and then the trio begins to discuss how the training will be when the horses arrive. Smiling, our boy concludes that his army will have more than 400 warriors, and if everyone wears the armor designed by him, they will surely be able to defeat an army of knights, which means that it is now necessary to focus on preparing the navy to escort the troops. Turning around, the young man asks if the collected wood is dry and the man confirms. Liu then says that they can collect more on the Forbidden Mountain 2 days later, 3 times a day. Shocked, Nuda states that carrying so much wood to the post will be very tiring. But our boy reveals that the wood should be taken to the dock by the Blackwater River, as his plans are to build a shipyard. After a few hours at the castle, Annie checks how many gold coins are left. After analyzing, she says they still have 1,112 coins. But when the war horses arrive in 2 days, a lot of money will need to be spent. Knowing that they can only earn a few gold coins when the products are sold at the market next spring, the MC tries to find a quicker solution. Suddenly, all the girls start talking about things they can do to help with the money issue. A bit surprised and delighted, Feng thanks them and says that, in fact, they won't need to do anything, as there's still the profit from the Zuxiao building. Looking at the notebook, the fox girl is surprised to see that they earned 7 gold coins in 3 days. This means that it will be possible to reach next spring with the current income and expenses. But if Darlene's fleet doesn't arrive on time, everything will go down the drain. The MC says that this won't happen. Avery then suggests that they start holding auctions and claims that she can rob some rich and immoral merchants. Excited, Annie says that if this is done, she can sell her exclusive lollipop, while Mina says she can sell her cola. The MC asks them to stop acting as if he is broke, then states that he likes the auction idea, but they won't hold one. Instead, they will participate. Later, he talks to Darlene and Catherine and says he would like them to help him estimate the value of an item. The girls are confused, but the boy asks them both to taste the wine. After staring at each other for a few seconds, they agree to try the drink and are shocked to realize how delicious that wine is. The brown-haired girl says that if Feng sells that to the nobles, they will spend at least 10 gold coins. Our boy then asks which nearby city holds large auctions. Darlene mentions the city of Tengying, which has 20,000 inhabitants, where Count Tenge holds an auction once a month. Thinking, the MC concludes that he has enough time to return to the land and get more wine. Curious, the young girl asks if he intends to visit the city and sell the drink. With confirmation, Catherine suggests that the boy travel with them. Seeing how her friend's cheeks turned rosy, the brown-haired girl realizes that if she is in love, the Duke will be furious. Therefore, it's better for her to ask Elisa for help to talk to the girl as soon as possible. We are taken to the detention cell located in the guard department. Shouting, someone asks the prisoners to stand up and leave, as their detention time is over. It is Axe, who, showing irritation, orders the soldiers to be quick. Outside, one of the men thinks about how he will take revenge on Liu and Darlene for the humiliation he suffered. In the castle, the MC asks if the brown-haired girl would like to say something. She then says that she and her friend no longer want to stay there. Worried, Nicole asks what the reason for the change is. Annie whispers to the boy that, since the blonde is the Duke's daughter, rumors will spread if she continues living in the castle. Catherine tries to explain the reason for the decision, but the MC says he understands their reasons, as once a rumor spreads, nothing can stop it. He asks where they plan to live, and Darlene comments that she has seen some houses for rent. Feng tells the fox girl to ask Barvo for the key, and states that there are guards in the residential area to protect the residents, so the young women can feel at ease. At the castle gate, Jesse orders the soldiers to let him meet the city commander, but gets irritated upon hearing that he is very busy at the moment. Knowing that his plan will only work if he takes the Duke's daughter's corpse, he swallows his anger and politely asks when Liu will be free. Suddenly, the 2 girls appear and ask what the man is doing there. The soldier is happy to see that the blonde is alive, as she can still become his wife. Excited, everyone asks how the young woman is doing. However, Darlene orders them to stay away from her friend, as she already knows their bad intentions. Seeing that the men are pretending to be innocent, Catherine shouts that she knows they were planning something, blame the brown-haired girl for her death. So, when he returns to the city, he will tell his father the whole truth. Everyone is shocked and scared. Knowing that his life will be ruined if this leaks, Jessie shouts that she is not the Duke's real daughter. Since the sorcerer stated that, even if the young woman is healed, she would need to stay in bed resting. Agreeing, a guy with straight hair says that there's no way the girl could be well in such a short time. Furious, Darlene orders the soldiers to show respect for the Duke's daughter. However, she ends up being pushed by one of the men, who, shouting, says that, as an accomplice, she will be punished when she returns to the capital. Drawing his sword, the leader of the gang says they need to kill the imposter. The city guards approach and ask what the group thinks they are doing. However, they end up being brutally attacked. Jessie charges at Catherine and tells her to go to hell. Embracing her friend, the young woman screams for help. Our boy appears and pushes the enemy away with just one blow. The others try to attack him, but they are also easily defeated. With everyone on the ground, Feng asks his men to take the soldiers back to the guard department. Relieved, the blonde girl thinks about how amazing the guy is. Approaching, the MC says he is sorry for what happened, and he asks if the young women are hurt. Smiling, the Duke's daughter says no, but if he hadn't shown up, they would surely be dead. Back at the castle, Annie asks why Barvo is not there and finds out he caught a cold. Putting a stack of papers on the table, she reveals that due to the cold and flu, the medicines stored in the hospital will run out soon. Our boy asks Mina to get more medicine from the storage and tell the doctors to report if the number of patients increases. The fox girl asks if she needs to worry about the situation, but the boy denies it. While thinking that if there is an outbreak of infectious diseases and he is unable to control it, his city will be ruined. Frey appears and says she is cold. Holding her hand, Via suggests they drink some hot water. Turning around, Lou comments that since they haven't been to the hot springs yet, they should spar that night. Later, the whole group prepares to enjoy the crystal clear waters. Taking off her robe, Dees claims she will be the first to dive in. Mina, on the other hand, is curious about why Annie is not feeling well in her swimsuit. A few minutes later, all the girls enter the water. Excited, the fox girl starts a water fight. Via says that kids are really energetic. The girl with the purple eye agrees, but before she can say anything, she gets splashed. Laughing, the little girl with the spoon says she wants to see if a cat can drown. The MC appears right in the middle of the fun, but he notices that the bird orc is away from the others. He asks why the little one is not on the other side, and she says she doesn't like being close to too many people. Shouting, Feng warns the others that he found Frey. Curious, he asks if she has tried that before. Denying, the young woman says her kind is not very fond of water. Making conversation, the boy asks where the orc lives and if she would like to go back home. The little girl says no, as it would be a waste of wheat. The MC then suggests they play a game, where whoever can hold their breath the longest underwater wins. The little one watches him disappear into the water and reappear a few minutes later. With shining eyes, she prepares to try. However, she ends up disappearing for too long, which worries the boy. Desperate, he pulls Frey out of the water and places her on the edge of the spring, while thinking that if he performs CPR, everything will be fine. Approaching, our boy prepares to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It is at this moment that the other girls appear and ask what is happening. The orc wakes up and coughs out the water she swallowed, relieved. The MC says the situation scared him. To his surprise, the little girl turns and states that they need to get married. Since her sister said that whoever kissed her would be her husband, Liu then says that she is only 13. And since he only marries those over 18, the little one will have to wait. Hearing this makes the other girls sad, as even though they are of the right age, they have not received a marriage proposal. The next day, we see the main character saying goodbye to his friends. Asking Annie not to cry, he states that he will only be at ease if she takes control of things. Avery and Dees will be responsible for protecting the city during their absence. The orc with lilac hair asks the boy not to forget to bring some snacks. Smiling, he replies that he will bring enough for everyone. In the carriage, Nicole announces that it's time to go, and thus the trio heads towards another city. We are taken to the pizzeria, where Elisa is saying goodbye to her friends. Catherine asks the girl never to expose her identity. She then states that if that happens, she will go to the capital in person. Seeing that the carriage is waiting, the young girl hugs the two girls and asks them to be careful. Quickly, everyone arrives at the dock. Excited, a man says that the naval construction project Liu provided is perfect. Our boy, thrilled, asks when the work will be completed. Discovering that a ship could be finished and launched next spring, Darlene is impressed, but realizing she showed too much, she tries to hide it. In the middle of the journey at sea, the blonde girl takes the opportunity to fish. Irritated, the brown-haired girl asks her friend to speak more quietly, as her shouts scare the fish away. The MC asks the girl not to be so impatient if she wants to catch something. However, Darlene catches a fish and smiling asks what he said earlier. Playing along, our boy claims he was just saying how beautiful she is, making the girl think he is in love with her. Sometime later, Nicole serves lunch and says she managed to prepare a feast thanks to the fishing. Everyone starts to chat while Mina focuses on eating. Feng thinks about how nice it is after so many days to be arriving in Tengying. At the city port, Catherine and Darlene thank the boy for everything. He says that they will always be welcome in his city. Smiling, the girls say goodbye and thus begin their journey back to the royal capital. Suddenly, someone bumps into Nicole. Worried, the MC asks if the girl is okay. Looking back, an orc apologizes, but what catches the trio's attention is the size of the line of orcs being sent to the slave market. Hugging her friends, our boy says it's better for them to find a tavern to spend the night. Upon arriving at another place, he asks if this is really the biggest and best tavern in the city. Sinker confirms, while the girl with braids can only talk about how the place stinks. Inside, a man comments that his friend went to see and saw the kingdom of God. Hearing that this kingdom has something to do with the auction, Liu asks his ally to investigate the matter. We are taken to the castle of Tengying, where a man says that Lord Puli arrived very early. Excited, the count states that he came as soon as he heard about the treasure of the kingdom of God. Smiling, Tengi asks if the income from the man's territory has doubled again. However, he gets straight to the point and asks what kind of treasure he has. The city commander says that the count will only find out at the auction, but Puli insists and says he just wants to know to check if he brought enough gold coins. Giving in, the auction organizer reveals that he is in possession of the Book of Amos. And when asked if this is true, he affirms that he verified the authenticity and confirmed that it is. Acting clever, the count asks the man not to put the item up for auction but to dedicate it to the fourth prince, as this could make him a great duke. Taking a deep breath, the city commander says he cannot do that, as he has already announced the auction. Understanding the situation, the blonde-haired guy warns that he will prepare for later. Meanwhile, Tengi asks one of his soldiers to spread the news about the Book of Amos throughout the city before nightfall. In the tavern, Liu is shocked to discover what the best meal in the place is. Without hesitation, he asks the waitress to take the dishes back, as he will cook his own food. After a few minutes, he and the girls enjoy a dish of instant noodles. Excited, Nicole says they could try selling that type of noodle as it is very tasty. After dinner, the MC suggests they rest a bit, as they have traveled for many days. Noticing that she will have to lie in the same bed as the boy, the girl with braids says that this is inappropriate, but she ends up being convinced by Mina. Thus, a few minutes later, the three simply fall asleep. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door and announces that the team of warriors is back. After receiving permission, Sinker enters the room and reveals that the item from the Kingdom of God to be auctioned this time is the Book of Amos. Our boy asks what that is and discovers the story of a knight named Amos who entered the Forbidden Mountain to seek the Kingdom of God. He recorded what he saw and experienced for 3 years. The MC questions what the origin of the kingdom's story might be. Knowing a bit about it, the cat orc says that when she was a child, her mother told her that the miracle of the Kingdom of God had appeared several times and was about a huge mountain in the sky surrounded by giant birds. Reflecting, Feng says that this sounds somewhat familiar. The dark-haired boy then mentions that he heard about a ferryman who saw the miracle of the Kingdom of God near the sea. According to the man, there was a virtual shadow of a mountain in the sky. Hearing this leads the MC to conclude that it is merely a mirage. Mina asks if he knows the Kingdom of God. Confirming, the boy says that this story is nothing but nonsense, as it speaks of an ordinary mountain. But he is left unsure how to explain how a mountain appears in the sky. Still, the girls assert that they believe him. Leaving the Kingdom of God aside, our boy asks about the auction rules. Explaining, Sinker says that the auction is divided into 2 parts, where, in the second, anyone is allowed to offer items to be auctioned. However, since Tenjie does not take responsibility for the authenticity of these objects, the buyer must bear the loss of counterfeit items. Excited, the MC says that they can make a lot of money without revealing their identities and claims that he knows a good way to sell the wine for a high price. The next day, inside one of the rooms of the tavern, we see the dark-haired boy discussing disguises with his friends. Turning around, he says that the task is to spread the rumor of God's wine, then asks everyone to exit through the window to avoid being exposed. Elsewhere, we see warriors talking about the Book of Amos. Approaching, Sinker says he has a question to ask. But seeing that the knights are suspicious, he places some gold coins on the table and states that he does not wish to offend anyone. One of the men asks what he wants. Smiling, the boy says that his lord informed him that the city of Tengying has another item from the Kingdom of God. Shocked, the warriors ask how there can be another item from the kingdom. Apologizing for the intrusion, the young man says he will look for someone who knows more about the subject. However, one of the men invites him to drink, all to find out more about this other object, claiming it is a secret. Sinker says he heard that someone arrived in the city with 3 bottles of God's wine. The news quickly reaches Tenga's ears, leaving him completely perplexed. Thinking, he concludes that if people start to doubt the authenticity of the book, its price will drop. Because of this, the man orders that the patrol in the city and the gate defense be strengthened. Moreover, anyone who speaks about God's wine must be arrested, and the one responsible for spreading the news must be brought to him. In another tavern, Deacon discovers that the group of merchants who spread the word about the wine managed to escape. Intrigued, he asks if the group is part of the Black Iris. Denying, the bartender says that these people were much faster and fiercer. Concluding that there is no chance anyone has found the kingdom of God, the hooded man asks the man to keep an eye on the city gate and deal with the suspects directly. Meanwhile, at the Brown Tavern, Sinker tells Lou that his group was attacked the night before. Our boy asks if the culprits were knights. However, the young man denies it and says it was a group of people in black with good skills who wanted to know about the wine. Then the boy comments on the civilians who were arrested for spreading the rumor and asks what to do. Since the news has already been spread, the MC states that they do not need to do anything else, then asking his ally to arrange for someone to fetch Mina from outside the auction site and send another person out of the city to cover their departure. We are taken to the auction site, where Tong is receiving the participants. Suddenly, Liu and Nicole's exit from a carriage catches everyone's attention. Intrigued, people begin to ask if the boy is a prince from somewhere, and if the girl is also of royalty. Inside the castle, the Count introduces himself to the duo and states that he feels very honored by their presence. The MC then says that he heard about the Book of Amos and hopes that the news is not false. Smiling, the man says it's all true, while thinking he is surely in front of the prince of some kingdom. Then, he takes the young people to a VIP area. Far away from everyone, Mina prepares to fulfill her task. The bartender notices the young woman's presence and wonders if she is looking for the divine wine. Concluding then that it's better to see if the girl will disrupt his plan before taking any drastic action. Staring at the man, the orc thinks about how killing him would interfere with her master's plan. Puli arrives at the VIP area and, apologizing for the delay, asks who the young man is. Thinking he is speaking to a prince, he states that he didn't expect such a big shot to show up at the auction. Reflecting, our boy wonders if that is the father of Baron Omar. Meanwhile, Nicole tries to hold back her laughter. Starting the auction, Tang asks everyone to look at the first lot, which is a sword made by the Northern Dwarf Master 100 years ago. Upon hearing that the starting price is 30 silver coins, someone quickly offers 31. During the presentation of the second item, the Count asks if Feng is really interested. Denying, he says that the things from the city of Xi'an are much better and that the auction is just a novelty for inexperienced nobles. Finally, the time for the Book of Amos arrives. To prove its authenticity, the city commander begins to read a page aloud, where Amos reports seeing a pool of 5 different colors. Shocked, people ask if that wouldn't be the bathing place of the gods of the Kingdom of God. Thinking, the MC concludes that what the man saw is nothing more than a combination of the landscape, temperature, and light refraction. But the people of that world insist on connecting everything to gods. After reading the entire page, Tang announces that the starting price is 300 gold coins. Quickly, the participants begin to place higher bids. Knowing he can't compete with a prince, Puli asks if he isn't interested in the book. The MC says he is, but he didn't bring many gold coins. Seizing the opportunity, the Count stands up and offers 1,300 gold coins for the item. A deadly silence settles, and after a few minutes, the commander closes the sale and congratulates the man on his purchase. Holding the book, the Count realizes that someone might be killed that night. Therefore, it's better to leave the city as soon as possible. The first part of the auction ends, and it's time for the free auction. Suddenly, a wind blows out all the candles. Everyone panics, while our boy just enjoys the situation. Mina appears, and, introducing herself as a servant of the gods, claims she has no bad intentions, as she is there to auction 3 bottles of divine wine. People start asking how they will know she isn't lying, while the bartender can only think about how he should have killed the young woman when he had the chance. Pouring a bit of wine into a glass, the orc states that only those who buy will be able to taste it. Astonished, the city commander concludes that the bottles might really have come from the kingdom of God. Holding the glass, the young woman says that the wine helps calm the mind and prolongs life. This last piece of information leaves everyone in complete shock. After recounting all the lies, Mina announces that the starting price for 1 bottle is 300 gold coins. Quickly, the participants begin to place bids, including Liu, who offers 600 coins to maintain his character. Desperate, Tenge offers 700 gold coins and, with the glass in hand, claims he will buy the other 2 bottles for the same price, as the drink will be useful to strengthen his status as Duke. After taking a sip, the man asserts that the wine is indeed divine. The other participants are not pleased with the scene, until suddenly, someone orders that Mina be captured. Holding a grenade, the girl says that everyone there is very greedy and with just 1 click spreads smoke all over the place. The men complain that they can't see and claim that the young woman is a witch. Seeing 2 knights approaching, the orc is forced to act. Using a gas mask, she quickly pushes the enemies away and takes the opportunity to run. Covering his eyes, Puli asks his men to protect the Book of Amos. Liu tells Nicole that it's time for them to go home. Outside, the Catwoman tries to shake off the knights who are still following her. Thinking, she notes that there are more and more soldiers, which complicates the situation. Sinker appears with his group and, dealing with the enemies, apologizes for the delay, then orders his allies to kill all the knights. Once the job is done, the group runs towards the dock. But Mina realizes that there is someone behind them. The quartet suddenly stops walking and, as if by magic, disappears. Surprised, the bartender wonders where everyone went. But to his surprise, the cat girl appears beside him, along with the guys, who come from different directions. Sinker and his ally try desperately to land a blow on the enemy, until the young dark-haired man remembers seeing him at the pub. Impatient, the mustached guy asks the girl to just say where she got the divine wine. She does not respond, and thus the group resumes their attack while the man twists and turns to avoid being hit. Smiling, the gang leader says that he is strong, but he hasn't noticed that a member of the group is missing. The young man appears in the air, ready to put an end to the battle. With the enemy immobilized, the young woman says they should take him to Liu. We are taken to the city dock where our boy appears and praises his friends for their good work. Sinker then says they took care of all the knights who were following them, but brought a guy who claims to be a member of the bounty club. The MC is confused, but Mina explains that the club is where bounty hunters and mercenaries accept certain missions. Thus, anyone with money can find suitable people within the club. The young man concludes that, in this case, someone hired someone to follow them. Skeptical, the girl says that, even so, she believes this is just an excuse to hide his identity, since the man is powerful enough to be in the top 20 among mercenaries, but no one has the same characteristics as him in the ranking. Liu asks the soldiers to hold the enemy for a few days to find out who he really is, but only after everyone has washed up, eaten, and rested. Approaching, the orc hands over the gold coins from the wine sale. Our boy takes the chest and then hugs the young woman, not caring that she says her clothes are dirty. Smiling, the girl states that she is very happy to be able to help him. With flushed cheeks, the MC asks Mina to hurry and take a shower. Before leaving, the young woman reveals that she took the Book of Amos, as the boy seemed interested in the item. Our boy thanks her, but asks that she not put her life at risk for such things anymore. Later, Nicole announces that it is time for dinner. Closing the book, Feng thinks to himself that it seems like an adventure romance. Curious, the cook asks if the young man is thinking of going to the kingdom of God. The MC then says he might consider visiting the place if it's for an adventure. Excited, the young woman asks to go and says she could cook for him there. Knowing that everyone there is very naive, our boy says it will be a group trip. Suddenly, a soldier appears and says something has happened at the dock. Everyone is surprised to find out that Count Puli ordered all boats to be searched. At the dock, the man orders his knights to burn all the boats if they do not find the book. Liu quickly understands that the count is not just looking for the book. Beside him, Mina says that the young man was very smart to leave the port early. Worried, Nicole says that Puli is going too far. Another soldier approaches and says a letter has arrived from the city of Xiang. Laughing, the girl with braids comments that Annie asked to let them know that Frey refused to go to school. Our boy then asks them to tell the little girl that if she doesn't go to school, they won't take her to the kingdom of God. Revealing next that the next destination is in the city of Blackwalter. We find out that the place only has 2,000 inhabitants and is located on the banks of the Haishui River. However, in winter, when the river freezes, the ships cannot pass, and the city becomes isolated. And although Baron Binsai cares about his people, the lands of the place are constantly plundered. Because of this, the reserved grains are never enough to sustain the people throughout the winter. In the river, Hiran, the Baron's daughter, thinks about how her father has been worried about the grain situation, which made her try her luck at fishing. But while she can't catch anything, a group of strange people seems to have hit the jackpot. Returning to base, Mina says it is very easy to catch fish in that location. Sad, the short-haired girl concludes that she is very foolish. Smiling, Nicole announces that the fish is ready, and the MC thanks her, and asks the commander's daughter to come closer to eat as well. Screaming, the young woman asserts that she has already said her city does not have excellent grains. Therefore, she would like to stop being pursued. Insisting, Feng says he would like to know something else about the place in exchange for teaching her to fish. Thinking, the girl says that if she learned the fishing method, the food scarcity would decrease. Thus, she decides to accept the conversation. At the camp, everyone introduces themselves, and the MC asks Hiran to try the food. Upon tasting it, the young woman concludes that this is the best fish she has ever eaten in her life. Getting straight to the point, the young man asks if she is the daughter of the Baron of the city. Drawing her sword, the girl asks how he knows that. Calmly, our boy says he realized she was not an ordinary person because of her clothes and, apologizing for the misunderstanding, states that he is there to propose a deal. A bit surprised, the Baron's daughter thinks about how she did not expect the commander of the city of Xiang to be so young. Then they talk about a tribe that resides in the pastures of the Sahara and has a large flock of sheep. Curious, the MC asks if the tribe is far from the city and what kind of person the leader is. Hiran then says it takes a 3-day journey and that the leader is a female orc whom no one in the city knows. Regarding the deal, Liu states that he would like the city to transport the sheep to the river and, in exchange, he would provide grains. Excited, the girl says that the only problem is that the place does not have many horses, but the young man says he will help with that part. The deal is finally sealed. Suddenly a soldier approaches and warns that a group of armed people is coming in their direction. We see the group approaching with the aim of rescuing the Baron's daughter. The soldiers take their positions to protect the MC. However, the short-haired girl steps in front and shows that she is fine. Approaching her father, she reveals that those are guests from the city of Xiang. Our boy then states his intentions and asks the man to write a letter of recommendation for him to deliver to the leader of the tribe in the Sahara, as well as, of course, to transport the sheep that are purchased to the river. Apologizing, Binsai says he hopes the young man does not mind what happened. The latter says that the situation only served to show how much he loves his daughter. After a handshake, the group sets off towards the tribe. Smiling, the Baron states that if Hiran wants to marry Liu, he will give his blessing. Screaming, the girl says she is not so bad that no one would want to marry her. Meanwhile, in the city of Xiang, Avery tries to convince Annie to rest. However, the girl is determined to finish all her administrative tasks. Suddenly, a rumor about elven slaves in the city of Moth catches her attention. Shocked, the orc asks her ally to go to the guard department and deliver a letter to Axe, as it is necessary to eliminate the source of the rumor before it spreads further. Thinking, the young woman wonders if there are any elves in the city of Xiang and if the rumor has reached other cities. Thus, her hope is that nothing happens until her master returns. Elsewhere, 2 men celebrate having successfully completed the mission. One of them then says that they will surely receive some reward for spreading the rumor. Suddenly, an arrow hits the neck of the guy in the orange shirt. His ally starts screaming and, upon seeing the shooter, decides it is better to run away as fast as possible. Furious, Elisa asks how many elves are in the city of Moth. The man does not respond and ends up getting shot in the leg. The young woman then says he only has one chance to tell the truth. Screaming, the thug claims he does not know the exact number because it has been a month and a half since he last visited the place. But, the last time he was in the city, there was only one elf. The girl then asks how many members of the Black Iris are in Moth. The guy says there are more than 100 people and asks if he can leave now that he has answered the questions. Firing another arrow, the elf asks how many of his companions he thinks have fallen victim to the organization. However, to her surprise, someone approaches the door. Axe enters the house and finds only the thugs. But, upon seeing the situation, concludes that there are indeed elves in the city of Xiang. The young man asks one of his men to keep watch while the others accompany him to the castle. Upon arriving at the location, he states that whoever it is must not have left the city yet. Annie asks him to tell the knights that any elf must be stopped. At the city gate, Elisa thinks about how she can't find peace anywhere. Stating that there is no other way to resolve the situation, she puts on her hood and says goodbye to the place before heading towards Moth. We are taken to the port of Xiang. Happy to be home, Feng says he is not used to making such long trips. Suddenly, Avery and other knights appear. When asked if something is happening, the orc tells the young man to get into the carriage and return to the castle immediately. At home, he discovers that Elisa is an elf by reading a letter she left, apologizing for leaving without saying goodbye, and thanking him for all the days she spent in the city. Irritated, the MC states that the girl is very foolish, but remembering the promise he made, he orders Sinker to prepare the team of warriors. Mina will need to grab the bow, and the cook will help her with her armor. Outside, the young man says he will never break his promise. Therefore, he will go to the city of Moth to bring Elisa back home. We see the elf running in the forest again. Suddenly a branch breaks and catches her attention. Aiming her bow, she asks who is there. Using his arms to protect himself, Jin Mo asks the girl not to kill him and questions if she is an elf. Confirming, the young woman assures him that he can relax. Smiling, the stranger asks if the girl is the white-haired witch and if she is there to free the elves who are being enslaved in the city. Introducing herself, Elisa says she came as fast as she could after discovering what has been happening. Then, she asks why the young woman is there alone. The girl explains that she was on guard at the cave where the other elves are. At the entrance of the place, the green-haired elf asks the witch to come in. Inside, the other girls are impressed to see the white-haired young woman up close. Saying goodbye, Jin Mo warns that she will return to patrol, as more elves must be arriving. A blonde elf asks her to stay a little longer, but the young woman declines. The MC's friend quickly discovers that the girl always refuses help, and that the quartet has been there for about 2 days. Intrigued, she asks if the green-haired elf did not travel with them. Denying, another young woman says that she found them in the forest and claimed she had managed to escape from the bandits. Shouting, Elisa says they need to leave that place immediately before it is too late. However, to the group's surprise, the knights were already at the entrance. Not understanding anything, the blonde elf asks what is happening. The witch asks if it was Jin Mo who set all this up. Clapping her hands, she says she expected nothing less from someone like her. Confused, the elves question why the young woman is doing this, while Liu's friend is more interested in knowing if she was lured to the cave on purpose. Confirming, the enemy says she did not expect to capture someone so valuable, but now it is better for the young woman to drop her bow and follow the army, if she does not want to see her people being massacred. Intrigued, the white-haired girl asks why she works for the Black Iris if she is also an elf. Laughing, Jinmo states that, in fact, she is a dark elf, which means she fell into darkness a long time ago. All because of people like Elisa. She then orders the knights to capture all the girls. We are taken to the city of Moth. Observing the quartet in the cell, the enemy says there is no chance they will escape and that in the end, being a slave isn't so bad, since they will receive food and warm clothes. The MC's friend says the girl is a despicable being, which makes her extremely furious. We learn that the green-haired elf was only 12 years old when she saw her mother being abandoned by other elves. After suffering burns from the cold, because of this, she swore that whoever saved her would become her master, and who appeared was precisely someone from the Black Iris. Now, the young woman wants to see how many elves will come to rescue their fellow kind and fall into her trap. Meanwhile, outside the city, the fleet organized by Feng rushes to make the rescue. Sinker suggests they take the forest path, as it would reduce the travel time by an hour. After everyone dismounts their horses, the MC explains to Mina what a lantern is. Turning around, Avery asks if the object can really be used to attack enemies. The young man confirms, but says that a lantern is primarily used to light the way. The girls are surprised by how strong the light's brightness is. Looking at the group, the MC says there is no time to waste. Everyone starts walking through the forest until suddenly, the dark-haired boy hears a noise. Using the flashlight, our boy illuminates Jinmo's face, and the Catwoman quickly realizes they are facing an elf. Liu asks if the young woman is also there to rescue her companions. She confirms while wondering why on earth orcs are working with humans. Dees asks if she has seen an elf named Elisa. Determined to stick to her plan, the enemy desperately says that the girl has been captured, then pleads for the group to help her. Everyone heads to the cave. Warming up by the campfire, the elf asks everyone to rest a bit, as she will keep watch. However, the MC says that won't be necessary, then asks how everything happened. Avery is surprised to hear how Elisa was captured and questions how the young woman escaped. Smiling, she says that the white-haired elf didn't let her enter the city. Skeptical, Mina asks how she knows about the traps then. After the answer, our boy asks how many people live in the city of Moth. Feigning innocence, the elf claims the place has about 50 residents. Suddenly, the guard enters the cave and warns that there are dozens of knights setting an ambush at the edge of the forest. Feng asks if the boy found the place where the elves are being held. He says yes, and that no one is injured. Smiling, the MC asks Jinmo why there are more than 100 knights, then requests the elf to stop lying, as he already knows she led them to the cave on purpose and tried to lower their guard. The enemy finally lets her mask drop and says they don't know who Elisa really is, since she is worth 1,000 gold coins. But she never said anything about it out of fear. Everyone is surprised. While the elf screams, asking why they are not focusing on the part about the 1,000 gold coins, Feng then states that that amount is nothing compared to the value of the friendship that exists between them and the white-haired girl. Stepping back, he orders the soldier to tie up the enemy, while Sinker takes the lead and deals with the knights. With everyone in position, our boy says the mission must be completed in 10 minutes, as they cannot afford to be surrounded. In the city, 2 enemy guards are brutally attacked. With the path clear, the group prepares to enter, but suddenly, a group of knights appears. The shooters take down the armored guys, and the MC asks Mina to find Elisa. In the prison, an elf asks how Jinmo could do that to them. Claiming that everything is fine, the witch says she will help them get out of that place. A noise catches the prisoner's attention, but upon hearing a certain voice, the young woman concludes that they are all safe. Our boy appears and asks if his friend is okay. However, she can only think about the fact that he came all the way there just to rescue her. Extending his hand, Liu states that it is time for them to go home. Sometime later, the soldier appears bringing something the MC requested. Elisa approaches when called and is impressed by how different the bow she received is. The knights find the group and charge into attack. When warned, Feng draws his sword and with just one strike, annihilates 3 enemies. Surprised, the elf concludes that the young man is indeed very strong. She remembers the bow she just received and, after preparing herself, shoots at one of the opponents, soon realizing that the arrows are so sturdy they pierce even a steel helmet. Thus, she decides that she will continue helping her friends. Raising his sword, our boy praises the elf for her shots and states that now that the mission is complete, everyone should retreat quickly. In the forest, he asks Mina and Avery to check if Jinmo is still in the cave. Then asking the soldiers if anyone got hurt, and receiving a negative response, The boy asks them to keep watch over the camp. A few minutes later, the elf approaches and, thanking them for the rescue, hands over the bow she received. Smiling, Liu asks if she wouldn't like to keep the weapon. Embarrassed, the young woman says he should give it to someone stronger. However, the boy says no one is better at using bows than elves. Upon hearing that she can return to Siang even while being hunted, Elisa is surprised. Our boy then explains that he learned about the bounty and asks if she thinks he is not capable of protecting her. The elf says that is not it. She just doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Feng recalls the promise he made to protect all races and states that she is one of his citizens. Thus, even if there are problems, it is his duty to resolve them. The young man reveals that someone is being sought for a larger sum of money to explain why the girl should not worry about anything. With flushed cheeks, Elisa says she is happy to know that she can return to the city, soon discovering that, in addition to getting another job, she will also be able to take the other elves to Xiang. Mina appears and says that Jin Mo used fire to burn the ropes and escape. When asked if they need to go after the elf, the MC says no, as the rescue mission has already been completed. Thus, everyone can rest before the return trip begins. Elsewhere, two knights ask the enemy if it wouldn't be better to attack when everyone is asleep. Furious, the young woman asks if he wants to die, since they were easily defeated in the first confrontation, while thinking that she will not allow Elisa to be rescued next time, no matter the cost. In the castle, the orc says that the young man should rest a little longer, but he says he needs to deal with some matters first. Apologizing, Annie states that she didn't resolve it because she needed to know what his decision would be. The MC says she doesn't need to apologize, as she did a great job in his absence. The young woman says that Joseph's war horses will arrive in a few days, and Liu is happy with the news, asking Niu Wu to visit the tribe chief in Sara to get more meat. Changing the subject, the young man comments that they are in a passive position regarding the incident in the Kingdom of God and the kidnapping of the elves, which means it is necessary to create an intelligence service to prevent this from happening again. Therefore, he will create a security department, of which Mina will be the director and Sinker the vice director. As a task, they will have to organize the staff to gather information from other cities, based on what is written in the file he prepared. Taking the material, the young man asserts that he will do everything that was asked of him. A little restless, Elisa asks what kind of task she will receive. Knowing that the young woman is good with bows, Feng states that he will create a team of shooters composed mainly of elves. Confused, the young woman asks what a shooter group is and discovers that it is an elite shooting team that will be secretly positioned in an open location to kill the enemy from a distance. For this, they will receive a gold coin per month and will have 2 days off, as well as vacations after missions. Upon hearing that she will also be in an independent camp, the elf states that she would very much like to join the team. Once the tasks are finished, the MC stretches but notices that he is being stared at by Frey and remembers that he made a promise to her before the trip. Smiling, he says he is ready to take her to the sky. Curious, Annie asks how the young man will do that, and he says they will have to find out together. We are taken to the research institute. Inside, our boy asks how the hot air balloon experiment is going. The old man says he is finished, but the problem is that no one has ever tried this before. Outside, the fox girl asks if that big package will take them to the sky. Confirming, Liu explains what a hot air balloon is and how it flies thanks to the low density of the air. Mina is shocked to see the balloon floating, while the bird orc asks if they can go now. Turning around, the MC asks the other girls to wait there for a few minutes. In the air, Frey is impressed to see the entire city and states that she could fly at that height if she still had her wings. Smiling, our boy says that soon she will have new wings. After some time, the duo returns to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the old man asks if everything is okay with the balloon. Confirming, the young man says that the experiment was successful. Annie approaches and asks if it is now her turn. Noticing that the girl is not the only one interested, the MC says that everyone will have their turn. As the balloon rises, the fox girl remains clinging to the young man, but bravely states that she is not afraid of anything. Looking ahead, she is impressed by how beautiful the landscape is. Our boy asks if the young woman misses home, but before she can answer, a very strong wind blows and pulls her coat, which starts to fall. Having been pulled by Feng, Annie ends up kissing him. Turning around completely, she realizes how fast her heart is beating. With flushed cheeks, the young man tries to say something, but the girl insists that she won't tell anyone about that accident. Dressing the girl in another coat, the MC says that she doesn't need to worry and reveals that he will take her home when the balloon is improved. The two stare at each other for a few seconds until the orc states that she believes in him and goes back to holding her clothes with one hand. We are taken to the orc tribe located in the Sahara. Elsa, the tribe leader, asks if there are still enough coins to buy salt. In front of her, the cook says that the merchants have raised the prices, which is why they don't have much money left. Furious, the young woman orders the cook not to buy from those people anymore. However, the cook replies that if they run out of salt, they will lose their strength and could be easily invaded by other tribes. Reflecting, the leader concludes that if Annie were there, the problem would be easily solved. We learn that the tribe was founded 5 years ago and now has 30,000 members. However, even though the current situation is stable and the tribe has plenty of cattle, sheep, and horses, humans are unwilling to trade with orcs, which reduces the amount of coins available. A few minutes later, the cook informs the leader that a human caravan has just arrived. Without hesitation, Elsa asks for everyone to be taken to the reception hall. Inside the hall, Binsai introduces Niu Wu. Getting straight to the point, the young woman asks what he would like to buy this time. However, the Baron states that he is just an intermediary. When asked, the soldier says he came from the city of Xiang, located to the west, and reveals that he brought a letter written by Liu Feng. After reading the message, the girl asks how many sheep and horses the commander of Xiang wishes to buy. To her shock, the young man says that his lord would like to buy 2,000 sheep per month. But, if the business flourishes, the plan is to increase from 2,000 to 10,000, provided the price is 14 copper coins per ram. Thinking, the tribe leader concludes that this price is quite similar to the market rate. Smiling, Niu Wu says that if she agrees, they can pay in gold coins right then and there. He then reveals that Feng also sent some products that are independently produced in his city. The girl is astonished to realize that the salt does not taste bitter. The soldier then says that everything is made by his master and that the price is 30 copper coins. Elsa thinks about how other merchants have charged 36 coins for inferior salt. She then asks her servant to open the wine. The woman takes a sip and states that the drink is wonderful. Agreeing, the leader says that the wine is even better than what she drank in the palace of the orc Brutus. The soldier mentions that the drink is produced only in the city of Xiang, then asks the young woman to open the other package. Upon tasting a piece of food and finding it divine, the orc asks what it is. Smiling, the young man says it is canned fish. The girl opens the last package and is shocked to find a fresh green vegetable. Looking at the food, she thinks about what to do for a few minutes. Niu Wu then says that if the young woman closes the deal, they can make exchanges every month at the same market prices. Accepting the agreement, the girl states that she would like to meet Feng at the beginning of next spring for a conversation. The soldier says he will speak with his master. Alone with the leader, the cook celebrates the fact that the salt problem has been resolved, while the orc wonders why she has never heard of the commander of the city of Xiang before. In the city of Jeep, a man asks if Shero really wants to hire the 100 best assassins to kill Liu. Confirming, Puli's son says that if his plan works, in addition to avenging Omar and Adam, the young man's troops will be under his control. Thus, he will be able to help the fourth prince ascend to the throne. The hooded figure then says that as soon as the club accepts the order, the job will be done. We are taken back to Xiang. Hidden, a man reflects on how difficult it is to find a gap to enter with so many soldiers on watch. His name is Fangs, and his task is to kill the MC Gonista. At the pizzeria, Frey is asked what flavor she would like. The young woman orders a large meat pizza. Smiling, the attendant asks her to wait a few minutes while they prepare and package the order. Observing the girl, the mercenary concludes that if he can gather information about the castle's structure from her, he will be able to enter easily. When the order is ready, the orc makes the payment, and he leaves the place humming. Sometime later, the bearded man says he has a question to ask. However, the little girl states that she will not answer anything. Insisting, the killer says he only has a small doubt. But upon receiving another no, he starts to breathe deeply while trying to swallow his irritation. Appealing, he says that if she answers his question, she will be rewarded with copper coins. But, as Frey remains silent, the man changes his mind and offers 10 silver coins in exchange for information about the castle's structure. In the blink of an eye, the little girl grabs the bag of coins and attacks the man with a flying kick, then asserting that she knows he is an enemy. In the castle, the MC thinks about how lucky the mercenary was to have gotten out alive while praising the little orc. Next, he asks Sinker to find the assassin and bring him to the castle. When questioned about Teng Ying's tracker, Mina says that he took his own life, but left a message that said, "The glory of God will always exist, and there will be someone chosen by God to punish you." Our boy says that this seems to have been written by a fanatic who has been brainwashed. Therefore, the young girl must pay attention to the events of the kingdom of God so that they do not spread throughout the city. A few hours later, Fangs arrives at the castle. At his table, Liu asks if the man has anything to say after conspiring to assassinate a noble. He says he is out of luck, so he only hopes the boy will kill him quickly. Asking the mercenary to calm down, the MC inquires if he has developed a poison that can leave people unconscious but is not fatal. Confirming, the man reveals that he worked with a sorcerer for a long time but ended up killing a noble and became hunted, which turned him into a bounty assassin. Deciding not to punish the man, our boy says he will give him a chance to redeem himself, as he needs someone to continue studying the medication to help patients who are in great pain. Sinker receives the order to take Fangs to the Medical Research Institute. Before leaving the room, the man thanks him and states that although he has failed, other assassins are on their way. Smiling, the MC says he doesn't need to worry about that, as his guards are much better than any mercenary. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Yingluo Kingdom, someone says they heard that Lucy is not feeling well, so they came to visit her. With a book in hand, the princess looks confused. But upon seeing that it is her older brother, she quickly gets up to greet him. Lucio, also known as the First Prince, asks the young girl to sit down. Then, the man asks what she thinks about writing a novel with him as the main character. A bit awkward, the girl says she hasn't been feeling very well lately, so it's better to leave that for later. The prince asserts that she can write when she feels better, while wondering if a concubine's daughter will continue to refuse him just to stay by Green's side. The second prince enters the room and, all excited, states that he is there to visit Lucy. However, upon seeing his brother, he asks what the hell is going on there. Standing up, the blonde guy asks if the young man has lost all the good manners taught by the teacher, as he should first say hello to his older brother. Then, the man states that he also came to the room to visit his sister, but since she has another guest, he will take his leave. Furious, the red-haired prince asks if the girl rejected him because of Lucio. Desperate, the young girl says that is not the case. Grabbing the princess's shoulder, the young man asks why she doesn't write a novel for him then. Startled, the girl asks her brother to calm down. However, he says he needs everyone to know his power so that he can finally become king. Suddenly, an orc with iron claw gloves appears and pushes the prince away from the young girl. Screaming, Lucy asks Jones not to do anything else, while she holds herself back from finishing what she started. Seeing that he was injured, Green panics, and shouting, says he needs to see the sorcerer urgently. Taking a deep breath, the princess says she is glad the young girl arrived in time. The leopard race orc asks why she can't just kill the young man. Sitting down, the girl says he is her brother, and if something happens, their father will be sad. Besides the fact that she would have fallen into Lucio's trap, who planned everything to kill the second prince, all because of the struggle for the throne, as the two are quite evenly matched when it comes to strength. The problem is that her father still hasn't made any decisions. Jones asks if that means the young woman is in danger. Smiling, she says she is not afraid of anything, as she can count on her. Therefore now they should go to her father's room, who is sad after catching a cold. Lying in his bed, the king states that he is very happy to see the princess, but he has heard that the princes came to visit her. Smiling, the girl says that the boys care a lot about her. Worried, the man says that Lucy could very well go somewhere else instead of being stuck in the capital. Outside, the young woman asks if her guardian would like to see a place, but she says she will go wherever she goes. Happy, the princess says that, in that case, they will travel together. A maid appears and informs that Catherine and Darlene are back. Excited, the girl says she needs to say goodbye to the duo. We are taken to Darlene's shop, where many people are excited to see what the new products are. Two nobles argue over a bedspread, but the young woman appears and says she has enough for everyone, plus she brought better items than bed linens. When asked what it would be, the girl presents bamboo liqueur to everyone. Impatient, the people ask her to stop stalling and just say everything she brought. Obeying, Catherine's friend reveals that now her shop will also sell an even softer and smoother linen. The nobles ask what is special about that product, but upon touching the fabric, they are surprised by how soft it is. The shop owner quickly distributes more fabric. Meanwhile, two men are shocked to see how good the liqueur is. Smiling, Darlene says that pickled fish and cucumber go very well with the drink. The nobles start eating and find everything very tasty, even without knowing what cucumber is. Moving on to the next item, the young woman reveals that she also brought more types of paper, including a thicker one that can be used for writing, and a thinner one that serves as a handkerchief and can be used in bathrooms or to clean hands and mouths. Everyone comments on how practical paper handkerchiefs are. An old man appears and asks if it is true that she also brought perfume. Confirming, the girl says that this is the last item. Everyone is enchanted by the aroma. Intrigued, the man asks what is special about that fragrance. Darlene then says that, unlike common perfumes that can only be stored for 10 days, the one she brought can be kept for up to 6 months. Shocked, a young man says he will no longer need to change his perfume frequently. Continuing, the shop owner says that, in addition, the price is more affordable and the perfume is divided into 5 levels. In the middle of the crowd, a knight thinks he needs to inform the prince about what is happening, as the girl is about to steal his space in the perfume market. Catherine asks her friend not to worry, as no one will be able to do anything while she is there. Later, the blonde praises the young woman for her good work and states that now she can lend her money. Suddenly, the knight from before appears, accompanied by Ding Kata, also known as the fourth prince. When complimented, Darlene says her business is still small and asks why the man is there. He says he became curious to know more about the perfume she is selling. Catherine says that unfortunately the product is sold out. However, the prince states that he is not there to buy anything, but rather to find out who made the fragrance, as someone recently stole the formula of a perfume he was developing. The blonde becomes furious and tries to say something, but Ding says that everyone knows this field belongs to him. Therefore, he would like to know if Darlene will protect a criminal. Amid the confusion, Lucy appears accompanied by Jones. Curious, she asks why her brother is there and what is happening. Turning around, the man says he came to discuss some business with the shop owner. Worried, the princess asks if her friend said something he didn't like, then apologizes for her. Irritated, the fourth prince asks her not to get involved, but due to the girl's presence, he decides to leave. In Darlene's room, Catherine says that, thanks to the princess, the situation did not get complicated. Changing the subject, the brown-haired young woman asks her friends to try the milk tea she brought. Delighted, Lucy asks Jones to try it, but she refuses. However, after a few minutes, we see the orc enjoying a cup of the drink. When asked about the price, the shop owner claims that it is a gift from Feng, which is why the product is not yet for sale. Surprised, the princess concludes that what her brother is looking for must also be in the city of Xi'an. Agreeing, the brown-haired girl states that they need to keep this a secret so that the city does not face problems. The princess is happy to know that the place is growing. However, Catherine realizes that something is wrong and discovers that the young woman is going to leave the capital. Darlene asks if the situation has become that serious, while the blonde tries to understand what the two are talking about. Explaining, her friend says that everyone knows the king is sick and that since the princess does not support any of her brothers, the situation becomes even worse. For this reason, the young woman will leave the capital to protect herself. Confirming the whole story, Lucy says that she pretends not to know anything when she is in front of her brothers. However, a few days ago, the first prince incriminated Jones and his younger brother hurt him. Furious, the blonde asserts that the boys are going too far. The princess then says that her father agreed to her departure, revealing next that Catherine's father will support Lucio and force the young woman to marry him. Screaming, the girl says she does not want to be the first prince's wife, fearing that the worst will happen. Darlene asks why the princess does not take the throne, but the blonde scolds her and says that 100 years ago there was a very talented queen who promoted the status of women. But she ended up awakening the fury of the nobles, who, to prevent this from happening again, prohibited a woman from taking the throne. Therefore, if anyone finds out that Lucy wants to become queen, more people will try to kill her. Smiling, the girl says that, in any case, even if she wanted to, she would not have enough support or money. Changing the subject, the blonde asks where her friend intends to go. Upon hearing that she is not sure about the destination, the brown-haired girl suggests the city of Xi'an. Excited, Catherine asserts that the girl will like the place, and reveals that Elisa is also living in the city. Surprised, the princess asks if the story that orcs live peacefully with humans is true, and with confirmation, she tells Jones that their destination has just been decided. Meanwhile, in the training field near the Forbidden Mountain, Feng and Mina enjoy some time alone inside the carriage. Smiling, he says that it has been a while since he spent time alone with the young woman, and she agrees. The MC then comments on how he only had time to check on the elves training that day. Suddenly, someone knocks on the carriage window. Standing outside, Sinker says that the sniper team's training field is a little further ahead. At the camp, Elisa teaches the others how to shoot and is happy to see our boy arriving. After getting out of the carriage, Liu asks if that is how the young woman trains the elves. Confirming, she says that now they are learning target shooting, but later the training will focus on speed. Curious, the boy asks if she has training focused on moving and shooting at long-distance targets. Not understanding anything, the elf asks how to do that. The MC says he will talk more about it later and then asks how the camouflage training is going. Upon hearing that everything is going as expected, he suggests that they do a test in the withered forest outside the valley. Impressed, Mina comments that the elves hit the target every time. However, our boy says that this is only possible because the target is stationary. Outside the valley, in the withered forest, Liu finds the first elf and claims he discovered her because it is strange to have dead flowers in the thick snow. When the young woman appears, he tells her that next time she should use branches to cover herself and breathe. Sometime later, the boy finds another elf and says that it is very easy to see that someone is in the thick snow. As he thinks about how disappointed he is, since even inexperienced hunters and knights could easily identify the girls, a little further ahead, he finds an elf with her hair sticking out of the snow mound. Another is hidden among branches placed under stones, and one more is on top of a tree that didn't even bother to clean up the footprints. Suddenly, Mina remembers that they still haven't found Elisa. As everyone says they don't know where the young woman is, the MC asks Sinker how the weather was the night before. Without hesitation, he says it was snowing and the wind was blowing hard. Pointing with his hand, Feng says that, in that case, the snow would accumulate in the same direction as the wind. Therefore, the white-haired elf can leave now. The girl appears embarrassed and, apologizing, says she didn't take the direction of the snow into account. Our boy then says that the highest standard of camouflage involves becoming part of the environment in the most natural way possible. That's why the girls need to learn to prepare the place where they will hide very well. Once the explanation is finished, he asks if anyone has any questions. Mina and the soldier affirm that they understood everything, while Elisa states that she will no longer leave a trace. Smiling, the MC asks them to continue practicing until they can all kill enemies without being discovered. The elves leave, discussing the things they learned. Approaching, Sinker asks if it wouldn't be better for them to return to the city. However, Liu reminds him that the military camp is not far from there and asks the young man to inform the soldiers that he will be visiting that night. We are taken to the military camp, where soldiers are gathered, questioning the identity of the intruder. Asking everyone to calm down, the MC introduces himself as the commander of the city of Xiang. Lowering their heads, the soldiers apologize. Our boy praises the group's work and asks that no one inform about his presence. After walking a bit more, he asks the orc to start timing as soon as Sinker gives the signal. Inside the room, New Da wakes up startled after hearing a noise. Dressing quickly, he runs out while asking what is happening. Upon seeing Liu, his jaw drops. Ending the timing, our boy says that the time it took the man to get there was very good. After some time, we see all the soldiers gathered. Shouting, the MC says he is there to disturb them, as their soldiers must be vigilant at all times, which means there should be no breaks. While speaking and walking, he points out all the mistakes he sees, then states that anyone without armor should leave. The others must start a loaded run. Watching the soldiers run, our boy comments that without faith, the likelihood of them surrendering in battle is very high, which makes having an army useless. New Da apologizes, but the young man says that is unnecessary. After thinking for a few minutes, he asks Mina to help him with something. The next day, Feng tells the soldiers that he was very disappointed the night before, but now he is even more so, as his men do not have the courage to even look him in the eye. He asks if anyone there is angry, even though they are receiving good food and a bed to lie down, along with armor and weapons. Shouting, the MC says that if the situation continues, people will say they are weak soldiers, so he would like to know if they will be right. Shouting, everyone says no. Our boy says that saying this means nothing after the previous night and asks if they prefer to be strong or weak soldiers. Logically, everyone shouts that they want to be strong soldiers. Stating that strong soldiers have rigorous discipline and the courage to fight to the death, Liu says he will be responsible for the heroes who lose their lives. This means that from that day on, if any soldier dies for the city of Xiang, he will take care of their parents and raise their children. In addition to building tombstones and bringing people to witness their glory, the soldiers finally wake up to life and shout that they will die for both the young man and the city. Raising a flag, the MC states that it represents their city, and as a leader, he is also willing to injure himself to protect his people. The soldiers are left speechless by the scene. However, New Da repeats the gesture and says he would like to defend the city alongside Feng. With that, everyone does the same, and thus, the MC finishes planting the seeds of faith in the minds of his men, and says it is time for a new round of enlistment. Next, we are taken to a street. Shouting, Dees orders a young man to stop running and accept being arrested for disturbing the peace. However, he does not obey, and drawing a knife, claims he has not disturbed any order. Seeing the mark on the girl's arm, he says she is a slave and has no right to arrest him. Covering the wound, the orc says she is the patrol captain and was appointed by the commander of the city. Shouting, the young man asserts that slaves will always be slaves, no matter what. Everyone starts saying that the girl is a slave, but she says that Liu asked her to protect the city. Smiling, the young man asks if he is the owner of the girl, since she does everything he commands. Furious, Dees orders the prisoner not to say anything about her master. Another soldier approaches and asks the young woman to cover her arm so that the matter dies down. Later that same day, the orc's sleep is disturbed by the same soldier who cruelly claims to be ashamed to work with a slave. The young woman says that she is a free orc while trying to hold back her tears. Suddenly, the MC appears and with red eyes asserts that she is indeed a slave. The girl finally wakes up from this terrible nightmare and, curling up in bed, tries to focus on the fact that her master would never say such a thing. When dawn breaks, she tries to eat. While Mina and Annie argue, noticing that something is wrong, our boy asks Dees what happened. Disguising her feelings, she says she is fine and that nothing happened. However, the trio remains worried. Approaching, Feng checks if the girl has a fever. Embarrassed, the orc claims she is very well. The MC then asks one of his allies to ask the young woman if she is menstruating. However, Mina says she is embarrassed to ask such things, but ends up being convinced by the boy. Next, he says that the orc does not need to go on patrol if she is not feeling well. Nicole agrees and asks her to rest. In the room, Dees reflects on how Lou was worried and wonders, amidst tears, if she troubled the boy, since she did nothing but patrol. Crying, the orc concludes that since she lives in the castle, others might say that the young man is a slave owner. Outside the city on the Forbidden Mountain, someone informs their leader that the plan involving the lilac-haired girl has been completed. Thus, due to the rift between slaves and civilians in Siang, he believes that chaos will soon be fully established. A woman asks how long Chi has been in the city, and what the man's impression of the place is. He states that he found the city interesting. Smiling Field, the leader of Black Iris, orders the butler to continue with the plan, but if Dees does not leave Xiang, he must kill a few people 3 days later and make it look like there was a conflict between slaves and civilians. The red-haired guy says he will follow the instructions. Then, the woman asks Jin Mo if the mission in the city of Moth failed because of Feng's appearance. With confirmation, she says it is a shame that such an interesting place cannot last long. But now, they must return to the station. Outside the carriage, the elf thinks about how her leader's plans never go wrong, which means she and Elisa will meet very soon. Meanwhile, at the pizzeria, the lilac-haired orc places an order for 50 meat pizzas and tells the attendant that she will come by to pick them up later. We see that the girl is preparing for a future where she may not be able to eat pizza anymore. Suddenly, a girl appears and the two bump into each other. Worried, Dees hides the mark on her arm. While apologizing for not seeing the girl, she says it is fine, as she also wasn't paying attention when she entered. Sitting at a table, a boy with yellow eyes observes the scene and tries to stifle a laugh. Far from there, Axe and other soldiers conduct routine inspections of the rented houses. Chi appears and thanks the boy for his hard work. Entering the house, the orc says that his master is concerned that fires might occur due to the fireplaces. Smiling, the chubby guy says he understands perfectly. Suddenly, the boy states that he remembers him as a linen merchant and asks where the other people who came with the man are. Disguising, the butler says that everyone went to visit the city as it offers delicious food. Looking under the bed, the guard asks if no one will return since the man has been there for many days. Chi then says that his friends will return only when they see all the new things in Xiang. After the inspection is finished, the boy says everything is in order and asks Chi to continue taking good care of the house. When everyone leaves, the butler thinks about how he thought his identity had been discovered. He turns and asks the blonde boy who appeared out of nowhere how the plan is going. The boy says that DS is shopping and seems to be preparing to leave the city. Thus, the duo begins to discuss the ambush. In the castle, Axe says that, indeed, there is something wrong with the linen merchant, as the man has been in Xiang for 8 days and does not seem to be conducting business, not to mention that he is not alone. Thus, his guess is that the group is responsible for spreading the rumors that turn civilians against the slaves. This means that they also belong to the Black Iris. Understanding the situation, the MC says that the target is definitely the orc slaves. Since the city is made up of nobles, merchants, civilians, and free people, the latter two are in greater numbers. If a conflict occurs, the city will become a battlefield, and the organization will take advantage of the situation to capture the orcs. Claiming that everyone lives a comfortable life, the guard says that there is no way the Black Iris's plan can succeed. Even agreeing, Liu says that, still, the rumors will leave everyone in shock, and it only takes one slave to make everything true. Quickly, he remembers Dees and orders Mina to bring the girl back home. Axe asks what is wrong with the orc, and explaining, our boy says that she was depressed. After being discriminated against while patrolling, if other ex-slaves find out, they will start a confrontation. Desperate, the cat orc says that she went to the girl's room, but even her things have disappeared. Screaming, Annie asserts that this will only irritate the ex-slaves even more. The young girl says that she will go after her friend. However, the MC tells her to wait and asks her to let Dees go. At the city gate, the orc mentally says goodbye to the boy while thanking him for all the affection she received. Suddenly, 3 men appear and ask where she thinks she is going. Startled, the young girl asks who they are. Smiling, one of the guys says that she doesn't need to know that, as she is about to die. The orc is in shock as she sees the enemies advancing towards her without hesitation. Grabbing her sword, she prepares to fight, but something happens that catches everyone's attention. After defeating some mercenaries, Avery displays her sword and asks who told them that Dees was alone, then revealing that she received orders from Feng not to let anyone leave there. Confused, the lilac-haired girl asks what her friend is doing there, and she then says that their master knew she wanted to leave, and asked her to inform that everything that happened was the fault of the Black Iris, which wants to cause chaos in Xiang. The information leaves the orc in shock. Remembering everything that happened, she states that she didn't want to upset Liu. However, Her friend asks her to save the apologies for later, as they now need to annihilate the remaining enemies. The bandits do not surrender and, raising their swords, charge into battle. After some screams and spilled strawberry juice, the last survivor says that even if Avery kills him, his companions are still in the city. Before ending the boy's life, the orc says that her master already knows everything. In the rented house, Chi appears worried, as there are only 2 hours left until dawn and the people sent to investigate have not returned. Looking at a cage with birds, he states that the plan must be implemented as soon as possible, then asking for the crows to go out and spread the message. Several birds fly out the window, and one of them quickly reaches the house of the other mercenaries, who begin to prepare to put the plan into action. However, to the group's surprise, Axe and the others invade the place and reveal that, after an investigation, everyone there has become a suspect in the recent incident involving some rumors. Screaming, the gang leader orders his allies to kill everyone, but he is stopped by the archers who were fully positioned in another building outside. Intrigued, the butler wonders what happened. Suddenly, Mina appears and attacks him, then stating that the man is suspected of being involved in a human trafficking operation. Screaming, Chi says that he is just a betting merchant, but the young girl asks him to save his words for later. On the ground, the man begins to scream for help, but a guard appears and attacks him. With the enemy unconscious, the orc asks the boy to take him to prison. The next day at the castle, she informs Lou that the night before, 92 members of the Black Iris were captured. Avery and Deese finally return home. Our boy says that he is very happy to see them and states that everyone should thank the lilac-haired girl, because if she hadn't stopped the night troops outside the city, they would all be in trouble. Downcast, the girl says that she did absolutely nothing, as her only wish was to run far away due to her fear of being rejected by the boy. Approaching, the MC states that everyone in the city loves her, including him, which means that the mark is just a label, one that they can simply remove. Moreover, the boy says that even if the whole world doesn't want her, she will always have a place in his heart. With flushed cheeks, DS asks if he is serious, and upon hearing that he is, stands on her tiptoes and gives the young man a thank you kiss. Shouting, Annie asks how she dares to do such a thing, but the young woman says that a kiss is just a kiss. We are taken to the dungeon of Xiang, where Chi is being interrogated. Shouting, the man once again claims that he is just a merchant who came to the city to do business. Feng asks why he then tried to escape and why he never went to the betting store. The butler says he was very scared, which is why he tried to escape and stayed at the hotel because he had someone to help him with the business. Our boy orders him to stop lying, as he always knew the truth and only did nothing before because he wanted a chance to catch them. Furious, the man asks why he is being interrogated then, and insists that he will reveal nothing about the Black Iris. Sinker punches the chubby man, and the MC asks the young man to take him out of that place. In the town square, people ask why Chi is on the gallows. Introducing himself, Liu reveals that, thanks to everyone's efforts, the city of Xiang is becoming increasingly prosperous. But the human traffickers dared to disturb the peace. Everyone is left speechless upon hearing the revelation. Shouting, our boy asserts that the men chose to turn to crime rather than earn money honestly, and because of that, many families were destroyed. As many people became slaves, furious citizens begin to shout that everyone deserves death while throwing stones at the men. Stating that there are many free people in the city who were once slaves, the MC asks everyone to lift their heads and not feel inferior, for they should never have stopped being civilians, and that is why he will remove the mark from their arms. With tears in her eyes, an orc asks if they can really get rid of the slave mark. Saying yes, our boy explains that they just need to take the identification document to the tattoo studio. The former slaves shout with joy. Continuing, our boy condemns the traffickers to death. In the tattoo studio next to the guard department, Feng teaches another young man how to make the designs and how to disinfect the needles before starting. Cleaning DS's arm, he warns that it might hurt a little, while the guy in the back tries to take notes on all the explanations about the layers of skin. Dudley comments that it's no wonder that, when practicing on pig skin, the young man always took care not to pierce the second layer. The orc stares firmly at the MC until sometime later he asks if she liked it. Smiling, the young woman says that the design is beautiful. The other former slaves begin to shout that they also want to get a tattoo, which worries the tattoo artist. Meanwhile, in a cave, Jinmo is stopped by Black Knife. She then says she has something to tell the leader. Upon entering the room, the elf says that the plan for the city of Xiang has failed, but insists that it will not happen next time. Without turning around, Field says that the girl's task is to find good products as quickly as possible and not to worry about Xiang, as another person is responsible for the mission to cause trouble for Feng. In the military center, Niu Da complains about the speed of the soldiers who pass the first phase of enlistment, then states that more than 700 of them will be eliminated, as only 300 spots are available. When asked if they are weak and lazy, the recruits say no. A little further away, the MC and his friends watch the training. Intrigued, Mina asks why they can't recruit more people. Explaining, Annie says they have already reached the limit of support for over 700 soldiers, so they need to wait until next spring. Agreeing, our boy says that even so, their army is strong enough to fight against some nobles. A soldier approaches and informs that Fangs has developed a new type of anesthetic and called the young man to take a look. The orc cat asks if it is the poison assassin. Liu says yes, and that he didn't expect the man to be so talented. Worried, the girl asks if it's possible that it's just a trick. Her friend thinks the same and says it's better for the young man to be careful. Petting both of their heads, the MC says they don't need to worry about anything as they have conducted preliminary tests, but this reminded him of the need to strengthen the castle guard, as it is unknown when the bounty club will attack again. When asked about the task of finding good guards, Mina reveals that the guard department selected 4 candidates. One of them is Gaba, a bear orc who works in the weaving workshop and possesses good skills. Excited, our boy asks his friend to test the girl's martial arts skills. We are taken to the reception room of the research institute. With a crazy look, Fangs explains that the new anesthetic can render people unconscious in just 5 seconds. Intrigued, Liu asks what the side effects would be, but the man claims there are none, just dizziness. Upon hearing about the effects the drug has on different types of injuries, the young man says the man did a great job. He then asks Annie for a pen and paper. While writing, he mentions that Mina should send the message to the military center. Confused, the girl asks what that is, and discovers that the young man's idea is to attack enemies with the anesthetic using needles, thanks to the bounty hunter's good work. He asks if the man would like something in return, but he declines and states that he is very happy to be able to work there. Therefore, he would also like to warn that the club will not leave Liu alone anytime soon. Everyone becomes quite apprehensive, except for our boy, who, smiling, asserts that killing him won't be that easy. In the bounty club, Shero complains about the mercenary's delay in fulfilling his request. A maid then explains that one of the assassins sent has not reported back, so she will ask for someone stronger to be sent. Enthusiastic, Puli's son says he would like Feng to be brought back alive. The woman asks if the young man is sure. He replies that he is, while thinking about how it would be a waste to kill someone so talented. After receiving 10 more gold coins, the maid heads to another place and says it's no wonder the mission failed at first. Due to the low reward amount, a girl known as the 5th deacon asks the woman to contact the 7th deacon, so that he can return the gold coins. Seeing the young woman's interest in the city of Xiyang, the maid says she can modify the task and ask her people to capture Liu. However, the mercenary states that this will not be necessary, as the organization's main goal is to fight for the new king. Meanwhile, at the gate of the city of Xi'an, a young girl with green hair is impressed by how luxurious the walls are and says it's no wonder the price for capturing the commander is 130 coins. However, we see that part of her mission also involves finding Frey. Inside the city, she asks how the place is even more prosperous than the capital and why the orcs are talking to humans. Upon hearing a voice, Gaba and Nuo Yue turn around. Protecting her sister, the orc asks what the girl wants. Pointing to the tiara, she says that she is also an orc and would like to know why different races seem to be living in harmony. Curious, the little girl asks if it's the stranger's first time visiting Xi'an. Upon hearing that the place is wonderful, the green-haired orc asks how that is possible. However, she discovers that the only person who can answer that question is Feng. Smiling, Nuo Yue says that the young man is very kind to all the orcs. Intrigued, the mercenary says it's the first time she has heard someone say that. The 2 red-haired girls say they need to eat and say goodbye. Thinking, the assassin concludes that if she kidnaps Liu, the orcs in the city will be harmed. But, because of the little girl she is looking for, giving up doesn't seem to be an option. Suddenly, a voice very similar to Frey's catches her attention. As she approaches, the young woman comes across a carriage that is apparently transporting the city commander. Thinking, she wonders if she really heard the girl's voice, since she usually doesn't call anyone sir. Thus, the assassin decides that she will sneak into the castle at night. Later that same day, the young woman lands on top of a building while trying to find a way to pass without being seen by the soldiers. Upon spotting a good place to stay, she quickly takes off and thanks for being able to fly, as it makes her hard to see. To her surprise, Mina and Liu were staring at her from the window. Inside the room, the cat orc asserts that the girl is definitely the assassin sent to kill him. She asks the young woman to get it over with, but the young man asks both to wait a minute. Suddenly, the other residents of the castle appear, inviting the MC to go to the hot spring. Upon seeing the intruder, Avery steps forward and takes an attack position. But Frey reveals that he knows Mira. In shock, the mercenary asks if she is really seeing the little girl. As she approaches, the small one questions what the young woman is doing there. Intrigued, our boy asks what the stranger has to do with his friend. And upon hearing that the two are quite close, he orders Mina to release the intruder. Worried, Mira asks why the little one ran away from home. She then says she left to look for her sister. Discovering next that the young woman returned home and hid everyone after learning of her disappearance when called to go home, Frey states, downcast, that she doesn't want to go home anymore. Intrigued, the orc asks what she is talking about and says that everyone is very worried. Approaching Feng, the little girl says once again that she doesn't want to go back. Surprised, the winged young woman asks if she is joking with her, then asking if Liu has something against the little one. Nicole appears in the midst of the confusion and asks what is happening. Taking a deep breath, the MC explains the situation and asks the cook to help with the orc's injuries and prepare a room for her. Worried, Mina asks to keep an eye on the duo, but our boy insists that it's better if they don't interfere. Sad, Via asks if Frey is really going to leave. However, Annie says there is no chance the little girl will abandon her master and the food. Feng then orders that no one should let the little one leave unless she wants to. In the room, the green-haired girl asks if the noble is threatening her friend. Denying, the young woman says that the boy is very kind. Trying to reverse the situation, the orc states that the little one's sister will be very disappointed if she finds out that she doesn't want to go home. Surprised, the little girl asks if her sister has finished her mission, then discovering that she failed, which resulted in the death of 20 people. Curious, the little one questions if the creature is really a dragon and why her sister spares no effort to kill it. Her friend says no and asks once again if Frey is sure he doesn't want to leave. The orc throws herself on the bed and, after a few minutes, falls asleep. The next day, Mira stretches while thinking that this was the first time she slept so comfortably. Looking at the little girl, she realizes that she is still sleeping with her weapons beside her, which means she still remembers that she is an assassin and concludes that she needs to take her away, no matter the cost. The two get up and head to the castle hall. Determined, the winged young woman says she will pay whatever it takes for the boy to let her friend go. Irritated, the little one says once again that she doesn't want to go home, as she knows she will only cause problems. Confused, the MC asks why the mercenary is insisting so much on this story. She then says that Frey still needs to learn many techniques, of which she only masters 30%. Our boy then states that Mira is not a qualified assassin in his view, since if she were, she wouldn't have been caught so easily as happened the night before. But if the girl disagrees with his opinion, he will give her one more chance to prove her worth through a game. Furious, the orc says that if she wins, the boy cannot stop her from anything. The little girl becomes worried, but Feng asks her to stay calm while explaining that the game will consist of 3 rounds. Upon hearing that she can decide the content of the matches, the mercenary says that the first will be about camouflage. Later that same day, outside, the green-haired young woman feels confident that she will not be discovered in that hiding spot. However, to her surprise, a soldier appears and says that she can come out now. Shocked, the orc asks how the boy found her, if she used the camouflage technique that Frey's older sister taught. Explaining, the soldier says that the surrounding environment was so clean that the location of the hole became somewhat obvious. With arms crossed, the MC says that in the next round, it will be the young one who will hide. Huffing, the winged girl sets off for the hunt. Meanwhile, the others take the opportunity to have a picnic. Sometime later, the orc returns and, raising the white flag, states that she couldn't find the young man. Liu asks Sinker to bring the soldier back. When the two arrive, he asks how the soldier hid. Explaining, he says that he was in a pile of stones and used some to hide his feet. Thus, the girl passed by him twice and didn't notice anything. Screaming, Mira says that the next round will test who can hit the target first at 1,000 miles. At the sight of the second test, the MC gives the signal to start. Running, the orc concludes that she will win easily, as the distance for that type must be hundreds of kilometers. The soldier prepares to shoot an arrow while the young woman confidently approaches the target. However, to her surprise, the shot fired by her opponent hits the red circle dead on. Turning around, the girl claims that doing that should be impossible. Announcing his victory, our boy says that she can no longer force Frey to leave. A bit awkwardly, the young woman asks if they can proceed with the third round. Later, at the castle, Nicole informs that she has prepared everything according to the boy's needs. Mina says that he doesn't need to play the third game, unaware that the MC's goal is not to win the games, but rather to attract the visitors' attention, since if orcs and birds start working in the city, it will be possible to establish an air force. Snapping out of his thoughts, he says that the third round will be that lunch, and the young woman looks confused. Liu then explains that there are many ways to kill someone, and one of them is through poisoning. But he would like to make it very clear that he did not poison the food. Gerald is left completely confused. Asking the mercenary to try it, the boy says that if the food is not poisoned, he loses, revealing afterward that he would also like to teach the girl a lesson. Remembering that her older sister taught her to test food with a silver needle, Mira takes the object and pokes a tomato. However, upon seeing that the needle did not turn black, she concludes that there is indeed no poison there. Frey comments that the porridge is delicious and asserts that the boy will not harm them. Convinced, the orc tries a bit of the food and, instantly, her eyes begin to shine. A few hours later, we see the two girls with full bellies. Smiling, the mercenary says that she tested everything she ate, and since she feels nothing, Liu lost the game. Calmly, the MC asks if she is sure. Suddenly, the other orcs start complaining of stomach pain. Worried, Mina asks what is wrong with her friends. Starting to feel pain, the green-haired orc says that this doesn't make sense, as she would know if the food had a laxative. Explaining, our boy reveals that he did not put any medication. He just made everyone eat foods that are incompatible with each other. Upon learning that crab is not compatible with persimmon, the visitor asks what other foods cause the same effect. Standing up, the MC states that he will only share this secret if she brings Frey's older sister to the castle. The little one appears and says that it is not a good idea, as the young woman is very powerful. Not caring, the boy says that he needs to talk to the orc, then asking the little one to rest while he works. Outside, Mira says that the little girl will leave when the older sister goes to the castle. With her arms crossed, Feng says that the little one is free, and no one can force her to do anything. Speechless, the orc asks the young man to take care of Frey. Giving a smile, the MC asks her to be careful during the trip. Turning around, the green-haired young woman reveals that her true mission was to kidnap the commander of the city and take him to the forest to the east the next morning, but she does not know who the mastermind is. Our boy thanks her for the information and the visit. Beside him, Mina says that a letter arrived the night before, stating that a troop of over 200 knights had arrived in the city of Beifeng, which means this could be related to the kidnapping. Meanwhile, to the east of Xiang, a knight next to Shero states that it is better for them to attack soon, before they are discovered by the patrollers. Disagreeing, Puli's son reveals that he has already sent people to kidnap Liu, thus he can take the city without using force. 5 hours later, the blonde boy complains about the delay, and the bearded man says it is better for them to go. However, the noble shouts that they cannot do that, as the deadline set by his father is approaching. Raising his sword, the blonde boy orders his knights to invade and take down Xiang. On his knees, the leader of the warriors asserts that everyone will follow the Viscount's orders. Sometime later, they arrive at the canyon, and the man says they must be ready to fight as soon as they come out of there. Shero leaves the decisions to the knight, as he is not a battle expert. However, to the surprise of the army, people appear at the top of the stone walls and begin to hurl large rocks at them. With his whip in hand, the leader orders everyone to start running. The Viscount is startled when his horse rears up after receiving a lash, but the plan works, and the group begins to retreat. After a while, the blonde young man asks why those stones were there. However, when he and his ally turn to face forward, they realize there is no way to get out of there without passing through Liu's army. Shouting, the bearded knight asks everyone to gather. Worried, the Viscount asks if it wouldn't be better for them to withdraw peacefully. Punching the son of Puli in the face, the brown-haired man asks if he thinks this is a game and that he can leave whenever he wants. He then asserts that in this situation, only fighting can give them a chance of survival, and since they are outnumbered, they should advance without fear. On the other side, Niu Da orders his men to put on their visors. Obeying the order to advance, both groups start running until they meet in the middle. In a matter of seconds, Diaz takes down the first enemy. Meanwhile, the leader of the other army mercilessly massacres a soldier from the MC. Avery appears and with a single blow, leaves the man with one arm less. The two stare at each other for a few seconds until the bearded man turns his horse and shows he is ready for round 2. The orc remains still, waiting for the enemy to come close enough. After a few hours, we see the chaos left on the battlefield. Holding her sword covered in strawberry juice, the young woman with white hair says the man deserves her respect, as he showed no fear of dying at any moment. This shows how he is a good leader and an honorable knight. Nuda appears and asks another soldier to choose a good place to bury the warrior before starting the cleanup. We are taken to the castle of Xiang. Furious, Shero asks how Feng dares to attack the Count's knights. However, our boy asks him to stop pretending, because he knows about the plan to kidnap him. Playing dumb, the enemy claims he has no idea what the young man is talking about. Furious, Mina orders the blonde boy to admit what he did once and for all. Feeling the cut on his cheek, the Viscount panics. However, the orc does not care and places her sword at his neck. Calmly, the MC asks why the young man is there. Screaming, Puli's son says they just wanted to stop in a city to train the knights. Intrigued, the girl asks why the training is necessary. With no way out, the young man reveals that his plan is to help the fourth prince take the throne. Smiling, our boy questions if this means the young man wants to cause a rebellion. Denying it, the Viscount asserts that every prince has the right to take the throne. A bit irritated, Feng orders him to explain the situation in the capital. Obeying, the young man says the king is ill, but has not yet decided who will be the heir to the throne. Thus, the king's 3 sons are fighting to be chosen. After thinking for a few minutes, the MC orders the soldier to arrest the Viscount. While wondering if Darlene and Catherine are okay with everything that must be happening in the capital, we are taken to the castle of the Kingdom of Yingluo, where the blonde girl asks her friend what she will do now that she is even prohibited from leaving the castle. Trying to calm the situation, the young woman with brown hair says that this is no reason to start a hunger strike. However, the princess reveals that she is actually not eating because the meat served is horrible. Smiling, the shop owner asks if she will accompany her to Xiang. Sad, the blonde girl says she would love to, but her father won't let her leave. Darlene suggests they try to get out of that place, but her friend insists that doing so is impossible because of the guards. Then, the two comment on the fact that the girl is forced to marry the first prince. Unless she finds someone more brilliant, the young woman with brown hair asks why the girl doesn't marry Feng. She then promises that she will ask the young man for help as soon as she arrives in Xiang. In the castle, Niu Wu reveals that the tribe chief agreed to close the deal, but wants to meet the MC in person in Blackwater to set the date. Our boy says the soldier should return to the tribe and buy 500 draft horses, as well as inform them that they can decide the date. As he reflects on how he needs a large number of draft horses to assist in future works, it is Hiran's turn to speak about the reason for his visit. Smiling, the young woman says she is there to learn, as the development of Xiang seems like a miracle. The MC agrees to teach her some things, but warns that he will leave out topics that are confidential. Raising her hands, the Baron's daughter says it's all right. Thus, Nicole will teach her about internal matters. Leaving the room, the cook says she will do her best. Annie approaches and hands over the latest reports from the Zuxiao building. Taking the material, our boy asks how the construction of the Yushui Bridge is going. The fox girl then says that everything is ready to start. Feng states that the level of confidentiality for the newspaper printing needs to be the highest. He then asks if the orc has found the workers who will be responsible for the news. But he discovers that it is very rare to find someone who is literate and knows how to write in the city. We are taken to the textile factory where Gaba works. While organizing her things, the young woman thinks about how she will earn more copper coins by the end of the month, as she has increased her production speed. On her way home, she decides to buy 2 meat buns for her sister. Suddenly, a crowd catches her attention. The orc asks what is happening, and a young man says that the library and the newspaper network are recruiting employees. Thus, since they are offering a high salary, everyone wants to apply. Quickly, the girl remembers that Nuo Yue usually reads a lot and might be selected for the position. But things could go wrong due to her disability. When night falls, Gaba returns home and asks if everything is okay with her sister. She replies that yes, but reveals that she feels bored having to stay home all the time. The orc thinks about mentioning the job at the library, but remembers that if the little one is not selected due to her disability, she will be heartbroken. Confused, the little girl asks what her sister was going to say. Deciding to drop it, she reveals that she bought a meat bun, but Nuo Yue suggests she eat it, as she must be hungry. Shouting, the young woman asks why the little one is refusing the bun. Smiling, she says she is not hungry, besides hearing the orc's stomach from afar. After a few minutes, the young woman agrees to eat. Holding a bun, the younger sister asks why Gaba doesn't apply to work at the castle. The bear girl then says she only knows how to fight, which means she won't attract Liu's attention. Knowing this isn't true, Nuo Yue apologizes for being a burden. Standing up to hug her little sister, the seamstress asserts that she is not a burden while thinking it is her fault the little girl is disabled. We are taken back to the past, to the day the duo escaped from a group of slave traffickers. After some time running, the younger orc finally finds a safe place to put her injured sister. However, we see that her ankles took a toll from carrying the young girl for too long. The next day, Gaba wakes up fully recovered, and it is at that moment she discovers that her little sister will no longer be able to walk properly because of the frostbite, which made her lose a lot of weight. Back in the present moment, the young woman promises that she will work harder so they can live in a better house. Turning around, Nuo Yue states that she would actually like to work at something that doesn't involve walking. Begging, the little one says she doesn't want to stay home feeling useless anymore. Gently stroking the little girl, the orc asks if she would like to work in the newspaper office. Excited, she says yes while thanking her sister. In the newspaper office, Liu asks if the men have found someone capable of being the editor. Suddenly, Gaba arrives with Nuo Yue on her back to do the interview. Next to the MC, Mina comments that this was the orc she mentioned before. Taking the lead, our boy says he will conduct the interview personally. In the room, he asks the little girl not to be nervous and assures her that he is a very good and kind person. Introducing herself, the orc reveals that she is 15 years old and is there to apply for the editor position. The MC asks if she knows how to read and write. She says yes, except for some rare words. Handing over a paper, the boy says he would like to check the girl's writing skills, so she should write an article about the city. Nuoyue begins while her sister watches everything, showing she is worried. Sometime later, Feng reads the article and says that the girl's writing skills are not good enough for the editor position, but she can learn to write with him, and receive a third of the salary unless, of course, you don't want to. Excited, the orc accepts without thinking twice. Smiling, the MC asks her to go to the newspaper the next day. Downcast, the little girl asks why he would choose someone who can't even walk. Without answering, our boy asks Sinker to go to the castle to get an object that is inside cabinet 16 in the warehouse. Then, he approaches the orc to examine her and find out if her condition can be cured. A few minutes later, the young man says that the little one needs to wear shoes and keep warm whenever she goes out, in addition to massaging her legs 3 times a day. The cook appears and says she brought what he asked for. Nuoyue asks what that is, discovering next that it is a wheelchair that will allow her to move on her own. Answering the previous question, Liu states that a person's worth is not defined by their legs, and although the little one cannot walk, the value she carries is infinitely greater. Therefore, he will always recruit wise people even if they cannot move. Booing. Gaba thanks him for everything the young man has done for her sister. Our boy then reveals that she will start working as a guard in the castle after being trained by Mina. The next day, the MC returns to the newspaper office and is greeted by several people. Smiling, he asks everyone to follow him. Inside the office, everyone sits down, and the young man asks that no one be afraid, as the reason they are there is that he needs newspaper sellers willing to do the job for a steel coin for each sale they make. Impressed, the people ask if Liu is serious. Confirming, the MC reveals that, in addition, the work will need to be done every day. Therefore, everyone will always receive food before their shift. Excited, the young people thank him for the opportunity and promise to give their best to sell the newspapers. However, our boy asks them to first enjoy the meal. On the street, a group of sellers catches Lane and his fiancée's attention. Curious, Li Zhao asks what a newspaper is and if the city commander has created something interesting again. The young man says he doesn't know the details and suggests they buy a newspaper to find out more. With the papers in hand, the young woman states that this is quite interesting, while thinking about how she has discovered new things in the short time she has been in the city. Upon reading the news about the bridge construction, she asks how that would be possible. Her fiancé says that if the idea came from Liu, everything will surely work out, but the girl doesn't quite agree. Next, Li Zhao is delighted to read a news article about the limited edition lollipops that Annie has, and states that she will ask more about it when she sees the orc again. However, what catches her attention the most is the price charged to publish something in the newspaper. Reflecting, Lane says that perhaps merchants who have just arrived in the city would be willing to pay 500 copper coins per day to publish. Meanwhile, inside the tailor shop, Tori laments not having as many customers as he would like. A newspaper seller catches his attention. Curious, the nobleman's son buys one and gets excited to see that he can make advertisements. However, the only thing he doesn't like is the price. Even so, he decides he needs to try, as otherwise, his shop will close in 2 months based on current popularity. Inside the office, Feng asks if the seller really wants to publish in the newspaper. Confirming, Tori states that he will do a test for 4 days to see if anything changes. The MC asks if he has any requirements. However, the young man reveals that he doesn't know much about making advertisements, so he would need his help. Our boy questions how much the cheapest clothing he sells in the store costs and, upon hearing that the price is 10 copper coins, suggests the following slogan: "The cheapest tailor in the city of Xi'an, Tori's Tailor Shop." The chubby boy gets very excited and says that anyone wanting to buy clothes will surely visit his shop upon seeing the advertisement. Getting straight to the point, Liu states that the newspaper will not advertise false information, so if the tailor shop does not meet the requirement described in the slogan, the advertisement will be quickly removed. Hearing that this won't happen, the young man smiles, and then asks Nuoyue to note that an advertisement can be placed in the newspaper for 7 days. After that, the price will change. Later that same day, Tori is surprised to return to his shop and find a crowd at the door. Irritated, 2 young women ask why he took so long to arrive. Another girl states that she is there to buy clothes after seeing the advertisement. Opening the door, the young man apologizes for the delay. Welcoming everyone upon seeing people fighting over the clothing pieces, the noble's son's eyes begin to shine. Moved, he concludes that the city's commander is indeed a visionary and states that he will request an extension for the announcement time. Far from there, Lucy reads peacefully inside her carriage. Suddenly, the vehicle stops. Peeking her head out, the young woman asks if her older brother's men have caught up with them. Denying, Jones reveals that the caravan ahead got stuck. The princess then thinks that if Lucio hadn't died, they would have already arrived in Xi'an. From a distance, the orc asks if the trio needs help and if this is the right way to the city. Smiling, one of the boys says yes, and that they are also heading to Xiang, therefore they can follow them if they want. After the cart gets unstuck, everyone continues their journey. Finding humor in what she heard, the blonde girl states that she is very eager to see the place that is said to have gold everywhere. Thus, after some time, they finally arrive. Shocked, Lucy praises the city's urban planning and is even more impressed to realize how prosperous the commercial development is and how indeed orcs and humans live in peace there. Someone approaches and asks if it is the first time the duo is visiting Xiang. Jones quickly positions himself to protect the princess, but Axe says that this is unnecessary as he and his group are city patrollers. After providing some information about hotels, he welcomes the girls. After thanking him, the blonde girl says she didn't expect that in Xiang, orcs could also be involved in public safety management. However, now they need to find out where the hotel is. Jones feels embarrassed when his tail is grabbed and discovers that this is not the first time it has happened. We are taken to the Zui Xiao building. Excited, the princess comments that they said the place has the most delicious food, as well as beautiful decor. Entering the room, she realizes that it was indeed not a lie. Sitting down, the young woman reads about how room service works and, upon discovering that there are also doctors in the city, asks if that would be some kind of wizard. The orc replies that yes, because a wizard's job is to heal wounds, just as described on the paper. Sadly, Lucy asks why then her father did not recover, even after being treated by several wizards. Approaching, the guardian asks her to stop overthinking and suggests they take a look at the menu. The princess is surprised to realize that she doesn't recognize any of the dishes. As it was said that everything there is wonderful, the orc says they can order all the dishes, agreeing. The girl informs that she will ask for it to be delivered to the room so her guardian can rest a bit. After a few hours, the two comment on how delicious the food was. Sitting down, the princess states that it is time for them to explore the place. Outside, she says that the city's commander is indeed smart. Seeing how her friend became interested in a cloth, Jones asks her to buy it. However, the blonde girl says they need to save the little money they have. Smiling, the orc asks why the young woman didn't think of that when she ordered all that food, then affirming that there is no reason to worry, as she will find a way to get more money. Out of nowhere, Lucy says that now that she is no longer a princess, the orc doesn't need to follow her anymore, which means she can find a job and settle in the city. A bit sad, Jones asks if the girl really wants her to stay away. Denying, the girl says she is just worried about not being able to pay for protection anymore. Suddenly, a conversation catches the princess's attention. She turns around and comes face to face with Elisa, who apparently no longer works at the pizzeria as Catherine said. Realizing that the young woman has something to do with Feng, the blonde girl decides it is better not to reveal her identity, at least not before finding out more about how things work in Xiang. We are taken near the Yushui River, where the MC is inspecting the progress of the bridge construction. Niu Da approaches carrying a bag and says it was found by the workers. Upon opening it and seeing that it contains freshwater mussels, our boy gets quite excited and asks to borrow Mina's dagger. While opening the mussel, he explains that its meat is edible, but he didn't expect to find one that size. Seeing the pearls, the soldier is shocked and asks if they are not very expensive. Confirming, Liu asks the man to block the news and not let anyone know that there are mussels in the river, as well as to prohibit their fishing. Sometime later, outside the large market, a newspaper vendor tells Solo that a new pearl shop has opened in the area. Upon arriving at the shop, the man wonders how on earth there can be so many pearls in Xiang, then decides to take a look. Seeing the crowd, Lucy tells Jones that she would also like to see what it's all about. Inside the shop, our boy announces that everyone will be able to buy as many as they want. Thinking to herself, the princess concludes that the young man doesn't seem to be anything special. Intrigued, a man asks where the pearls are. Reassuring everyone not to worry, Feng picks up a mussel and, after opening it, claims that this is where the item comes from. He then explains that not every mussel can produce pearls and that the size and quantity can vary greatly, just like the price, which will depend on the size and color of the item. Everyone is shocked to discover that a 7-centimeter pearl with no apparent defects is worth 50 silver coins. Continuing, the MC says that there are other high-quality pearls on the second floor, with prices ranging from 10 silver coins to 10 gold coins. Regretting, a man states that he will never have an item like that in his entire life. However, our boy says that this is not true. Seeing the buckets, Solo asks if the young man will sell the mussels as well. Confirming, Liu says that a mussel from the bucket with the red ribbon costs 1 silver coin, while those with the yellow ribbon cost 500 copper coins, and the blue ribbon ones cost 100 copper coins. Everyone gets excited, even knowing that there may not be pearls inside the mussels. Approaching, Darlene's father buys a mussel for 1 silver coin and, upon opening it, is surprised to see that he has won 5 pearls. Displaying the coins, other people claim that they also want to buy. The MC then reveals that they can sell the pearls they find back to the shop, and that, in addition to jewelry, the items can be used to make a powder that calms the nerves and maintains beauty. A man says that this must be a lie, but he ends up being reprimanded. Remembering that Catherine was saved by the young man, Lucy wonders if he is a good doctor. While our boy tries to end the confusion, Jones says that they cannot believe all the rumors. However, the princess insists that she prefers to have hope and asks the orc to find out if Liu can cure her father. On the street, people comment on the inauguration ceremony of the bridge. A young man says that after the ribbon is cut, the cleanup work on the other side of the river will begin, and everyone will receive a good salary. At the hotel, the blonde girl reads the news and is impressed to learn about the bridge. Next to her, the orc says that the young man is indeed extraordinary. But when the princess mentions again the soldier who was cured, she says that one cannot trust everything that is said out there. Therefore, it is better for the young woman not to have too much hope. Turning around, Lucy announces that they will go to the inauguration the next day, and, if Feng has managed to build a real bridge, her father's illness may also be cured by him. With not much to do, Jones agrees to accompany the girl. While thinking about how naive she is, since the fight for the throne will happen sooner or later, the next day, at the Yushui River, someone comments that the city commander is indeed trustworthy. Perplexed, the princess says that the bridge turned out better than she expected. Spoiling the moment, the orc states that they still need to walk on the bridge to see if it is strong enough. Smiling, Lucy says that her friend doesn't need to be so prejudiced against the nobles. On a stage, our boy begins the inauguration, and after a short speech, cuts the red ribbon with scissors. Curious, people start to run towards the bridge. The MC then asks Nuda to order the soldiers to maintain order. On top of the structure, the princess says that the way everything was built is genius and reveals that her fear is that not every kingdom can have a bridge like that. Jones agrees that everything is indeed impeccable. Determined, the blonde girl brings up her father's cure again. However, the orc states that it won't be easy to talk to Liu, especially since they left without anything that could prove the young woman's identity. Upon hearing that it would be good if someone introduced them, Lucy quickly remembers Elisa. We are taken to the street in front of the pizzeria. Walking, the elf thinks about the delay in the sniper's training and is happy to see that the pizzeria is not closed, as pizza is her plan for dinner. Suddenly, something catches your attention. With the bow in hand, the young woman asks who is following her, but upon seeing a shadow, she concludes it can only be an assassin sent by the Bounty Club. Getting even closer, she orders the person to show themselves, unless they want to be hit by an arrow. The orc appears and asks if the girl has forgotten about her existence. Intrigued, Elisa asks who she is and how she knows her name, even though she finds the voice familiar. After looking more closely, the elf asks why Jones is there. However, remembering that the orc was an assassin before being rescued by the princess, she realizes that she may have returned to her roots. Lucy appears and asks the young woman to lower her weapon, since the orc did not betray her and it was her idea to go to Xiang. Without explaining the reason for her visit, the princess says she hopes the elf can help her with something. In the hotel room, the blonde girl asks what her friend's relationship with Liu is, and if he proposed to her or something like that. Finding the questions absurd, the witch spits out her drink and, shouting, asserts that the princess misunderstood everything, as the young man only asked for her help in assembling a team of archers. Sipping her tea, the blonde girl says that at least she doesn't have to worry about her own safety in this case. Intrigued, the elf asks why her friend is there, and if something happened in the capital, aside from the fight for the throne. Seeing that the young woman is trembling, Elisa realizes she hit the nail on the head. Changing the subject, the princess asks if the commander of Xiang is really good at treating patients. Confirming, the elf says that he managed to save a soldier on the brink of death. Hopeful, Lucy says that in that case, her father will surely be cured. When asked, she decides to tell the whole truth and reveals that she wishes Feng could go to the capital, but for that, her friend needs to introduce them. The elf agrees to make the connection and receives a hug. Then the two comment on the situation of Catherine and Darlene, and the white-haired girl discovers that the blonde's father will marry her off to the prince with the best chances of becoming king, to prove his loyalty, which means that the young woman's future will not be pleasant at all. After the conversation, the elf concludes that she needs to urgently go to the capital to save her friend. The next day, Mina comments on how solid the bridge is, before talking about the recovery of the deserted lands. Elisa enters the room and catches the MC's attention, who, smiling, asks if something is wrong with the training. Denying, the young woman says that she is actually there to talk about a friend of hers, revealing next that she is of royal blood and belongs to the Yingluo kingdom. A bit shocked, the cat orc asks if she is talking about the girl who writes romance novels. The elf confirms, and thus the conversation continues. Sometime later, outside, Lucy apologizes for bothering the white-haired girl before entering the castle. On the way, the trio spots a soldier talking to two girls. Explaining, the elf says that in Siang, people are not treated like slaves and can rest after finishing their work. Surprised, the princess states that the atmosphere of the place is very different from the atmosphere of the capital. However, all her joy fades when Liu says he cannot cure the girl's father. Screaming, she says that the man feels dizzy and has coughing fits sometimes. Then, she asks if the young man is afraid to go to the capital and says she will pay whatever he wants. The MC says it's not that at all and explains that her father is sick due to old age. Therefore, his condition is incurable. After the shock passes, the princess concludes that she should have thought of that earlier, since even the best sorcerers couldn't do anything. Our boy then says that the man can live a few more years if he rests his body. Lucy asks if the young man could go to the capital to help. He says no, but affirms that he will send some medicines and tonics. Sad, the girl thanks him and says she won't bother him anymore. Later, Annie comments on how good it is that the fight for the throne is happening, as they will be left in peace for a longer time. Feng agrees, but says that if the new king causes problems, he can easily be replaced by another. At the city gate, Elisa asks why Lucy doesn't stay a few more days. She then says she needs to go back to medicate her father. Understanding the situation, the elf asks the girl to visit the city of Xiang more often. Smiling, the princess says she will do it, as long as she gets a tour of the place. Jones appears and states that it is time to go. While thinking about how strange it is that Liu didn't come to say goodbye to the princess, the orc decides that she will continue searching for information about the boy. Watching the duo leave, the elf wishes them a good trip, but when she looks to the side, she sees a symbol and wonders if it could be the secret code of the bounty hunters. We are taken to the city's shipyard. Astonished, Annie says that the ship is indeed very large. VC approaches, and our boy praises him for the good work. A bit nervous, the young man says he is very honored to build the boat, but his biggest concern is that it will crack as soon as it is put in the water. Reassuring the boatman, the MC says he has a lot of faith in his design. Smiling, the young man states that, in that case, he will believe in his skill. Excited, Feng says that now that everything has been resolved, it is time to start. The rope holding the ship is cut, and while the girls watch with their mouths agape, VZ prays that the boat does not break. A few seconds later, we see its construction in the water without any apparent cracks. The young man finally opens his eyes and is shocked, while the others begin to celebrate. Jumping, the fox orc says she is happy they did not waste money. Excited, the MC says that the golden sea route can begin soon. Inside the ship, the boatman presents the second floor, where the Marines will live. Upon hearing that the structure accommodates 200 people, our boy says that this is very good. Fearfully, Annie comments that it is all very cramped. Next to her, Mina states that this fact makes her want to leave. Asking the girls not to worry, the young man says that Liu took this into consideration and had a space built for the soldiers to stretch and relax. The two girls are happy to see the place. Our boy then asks the young man to build 17 more boats in this first phase, but he needs 3 more to be operational in a month. Perplexed, the boatman states that this will be impossible, as it takes at least 2 months to build a boat. Back at the dock, Feng laments that he still does not have enough workforce, then asks why the water level is rising so quickly if the rain is light. The fox orc says that this is normal, as with the warmer weather due to spring, the snow melts more quickly. Realizing he needs to take measures to prevent flooding, the MC calls for Niu Da. When the man approaches, he asks if Xiang and other cities have suffered from floods in previous times. Thinking, the soldier says that the only city that used to flood was Grey Stone. Upon hearing that many people died, our boy asks what the nobles did to help, but finds out that no one did anything. Smiling, the young man says that if this is true, he would like to take in the people who were affected. Hearing this leaves the trio speechless. When asked if he will really do that, the MC asks if there is something wrong. Denying, Mina says that this is very much like him, while Annie starts to see which boats to send. Liu then says that they will use the large boat, so the girls should prepare supplies to receive the victims. After settling the details, he states that with more people, it will be possible to clear more land and build more vessels. Worried, the fox orc says that the money is running out and Solo and Darlene have not given any news. Even trusting the duo, our boy says he will send people to investigate. Interjecting, the cat girl states that her friend does not need to worry about anything, which irritates her. Meanwhile, far away, Darlene thinks about what she promised Catherine and wonders how she will explain the situation to Feng. A young man then says that they are still being followed. Unable to do anything, the young woman says that the perfumes and other products must have drawn attention, and her biggest concern is that those people were sent by the princes to kill them. On the other boat, a knight states that this will be the last time the girl does business. We see that he belongs to the group that tried to kill the blonde girl and now aims to obtain the perfume recipe. Seeing that his ally has other ideas, the brown-haired guy reminds him what the real plan is. He says he knows, but is worried if the commander of Xiang will follow the order, asserting that it is necessary to focus on the recipe. The other warrior says that soon, Puli will send a troop with thousands of knights, and Liu will be able to do nothing. Suddenly, another soldier appears and warns that they are approaching Greystone. However, to the group's surprise, the city is flooded. Laughing, the brown-haired guy says that the situation is sad but insignificant. At the port, a crowd tries not to become a shirt of longing. We see a little boy in the water shouting for help, screaming. His mother asks the little one to stay calm while being held back by a young man. As he approaches, a man tells the child not to be afraid, but suddenly, both start to be swept away by the current. Fortunately, the ship that Darlene is on approaches and throws a rope. After being rescued, the man thanks and introduces himself as Tucky, a knight of Greystone. Smiling, the young woman also introduces herself and asks where the leader of the place is. The warrior then says that he fled with his family and the money. Moved by the situation, the shop owner suggests that the man bring the people to her boat. That way, she will take everyone to a safe place. Turning around, the knight says that the only problem is that the vessel doesn't seem to fit many people. Other boats begin to approach, and the young woman reveals that she is being followed by nobles. Grabbing a barrel, the man jumps into the water and says he will ask for more help. Unaware that the ship had boats available on Jesse's vessel, the knights comment on how it is a waste of time to stop and help the flood victims. Tucky finally arrives and, asking for permission, introduces himself as a knight of the city. He asks the guys to help his people, even if it's just with a little food. Laughing, the gang leader orders the man to step back, while his friend says that if they want food, they will have to pay. Thinking, the bearded guy wonders if there is any good noble in this world. In the city, people begin to ask the warrior to return. However, before the man could do that, a very large ship catches his attention. Turning around, Darlene realizes by the flag that they are ships from the city of Xiang. On the vessel, Niu Da comments that it's a good thing Liu borrowed another 100 ships from the city of Beifeng, as without them, it wouldn't be possible to take everyone. Agreeing, Avery says that the guy is sensitive. After docking, the soldier introduces himself and says he is there to take everyone to a safe place. Tucky approaches and asks if the man is telling the truth. Confirming, the soldier informs that they can board and take food, as the ship will only leave when everyone is on board. Upon hearing the word food, people start to run. Grabbing her sword, the orc says she needs to control the situation. But suddenly the city knight shouts and orders that no one move. Then, he asks people to form a line and let the elderly and children go first. Niu Da concludes that he can recommend the man to Feng. After some time traveling, everyone arrives at the Xiang dock. The soldier then says that no one there needs to worry about food or housing, as long as they agree to work. Moreover, when the flood subsides, anyone who wants to return home will be free to do so. Logically, everyone agrees to stay, and thus, the man welcomes everyone to the city of Xiang. Unfortunately, who also arrives is Jesse's group. The brown-haired guy says that now the plan has become even harder to execute. Therefore, it's better for them to meet with the leader of the place that very night. Suddenly, Simoth approaches and states that he is there on behalf of the eldest prince, but he didn't expect to find such a humble commander. Also arriving is Kingston, subordinate of the second prince. Adjusting his ring, the man says that the noble of the city seems to be skilled. Everyone stares at each other for a few seconds and then goes in different directions. In the castle, Niu Da states that 9,312 victims have been rescued and placed in rooms prepared by Annie. The MC asks the man to pay attention to the distribution of food and avoid chaos. Suddenly, Darlene appears and apologizes for coming back so late. Liu asks the girl to lift her head and thanks her for the help with transporting the victims. Claiming that she will not make the same mistake again, the shop owner apologizes for not being able to shake off the lobbyists of the three princes who are full of bad intentions. Our boy says that she doesn't need to worry about that, as he is preparing something big, and the more people in the city the better. Therefore, he would also like to know if the young woman can help him with that. When caught off guard, the girl reveals that she would like to discuss something about Catherine, since due to the struggle for the throne, the blonde's father wants to force her to marry the older prince. He even put his own daughter under house arrest. In this way, she would like the young man to take her friend out of the capital. The MC says he understands how serious the situation is and promises that he will try to get the Duke's daughter out of the capital, but Darlene won't have to pay anything for that. Annie enters the room and informs that 4 people who introduced themselves as spokespeople for the princes would like to see the young man. Smiling, our boy comments on how quickly they are arriving. In the castle's reception hall, Smith says that the etiquette in the city should receive more attention, as until that moment, no one had appeared to greet them. Laughing, Kingston asserts that only hypocritical people care about such things. Nicole appears with Feng, who welcomes the group. With his arms crossed, the sycophant of the older prince says that it is the first time he meets someone so brave as to keep them waiting. Jokingly, the MC says he has many matters to resolve and usually waits until he is free to deal with unimportant things. Irritated, the white-haired guy says that although the city walls are high, they won't be able to stop the knight's armor. Laughing, our boy asserts that public safety in Xi'an is very good and can easily handle a few rats. Deciding not to get worked up, the man in the cloak introduces himself and reveals that the older prince will promote the young man to Viscount or Count. In exchange for the perfume recipe, the mustached man comments that the second prince will do the same. Slamming his hand on the table, Jesse's ally states that the fourth prince is willing to make the young man a marquis. Finding everything very funny, Feng asks why the men don't take a break to wake up to life. Furious, the mustached man asks if he is implying that they are dreaming. Intrigued, Smith questions whether the young man is not satisfied with the conditions, while the knight offers money in exchange for the recipe. Taking advantage of the men's sincerity, our boy states that the price of the recipe is 300,000 gold coins. Everyone says he is going crazy. Claiming to be an honest man, the MC asks them to send someone to inform him whether the deal will be closed or not, as he will not lower the price, no matter what. Two of the men ask the young man to stay sober and analyze the situation better. Not caring, our boy tells them to leave. The brown-haired knight warns that soon the fourth prince will arrive in the west, so the young man shouldn't be so confident. When everyone leaves, Darlene appears and reveals that she is afraid the princes will take revenge on Xiang. However, Liu asserts that he is sure he can defeat them as long as the girl agrees to help him. Sometime later, on the street, the brown-haired young woman comments on how the city has started producing even more delicious food. Then, she asks if Elisa is tired and suggests that they finish the shopping and return home. Denying, the elf says she is just thinking. Worried, her friend asks what is troubling the girl and if she is afraid of having been rescued by the city's commander. The elf says she is very grateful to the young man who, after saving everyone, even found a job for her and her companions. Therefore, her biggest concern is not to cause more problems, which doesn't seem possible since many bounty hunters have come to the city. And if the place turns into chaos now that all her allies are living well, she would feel very bad, which makes her think that perhaps the best decision is to leave. Darlene says that if the young woman does that, all of Liu's work will have been in vain. A newspaper vendor appears and catches the duo's attention. When asked, the brown-haired girl says that the elf will find out what she is talking about the next day. Then she decides to buy a newspaper and is impressed by how it has a variety of information and space for advertising. A little further away, Red Plum and Hound comment that it will not be possible to capture Elisa at that moment. Thinking, the red-haired guy says that the elf might be hiding some secret, since the task requires her to be taken alive. Then he asks if his ally knows about the auction. Confirming, she says that the news was taking up an entire page of the newspaper. Smiling, the man reveals that he got an invitation. On another street, Kingston says that an auction is a good place to show off. In the Zuiqiao building, the knights listen to two people commenting on the event. Intrigued, Jesse asks what a poor place like that has to offer. In the pearl shop, a seller tells Smith that he can bid on the largest known pink pearl at the auction. Thinking, the sycophant concludes that he cannot miss such an opportunity. When night falls, a crowd gathers for the event. A young man asks why there are so many people, and his friend says that most are there to see Feng, as they find him very handsome. The MC's carriage approaches, and when he steps out, everyone starts to cheer. As they bow and thank him for everything, Mina comments that those people are victims of gray stone. Smiling, our boy asks the people to stand up and promises that everyone will be safe in Xi'an if they follow the rules. A little further away, the knights assert that the young man will pay dearly for having disregarded the fourth prince. The time to enter arrives, and a woman asks the young people to show their invitation letter. Kingston appears and asks if the warriors have enough money to participate in the auction. The boys get angry, but the man doesn't care, and starts laughing. Inside the venue, he notices how beautiful the decoration is, and, seeing Smith sitting in one of the chairs, approaches and asks why he chose such a seat at the back, as he won't be able to see the items being auctioned properly. Without waiting for a response, the mustached man states that he forgot the Viscount is poor and cannot afford a better seat. The MC and his allies watch the scene from above. Smiling, Annie says that the plan worked, as the nobles will surely compete against each other, which will bring them good money. Gently stroking the young woman, our boy thanks her, while Mina asks what they are talking about. Liu asks the young woman to look down and explains that all the nobles who were invited came, which means the competition will be fierce. Moreover, the Orc Fox divided the seats according to rankings and sold them at different prices to create rivalry. This way, those who lose the first game will try to turn the situation around, and those who have already won will try to win again, which will naturally increase the auction price. Thus, their only wish is that the nobles are not too poor. Welcoming everyone, Darlene introduces herself as the auctioneer. Seeing that the first item is being brought in, a man asks how many treasures there can be in such a small city. Smiling, the brown-haired girl displays 7 bottles of the limited Xiang perfume and reveals that the price is 100 gold coins. Everyone is shocked by the information. Intrigued, Jessie says that Feng really knows how to hold an auction and asks what else will be auctioned. However, Kunjan is more curious about what kind of crystal is being used to contain the fragrance. People comment on how just having the bottle would be worth it. A guy in the back offers 200 gold coins, while Smith states that the auction could be a big deal. Several bids are made until guest 29 offers 800 coins, and the auctioneer asks if anyone bids higher. Shouting, Annie says that the items are worth more than that. Mina asks if after that night everyone in the capital will start visiting Xiang, while the MC smiles in confirmation. The first item is sold for 900 gold coins. Gently stroking his girlfriend, our boy says that even if he has to see more people, he prefers to spend time with her. However, he will have to invite those who bid for the invitation to dinner. Irritated, the orc says she would like to crush the nobles who claim that even receiving an invitation, they would not participate. Laughing, Feng says they don't need to worry about foolish people. Then, he calls for Elisa to inform her that that night her worry about being hunted will end, as his plan is to invalidate the reward offered for her capture. Sometime later, the fox girl says that everything is ready. Seeing some crystal items inside a box, the elf asks what that is. Handing over a letter, the MC asks the young woman to read the message after she goes on stage. Quickly, the girl remembers what Darlene said the day before and, in despair, states that she cannot let the young man sell such valuable crystal cups because of her. However, our boy says that the value of the items is nothing compared to her safety. Plus, the longbow team needs a leader, and he was already thinking of selling the cups to make more money. Hearing from everyone how hard the young man worked to do that, Elisa gets emotional and, smiling, says she accepts the help. Mina asks the elf to recite the words quickly. She says she will do that and, approaching the MC, states that the boy is a good person but always does rotations, which is not cool. Our boy is left confused, but the girl tells him to guess. Darlene announces the 31st item and says that, since it is a bit special, it will be presided over by someone else. The bounty hunters are intrigued by her words, as are the other participants. Elisa introduces herself as the white-haired witch, which shocks everyone, as they did not expect to see the elf who disturbed the capital a few years ago there. The elf says she understands that they would like to know why she hid her identity and why she is being hunted, and reveals that the reason behind it all is the information she carries about the whereabouts of treasures worth a lot of money. However, at that moment such treasures are in her hands and will be auctioned off that night, screaming. A man asks the girl to open the box, and everyone is enchanted when they come across the crystal vials. When the bids start coming in, Annie smiles and says the plan worked. Turning around, the MC asks the young woman to put the news in the newspaper the next day to increase publicity. Irritated, Red Plum says that as soon as the news is released, the bounty club will cancel the mission. Agreeing, Hound states that they came to the city for nothing. In the castle, after the auction ends, everyone toasts in celebration of the success. Asking for her friend's attention, the fox orc asks if they know how much money was raised. Nicole says she has no idea, and Dees urges the young woman to just say it already. Taking the lead, Darlene asks if the amount was 13,000 gold coins, and when questioned about how she knew that, she states that as an auctioneer, it is normal to have those figures in mind. Eating, the MC says the amount is acceptable, and if they combine it with the 10,000 coins that came from the capital, the total is over 20,000. Excited, Annie claims that since a large ship costs only 50 coins, filling the dock will be easy. Agreeing, our boy says that if they combine this with the extra labor, Xiang will develop very quickly. The brown-haired girl asks what the boy plans to do next. He then says that there are 3 main directions, the first being the construction of a water supply project through the waterfall located outside the city. The second involves exploring the mountainous areas which contain many resources. Lastly, they should increase trade with the tribes to keep up with the growing population of Xiang. The orc asks about the first direction and learns that the construction will allow them to have unlimited water at home. With her arms crossed, Darlene asks if the boy has any plans for his shop. However, he says he will talk about that with her later. Since the focus should now be on celebration, everyone toasts next. When dinner ends, Nicole starts clearing the plates. Holding a glass, the brown-haired young woman comments on how long it has been since she drank such good wine. Then asking if Elisa still wants to leave, she says not for now, which surprises the girl. The elf then says that Liu's plan will only stop the bounty hunters for a while, but when they find out she is still worth 1,000 gold coins, they will return to the city. And even if she does not want to leave, it is necessary to set aside emotions for the good of everyone. Curious, Darlene asks if her friend likes the commander. She says she doesn't know, but feels happy and secure knowing that the boy cares about her. Seeming a bit crazy, the brown-haired girl questions whether the elf doesn't feel an uncontrollable urge to hug the young man, just like Lucy writes in her romances. We are taken to the mansion of the older prince. At dinner, Lucio asks if a knight has not yet found the princess. Denying it, the man says that doing so is difficult, because of the orc who covers all traces. Furious, the prince slams his mug on the table and states that he underestimated his sister. Therefore, the warrior must pay attention to the nobles of the capital now that he is competing for the throne. When the man leaves, someone in a hood appears and asks how the blonde guy is feeling these days. The prince says that when he shows up, nothing good happens, and then asks the mysterious being to just say what news he has and how much he wants for it. The man states that this time he wants nothing, as he is there on behalf of the bishop. Removing the hood, he introduces himself as the third deacon. Confused, Lucio asks what the Bishop of God is and discovers that it is an organization that has Lomistro, its founder, as God, all to achieve eternal life. Thus, from that day on, they will help the prince in exchange for being able to build churches in the cities to announce God's gift. The blonde guy asks if it is really that simple. Smiling, the deacon confirms without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Blackwater, Binsai and the soldiers receive the news that Liu will arrive in the city that day. Thinking, the Baron wonders if this is a carrier pigeon and how many new things Ziyang has. Next, he asks how his daughter is. Smiling, Niu Wu says that the girl is learning about government matters. Upon hearing that she is well, the man questions if something happened between her and the city commander. The soldier then says that Hiran has been learning a lot from the young man and is even handling some less important matters on her own. Reflecting, the Baron prays that his daughter takes action before Liu marries someone else. Suddenly, everyone realizes that the orc tribe is arriving and prepares to greet them. A troop of horses approaches quickly but stops before entering the city. Intrigued, an orc asks why they stopped, and another replies that it is for the protection of the princess. While wondering why the knights allowed humans to enter the tribe during her absence, Elsa then says that there is no need for so much hatred, since Feng is willing to cooperate. Moreover, she would like to be called leader, not princess. Killua suggests bringing some knights to give them an advantage during the presentation of the conditions. The young woman accepts the suggestion but asks the girl not to go too far and to remember to invite the person responsible for the banquet. As she leaves, the orc asks for a dozen more knights to accompany her. Not understanding anything, the soldier and the Baron ask what is happening. Even so, Niu Wu asks everyone not to move, as the master's representative, he cannot dishonor Ziyang. He then orders the soldiers to obey his commands. Approaching, the captain of the orc guard asks her men not to stop until she commands. Everyone stares at each other firmly, until, upon getting very close, the young woman with long hair stops and shows off on her horse. Seeing that the soldier hasn't moved, she says that he is quite brave, asserting that he is just a mere warrior. Niu Wu asks them to enter the city to rest. Refusing, the orc says that they will camp outside. Suddenly, the MC's ship approaches and catches everyone's attention. Our boy descends accompanied by his allies. Surprised, the captain wonders why orcs are next to a human. The Baron and the soldier greet the young man. Smiling, Liu apologizes for the delay. Reflecting, Chiluo concludes that no other army can compare to hers. She then asks if the young man is the commander of Xiang, and with confirmation introduces herself and invites him to the banquet that will take place at the camp on the outskirts of the city. Mina does not like the captain's arrogant attitude, but is prevented from doing anything by the MC. Approaching, he asks the orc to inform the leader that everyone will be there at the appointed time. With her arms crossed, Dee states that they do not need the tribe's food. The cat orc says that her master should not have accepted to go. Our boy then says that orcs are still cautious when dealing with humans, so accepting the invitation was the best option. Binsai suggests that they enter the city to rest. The MC agrees and asks Hiran to take the opportunity to spend some time with his father. Thinking, the man says that his daughter should insist on accompanying the young man. As night falls, everyone heads to the camp and is welcomed by the captain of the guard. Inside, Elsa asks the guests to make themselves at home and enjoy all the food. Observing the size of the piece of meat and seeing how undercooked it is, our boy loses his appetite. Tasting a bit, the lilac-haired orc complains that the meat is too salty. Confused, the tribe leader asks if something is wrong and why the young man is not eating. Without waiting for a response, Killua states that, apparently, their food is not good enough for the commander. Lying, the MC says that, in fact, after a long sea journey, everyone is too queasy to eat. However, to thank for the reception, he would like to invite the orc to lunch on the ship the next day. Giving a smile, the young woman accepts the invitation. Elu claims that her expectations will certainly be met. Then the young man announces that he will leave because it is already late. Irritated, the captain says that humans are very rude. Next to her, an orc states that it is difficult to deal with such arrogant people. Reprimanding the duo, the tribe leader says that the fact that the group came to the camp is a sign of sincerity. Besides, the food that was prepared may not be suitable for them. Without caring, Chilwo asks what kind of food is so good that a baron from a rural town eats. The next day, on the ship, we see the captain drooling as she looks at the table. Elsa asks how much such a luxurious lunch costs. Without answering, the MC says he asked his chef to prepare everything. Thanking him, the orc concludes that the young man must belong to a royal family. Deciding then to stop thinking about the past, she asks aloud if they can talk about the business Lou mentioned earlier. Getting straight to the point, our boy says that his city needs many sheep and wool. When asked about the quantity, he says that his plan is to take 300 sheep per day. Shocked, the tribe leader and the captain ask what the hell the young man will do with 9,000 sheep per month. Without answering, the MC states that he also wants 1,000 draft horses and 500 war horses and is willing to pay market price. Moreover, if the girl agrees, they can also trade materials like linen, wheat, salt, etc. Since he knows that salt is scarce in the tribe, the captain agrees to the sale of the sheep, but not to the sale of the war horses. She ends up being reprimanded by Elsa. Turning around, the leader says she agrees to the transaction, but if she finds out that Feng is lying, he better be prepared to pay the price, as orcs hate being deceived by humans. Raising a wine glass, our boy asserts that as a businessman, he will always keep his word. The two toast to seal the deal. Happy, the MC invites the young woman to visit Xiang and asks her to send caravans whenever she needs something. Smiling, the orc says she will definitely visit the place when she has time. Back at the camp, Chilwo asks why the leader agreed to sell the war horses. The latter then says that the commander of the city is wealthy and has many skills, which makes the sale the best choice. As the orc is not convinced, Elsa states that in the future, the young man may help them revitalize the orc kingdom. Moreover, with the sale, they will no longer be deceived by merchants. The captain asks if she intends to visit Xiang. Confirming, the tribe leader says that doing so seems necessary. Inside the Blackwater Castle, Binsai asks why his daughter is not going back to the city. Upon hearing that it was Lu's request, the man says he hoped the girl would get closer to the young man. Hiding his irritation, Hiran states that the commander of Xiang has a grand plan that needs her help. Curious, the man asks what it would be, and upon seeing a scroll with more information, questions, astonished if the young man really intends to do that. We are taken to the secret mansion of the second prince. Inside, Green asks how a mere marquis like Ernie dares to refuse him. Suddenly, something invades the place and startles the young man and the knight. Asking them not to worry, the Red Deacon of the Black Iris states that the prince's guards need to be better trained. One of the knights appears and warns that they have been besieged by the older prince. Furious, the red-haired guy asks if this is how the Black Iris conducts its business. The young woman asks the young man to stay calm and says that if it weren't for the organization, the assassin sent would have killed him. Intrigued, the prince asks how Lucio knows his location and discovers that he used all his power to sweep the capital. Even more confused, the red-haired guy says that this is impossible, as his brother does not have that many soldiers. The deacon says that he is safe there. However, Green asks what his next step will be. The girl asks him to give up on the capital. Irritated, the prince asks why she is saying this. Explaining, the mercenary tells him that Lucio took the capital and even Duke Kalak was lured and intends to marry Catherine to him. Moreover, it has been 2 weeks since the king has called people for meetings, which means he is also being controlled. Sweating profusely, the young man asks how he will compete with his older brother. The young woman then says that they should wait for him to make a wrong move, which will not take long, as people become anxious. They usually do stupid things, and if the first prince takes the throne by force, the people in the capital will turn against him. Thinking, the red-haired guy says that sooner or later, the civilians will find out who Lucio is. Then, he orders all the knights to be ready to leave the mansion and head to the Northern Territory. Smiling, the young man claims he will let his dear brother enjoy the victory for a few days. Far from there, the older prince discovers that his plan has failed. On his knees, a knight says that the man's brother has very powerful guards. Tired of hearing excuses, the blonde boy ends the soldier's life with just one blow, as he doesn't need such a useless subordinate. Thinking that Green is gathering knights to usurp the throne, the firstborn concludes that there must be someone helping the young man. Confirming the suspicions, the third deacon appears and says that he is being assisted by the Black Iris. Turning around, Lucio asks if the organization is stronger than the bishop. Even knowing that the group has existed for a long time and is present throughout the continent, the white-haired man states that the prince does not need to worry about anything. He then asks why his brother is still breathing. However, the cloaked man promises that his organization will take care of the Black Iris and the second prince very soon, as long as the man does not forget the promise he made to appoint the Bishop of God as the national religion of the Kingdom of Yingluo. A little irritated, the first prince asserts that he has given his word. Later that same night, the firstborn goes to his father's room and, leaning against the door, asks if the old man is feeling better. Coughing, the old man calls him a hypocrite. In a malicious manner, Lucio says that the kingdom needs a king, so the man should appoint him immediately. Without responding, the old man asks where Green is and why he hasn't come to visit him. The prince says that his brother has deserted. Amidst his coughing, the king states that he should have sent them all away when he had the chance. Grabbing a pillow, the blonde guy says it's a shame that he refuses to fulfill his request, and, suffocating his father, claims that this wouldn't have happened if he had handed over the throne. Seeing that the man is no longer breathing, Lucio celebrates the fact that he is the new king. Meanwhile, in the castle of Xiang, Liu asks Mina if the bed at home is more comfortable than the one on the ship. Agreeing, the orc asks if he isn't going to get up to take care of the tasks. The MC then says that now that they have enough manpower and money, there is no urgent business that needs his attention. When the two were about to kiss, Annie bursts into the room shouting that there has been an emergency. Logically, everyone is left unsure where to put their faces. After getting dressed, our boy discovers that the team that took Lucy to the capital sent some information. Reading the message, the young man concludes that the situation there is quite tense. Knowing that the pigeon takes days to deliver, the orc fox states that the first prince must have taken command days ago. The MC then asks the girl to recruit 1,000 people for the ground force and 500 for the navy, as well as to start stockpiling supplies. Intrigued, Mina asks if there will be a war. Confirming, our boy says that the fourth and second princes will surely want to expand their territories and, since Xiang is famous, it becomes the perfect target. The fox asks if they should ask Hiran and the others to come back. However, the young man says that this is not necessary. Sad. Annie wonders how Lucy is doing. Curious, the MC asks why she likes the princess so much. Laughing, the orc cat says that she read the novels written by the girl. Screaming, the young blonde asks her friend to shut her trap. Fearing that something might happen, our boy asks his ally to bring Darlene back. Sometime later, Nicole announces that the young woman has arrived. Smiling, the brown-haired girl asks what she can do for the young man. Stating that it is not about business, Lou asks her to read the news about the capital. Worried, the young woman asks how the first prince dares to do such a thing. Standing up, the MC reveals that his plan is to rescue Catherine and Lucy, but they still need a group of special helpers. Intrigued, the girl asks what kind of people he needs and if she could help with that. Denying the help, our boy says that his candidates will arrive very soon. Near the city, we see Leia and Mira flying. Frey's sister asks what the young woman meant. Repeating, she questions what they will do if the little girl doesn't want to come home. The orc asserts that her younger sister would never do that. Thinking, the green-haired girl apologizes to the little one for not being able to stop her older sister. Inside the city, Leia asks why there are so many orcs in Xiang. Explaining, her friend says she was also surprised to see that there is a rule in the area stating that humans and orcs must be treated equally. Then, she asks if they should go to the school to look for Frey. However, the older orc says no. Since she wants to learn more about the city's commander, this can only be achieved after a thorough exploration. The duo walks through the streets and takes the opportunity to ask people about the young man. Smiling, a little girl says he is very handsome and charming, just like a prince. Elsewhere, an orc claims that the young man is his biggest idol. An older man tries to formulate a sentence but struggles to do so. Irritated, Frey's sister punches a wall and asks why the hell everyone there loves Feng. Mira asks if they should keep asking. Confirming, the orc says there is no perfect commander. In the castle, the MC sneezes and wonders who might be gossiping about him. Amid the girls' walk, a smell coming from a snack bar catches the attention of the older sister. Approaching, she asks why the food smells so delicious. Smiling, a waitress says that it is a new pizza flavor. When asked if she would like to try it, the orc thanks her, takes a slice, and after chewing, wonders how something so tasty can exist. Then she decides to go inside to try the other flavors, while the green-haired girl reflects on how familiar the scene is to her. After a few hours, Leia says that the food there is wonderful and cheap. But even seeing how beautiful everything is and how happy the orcs are, she states that she needs to meet Lou above all else. When called, the dark-winged orc asks if there is any food the young girl still wants to eat. Denying, she asks if the young man treats her little sister well. Confirming, Mira asks once again what they will do if the little girl refuses to go home. After thinking, the older sister states that this is not an option, as the little one will only be safe with them. Therefore, she would like to go to the school now. At the location, the little girl says goodbye to her friends and, turning to go home, a voice catches her attention. The little girl is shocked to see her older sister squatting with open arms and a big smile on her face. However, when called to go home, Frey takes a step back and runs away as fast as she can. Mira questions if her friend is okay. Furious, she asks how the little one dares to disobey her orders, even after spending days without seeing her. In the castle, Annie announces that she has finished all her tasks and that some other commanders wish to visit the city. Suddenly, the little orc bursts into the room and hugs the young man while trying to explain what happened. Leia appears, breaking everything, and asks where the girl is running to. Mina and Elisa ask Feng to be careful. Quickly, the cat orc steps in front to prevent the invader from advancing. Screaming, Frey asks her sister to stop, which leaves everyone in complete shock. Later, Mira appears and apologizes for her friend, stating that she couldn't control her own anger. Determined, the young girl says it is time for her younger sister to go home, as the city is very dangerous and only the Stone Pillar Mountain is safe for bird orcs. A bit awkward, the little girl says something, and when questioned, she shouts that Lu can protect her, as he even helped her get her wings back, which her sister can touch if she doesn't believe it. Shocked, the older orc asks how that is possible. At his table, our boy says that this happened because the young girl eats and sleeps well there. Intrigued, Leia asks if it is really that simple, while her friend reminds her how scarce food is on the mountain. Smiling, the MC asks how many orcs are in the bird family. Not answering, the invader questions why he wants to know, and discovers that the young man wishes to propose an agreement, as he can take care of all the bird orcs, no matter how many there are. The next day, inside a carriage, the older orc asks why Feng is willing to spend so much money to raise all of his kind. Frey says it's because he considers everything that flies a treasure, and it would be good if the young woman started to accept that Xiang is a good place. Crossing her arms, the orc states that she can think about it if the boy is able to transport grains to the mountain. Sometime later, they all arrive at the city's Air Force base. Seeing the balloons, Mira says they will use those to transport food and bring her people there. The little girl claims that the sky is no longer the exclusive domain of the bird orcs. Disagreeing, Leia says that the balloon moves very slowly, which makes it very inferior. Approaching, the MC says that even so, they do not have the power to stay in the sky for long. Getting straight to the point, the leader of the birds asks what he wants in return. Our boy then says he hopes the orcs can work for him and states that he will pay a salary and provide housing. The older sister asks if the young man wants to hire them. Confirming, he says he will not send anyone on dangerous missions. Nuda warns that the goods have been loaded and the balloons can be launched at any moment. Excited, Feng says everything will be delivered to the orcs, regardless of the girl's response. Accepting the deal, the older orc warns that she will send only 100 people to Xiang, and if everything goes well, they will discuss again later. Happy, the MC states that he respects the young woman's decision. Frey approaches and hugs the boy. Then, the bird orcs board the balloon. Before departure, our boy says that when Leia returns, he would like to talk about a very important matter. The soldier gives the signal, and thus, all the balloons take flight. Crossing his arms, the MC asks Annie to inform the intelligence department to keep an eye on the capital, and to prepare to contact the princess and Catherine. We are taken to a dwarf's house, where Lucy tries to understand what happened to her father and why the palace is blocked. Next to her, a girl with pink hair stares at her. Taking the princess's hands, the dwarf asks her not to worry, as Jones will surely return with good news. Sad? The young blonde asks once again what happened to her father. Changing the subject, Yuffie says she has something to show. She lifts a large sheet and reveals what appears to be a pair of mechanical wings. Surprised, her friend asks what that is. Explaining, the blacksmith says that the item can help people fly to the sky, but for now, only in theory, as it is still not 100% ready. Smiling, the dwarf states that her next plan is to make an aircraft that can take her back to the Ollie Empire. Excited, the princess says she believes in her. Yili appears and says that, with those forging skills, the girl won't be able to create an aircraft even in 100 years. Screaming, the little one says she made a breakthrough this time. The bearded man then asks that, next time, the young girl doesn't jump off the roof of the house, as that scared the neighbor's son. Yuffie promises she won't do that again, while Lucy notices how happy the two are. Wishing next that her father would get healthy with the medicine given by Liu. Jones returns with a worried and tense expression. Nervous, the princess asks what happened. A bit hesitant, the orc finally reveals in a trembling voice that the king has passed away. Completely in shock, the young blonde questions how this could be possible, making the situation even sadder. Explaining, the leopard girl says it was Lucio who did it, and, therefore, he will take the throne very soon. Crying, the princess asks why the throne is so important to her brothers. Apologizing, Joan says that her top priority is to escape the capital as quickly as possible, as the girl is being sought. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the young woman states that they must return to Xiang, as the only person who might be able to provide help is Feng. Agreeing, the orc reveals that she also heard news about Catherine, which makes her friend even more nervous. Upon discovering that the blonde girl is going to marry the fourth prince, the princess panics and says she needs to find a way to contact the girl. However, the short-haired young woman says that the duke's mansion is being watched. Determined, Lucy says they can ask the people of Xiang for help. Meanwhile, at Duke Kalak's mansion, a maid pleads with the man's daughter to eat something. Lying down, the young woman states that she has no appetite. Upon hearing that the duke will be angry, she says that as long as he doesn't give up, everything will be fine. Playing dirty, the woman with the bun says it's a shame, as the food was prepared in the style of Xiang. Sitting down, Catherine asks if it's true. Confirming, the maid says that the chef has been studying the city's cuisine. The duke's daughter then asks the woman to leave the tray. Smiling, she places everything under the table. Thinking, the girl concludes that this cannot be true, as Liu said he would never reveal the secrets of his city. She picks up the fork and ends up finding a small container with a message from the MC. Shocked, the blonde also finds a note from Lucy asking her to respond and put it back in the food. Happy, Catherine eats a little and realizes that, indeed, everything was made by the boy, but her concern is that he might come to rescue her and put himself in danger. Sometime later, the maid returns and asks if the young lady is well. Leaving the room, the blonde hands over the tray and says she is still not hungry. In the kitchen, the chef asks if the girl ate anything. Denying, the woman says she will burn everything. The man calls for the new employee. Worried about the situation, the young man takes the tray. The chef then asks him to dump everything in the bucket and exit through door number 2, as there is no one there. A few minutes later, the young man walks down the corridor and throws the container with the message into the pot of a man disguised as a beggar. We return to the blacksmith's house. Suddenly, a hand knocks on the window. Startled, Jones asks who it is and discovers it's a messenger. Explaining, the man says he has a note from Catherine, and if they still want to send something, they should place it under tree number 3. In Central Park at noon the next day, picking up the note, Lucy silently wonders how Liu managed to pull off something so bold. If all his forces are in the city, we are taken to the city of Somalia, riding his horse. The fourth prince says his brothers won't be disappointed. The city commander appears and says he has been waiting a long time for the visit. Thanking for the hard work, the Majesty says he has invested heavily in the West, and thus, the entire fleet enters the location. Puli, impressed, states that he has never seen so many knights gathered at once in his life. Even saying he also finds it spectacular, the fourth prince thinks that, in general, they are nothing but a bunch of fools. As both grains and military payment are expensive, if this continues, he will have to spend all the money he has earned over the years. Quickly, the chubby one remembers that the city of Xiang is also to the west. Excited, he says it's time to go. Elsewhere, Ding asks where Jesse and Kunjan are, and discovers that neither has sent news for 8 days. Upon hearing that Liu has something to do with this, the prince becomes confused. Explaining, the count states that the boy has always been unpopular in the West, in addition to having adopted orcs. But, as it was winter, his army did nothing. However, now everyone is ready to teach the young man a lesson. Asking the man to stay calm, the chubby one suggests they call Feng and ask what happened. Reflecting, Puli wonders why the man might want to act peacefully, even knowing that his 2 sons died because of the boy. Determined, the prince says that if the commander does not want to come, he should be warned that his city will be taken at any moment. The count tries to say something, but Keda asserts that he has already made up his mind. At sea, Lip shows his outrage at having to personally summon a baron, even though he is a viscount. Suddenly, someone announces that they have arrived at the dock of Xiang. Surprised, the young man asks how it is possible that the place has more ships than the capital. Beside him, a servant says that, indeed, the rumors were true, while the viscount asks him to make Liu suffer a little, following the old rules when they find him later. Seeing that they are stopped, Lip asks what the hell is going on. The blue-haired young man then says that to enter the city, it is necessary to wait in line. Irritated, the blonde orders that his ship be stopped in the empty space pointed out by his finger, as no one can prevent someone of nobility from doing absolutely anything. At the port, a soldier reports that a problem has occurred. Even being warned not to advance, the viscount tells his men to continue. Worried, the soldier runs to the captain and loudly informs that the enemy ship did not obey the orders to stop. With little choice, the man takes a deep breath and firmly asks for the beast to be prepared immediately. Frightened, the servant of the blonde young man trembles and desperately asks him to lift his head and look forward. Screaming with all his might, the noble raises his hand and declares that they are messengers sent by the fourth prince. Ignoring the warning, the captain of the soldiers coldly orders that the shots be fired at once. The duo is in shock as black smoke billows from the vessel. Yelling, Lip questions how they dare to do that to a noble. With a piece of paper in hand, the bearded man asks for his name and the reason for the visit. Introducing himself, the young man states that he has a message from the fourth prince, but ends up being ordered to pay a fine of 1 gold coin for the invasion. Unless he wants to work forced labor in the mine for 3 months, with not much to do, the Viscount agrees to pay. In the city, he comments on how absurd it is that they confiscated his weapons. After a brief discussion, the servant asks why there are so many houses on the side street. Out of nowhere, a carriage appears and nearly runs over the blonde guy. Screaming, he says that the driver is a scoundrel. Deese appears and asks why the young man is walking on the road and not on the sidewalk. Confused, the Viscount asks what a road is and discovers, while being called a fool, that roads are for carriages. The orc takes a piece of paper and says that he will have to pay a fine for breaking the rules. With nowhere to hide his face, Lip says for the 100th time that he is a noble. We return to see the castle of Xiang, where the MC is giving permission for his friends to eat all the strawberries. After explaining what the fruit is, he says he wants to plant it in the city when he has time. Nicole appears and warns that there is a noble wanting to see him. Intrigued, our boy asks who it is. But the girl says she doesn't know, as the visitor only mentioned that he has something he needs. In the hall, Hannah tries to control her nervousness. Next to her, a boy asks if the Baron thinks Lou will come to them. He replies that he doesn't know, but the young man is the only one who can help, besides having salt available. Suddenly, the MC enters the room and asks the man to sit down. Introducing himself as the commander of the city of Lanterite, the Baron says he brought something to demonstrate his respect. Upon seeing a large, shining blue stone, our boy says that the gift is very expensive. Smiling, the man insists that he accept it. Agreeing, the young man asks what he can do for Hannah. Being direct, the Baron states that he would like to make a deal, as his city needs certain products, especially salt. Feng reveals that he knows Lanterite is going through financial troubles. Therefore, he would like to know if there are enough gold coins to pay for the goods. Sweating profusely, the man tries to say something but ends up being interrupted. Turning around, the MC states that he will not accept the gift, as he only cooperates with people of equal standing. Yelling, the man says that even if he has no money, his city has many mines, which the young man is interested in. Hearing this catches our boy's attention. Explaining, the man says that he has enough iron ore for 100 years. Intrigued, Lou asks why he doesn't develop his own city alone then. Being honest, the Baron reveals that he tried to do that, but some workers got injured in the process. Therefore, if the young man refuses his offer, he will not have any more information about the mines, nor will he keep the diamond. Smiling, the MC says that in that case, they can start talking about the deal. Next, he discovers that the city houses about 4,000 people and states that he will send more labor. In addition to building a huge workshop, this way, in return, the Baron will receive salt and other products. Smiling, Hannah agrees to close the deal, and thus, the two shake hands. Annie enters the room bringing a file that the young man requested. He asks if the Baron would be interested in participating in another operation. Reading the papers, he is shocked to see that the young man intends to take territories from the capital. Our boy says it's fine if he doesn't want to participate. However, the man says he just wanted to understand the situation better before signing the contract. Later, the Fox girl informs that half of the military port plan is complete. Then, she comments on the fact that the commanders of the cities of Mar and Michelle have not shown up even after being invited. Sitting on the sofa, Lou says that the men are waiting for an opportunity to decide whether they will follow him or the fourth prince. Therefore, the young woman should not send another invitation. Changing the subject, the orc says that she has finished the blueprint for the military port. Taking a look, the MC is happy to see how detailed everything is and says, "Who will take care of the things that are missing?" Crossing her arms, Annie states that next time she will draw up a flawless plan. Feng says that he will reward her for her progress, which excites the young girl. When asked what she desires, the orc says she would like to have something that no one else has. Smiling, the MC says that this will not be a problem. Mina appears and asks if her friend is manipulating the master. The two start to argue, but our boy asks the duo to get ready to welcome the guests at the airbase. Outside, Lip orders his servant to immediately stop the carriage that is taking the city commander. Obeying, the young man starts to run while shouting. Irritated, one of the guys asks how he dares to try to stop Lou that way. Furious, the Viscount questions how those two dare to impede a noble. Due to his reaction, the civilians conclude that the young man is not a good person and deserves a lesson. Seeing the commotion, the MC asks the driver to stop. Then he asks Sinker to check what is happening. Approaching, the guard asks permission from the crowd. Immediately, everyone makes way. With a black eye, the blonde guy states that everyone who attacked him will be hanged. Not understanding anything, the young man with dark hair asks who he is. Screaming, the Viscount introduces himself and says he is there on the orders of the fourth prince. Our boy asks him to come closer, to verify if the story is true, confirming everything. Lip says he is there to invite the young man for a visit to Somalia. Taking a deep breath, Feng asks why he should obey Ding's orders. Intrigued, the blonde asserts that it is better for the young man to think carefully, as the Majesty has more than 2,000 knights. Smiling, the MC says that the man is nothing but a loser, then orders Sinker to proceed with the journey. Furious, the Viscount says that the young man will regret it, until he turns around and realizes he is surrounded by people who admire him. In the carriage, Mina asks if it wouldn't be better to kill the noble. Confident, our boy says no, as he wants to see what the young man will do next. Understanding everything, Annie says that her master wants to pressure the commanders who have not yet chosen a side. Confirming, Liu states that from that day on, the men will be forced to make a decision. Therefore, the fox orc must warn everyone that he will not meet with the fourth prince. A few hours later, we see balloons and bird orcs in the sky. A young man asks Leia to stop and rest. However, she says they are almost there. Inside a balloon, everyone is feeling bored and nauseous. Suddenly, they start to smell something very delicious, and when they look down, they discover they are above a city. Someone asks how a place full of humans can be so prosperous, while the others are happy to remember that the city treats orcs well. Asking everyone to prepare, the leader warns that the descent will begin. On the ground, Frey and Annie are excited to see the group arriving. The MC appears and welcomes them. Running, the little girl hugs her older sister. Seeing the young girl smiling, our boy states that she looks beautiful when she does that, which does not please Leia, much less Mina, who looks at him with a frown. Changing the subject, the young man asks everyone to come closer and enjoy the roasted meat he prepared. Eating, the orcs say that indeed the leader was not lying. Meanwhile, the little girl says that Xiang's food is the best in the world. Pointing to the mountain, Feng says that the group's leader can make the place her new home. Thus, the children can also go to school, and everyone can fly back and forth. Seeing that the young girl accepted without saying anything, he asks what is happening. Explaining, she says that she can distinguish right from wrong, and since she thinks the agreement is great, she has nothing to complain about. But if anyone from the city does something that hurts her people, the consequences will not be pleasant. Finding it amusing, the MC states that this will not happen. Curious, the orc asks what he wanted her to do before leaving. However, our boy says that the girl does not need to rush, as the matter will be discussed after she rests. Smiling, Leia says that, in any case, she will always remember what the young man did, and, therefore, will reward him. Frey appears and says that the master belongs to her. Meanwhile, Annie asks if the orcs will really accept living with them so easily. Even hating humans, Mina remembers that the girl was the same when she arrived, starting a little friend quarrel. In the blacksmith's workshop, Jones says he heard that the first prince will take the throne in a month. Talking about the plan, Lucy says that the truth about her brother must be spread throughout the capital the next day. Worried, the orc states that, this way, Lucio will also know that she is in the city. The princess says she will leave for the city of Xiang as soon as the information is released. Suddenly, the short-haired girl says she heard people approaching, and, by the sound, she can determine that there are about. Frightened, she concludes that everyone is there to harm the princess and decides that she will kill them all. Denying help, the young blonde asks her friend to leave and let her be. However, the princess insists that it's okay because soon, Liu will come to rescue her. Downstairs, Yili asks what the people are doing after having their house invaded. Begging, Lucy asks the orc to leave immediately. Before leaving, Jones asks the girl to wait for her. A knight bursts into the room and informs the others that he has found the princess. Outside, the third deacon states that the eldest prince wants to speak with the young woman. She says she will accompany him as long as her friends are released. Agreeing, the old man says that the duo is not, and never was, the real target. As she leaves, the princess apologizes for bothering Yili and Yuffie. We are taken to the palace of the capital. Smiling, the first prince says it is very good to see his little sister. Ordering the man to shut up, Lucy states that she no longer considers herself his sister, not after everything he has done. Lucio asks his men to take the girl to the room and not let her leave without his permission. Then, he asks the gray-haired man where the orc is. He says he sent people to capture her. Narrowing his eyes, the prince reminds the man that Jones must be brought back alive. But due to the good work so far, he will arrange for people to open the church. Thanking him, the deacon promises to continue helping and receives permission to leave. After some time, at another mansion, Venice asks how the plan is going. The gray-haired man then reveals that Lucio accepted the demands and ordered that a church be opened. Satisfied, the bishop states that God will illuminate the world. However, The subordinate says that the prince seems to have some suspicions, which could cause problems in the future. Not caring, the old man says that he will not do anything stupid while he needs help. But if that happens, they can simply choose another prince to be king. The deacon agrees and receives orders to gather more people and find out where the Book of Amos is, as the main goal of spreading the map of God was to create waves. But since that did not happen, the archbishop is not happy. The gray-haired man then states that he will send some people to the city of Tengying to find out what happened. We are taken back to the castle of Xiang, where Liu is with his allies. Getting straight to the point, he reveals that he needs Leia's help to rescue Lucy and Catherine. The young woman agrees to help. Our boy then asks Elisa to come along and bring the group of shooters, since she knows the capital very well. And he states that his only requirement is that the girls be rescued without injuries. Turning around, the boy asks Mina to help the duo choose the best equipment. In the storage room, the orc carefully opens the door. Upon seeing all the weapons, Frey's sister is enchanted and discovers that Feng also prepared leather armor. To assist in the flight, intrigued, the young woman says it seems he knew she would accept. Confirming, the cat girl says that her master is sensitive. The orc decides to test the leather piece and is surprised to see how it seems impenetrable. Then, she asks if she can take the armors for her people. With confirmation, the young woman concludes that if her group had those weapons while hunting dragons, many people from her family would still be alive. Approaching, Elisa says she only needs a bow. Curious, the bird orc asks to see more closely and says she didn't expect Liu to have the gift of making weapons. Stating that the boy is very smart, Mina reveals that he made weapons for both humans and orcs. Seeing the young woman with a crossbow in her hands, Leia asks if the weapon is accurate. Showing that it is, the dark-haired girl shoots an arrow. Screaming, the bird orc says that was dangerous. However, the girl says she trusts her agility. Seeing that the arrow pierced the metal, Frey's sister states that this weapon will be the nightmare of their enemies. Sometime later, the cat orc announces that the group has departed towards the capital. Next, she starts lighting candles while saying that reading with artificial light is not good for eye health. Complaining, Annie says she can't do anything because she has too many tasks that need her attention. After thinking for a little while, our boy reveals that he just had an idea. However, the girls will only know what it is later. We are taken to the dining room, which is apparently almost empty. Nicole comments that everyone is busy. Sitting down, the orc fox says that even though the city is well developed, every day she faces a mountain of paperwork. Smiling, the cook states that everyone is grateful for the girl's service. However, she says that she still needs to work harder. Sometime later, Liu asks where Annie is, and, upon hearing that she just left, asks all her friends to wait in the designated spot as agreed because he has a surprise for the girl. Later that same day, the orc fox asks a man to be careful when using the planter, as the object was designed by the master. Suddenly, Avery appears and calls the young girl. When questioned about the reason for her hurry, the warrior states that she will tell everything later. Back at the castle, the fox girl asks why the lights are not on. However, when she receives no answer, she orders her friend to reveal at once what is happening. The young girl snaps her fingers, causing the lights to turn on, revealing that everyone has prepared a surprise party for Annie. Seeing her friend emotional, Feng asks her not to cry. Approaching, Mina says that the boy would like to reward the young girl for all her hard work. Confirming, the MC states that he could not forget the promise he made. Thinking, the orc says that she didn't know the young man remembered her birthday since he has been very busy. Holding small lights, Nicole asks what that is. Explaining, our boy says that it is an electric light, but obviously no one understands anything. Pointing to the generator, Annie asks if it is the object that generates electricity and turns on the light. Confirming, Liu says that with this, life will be much easier in the future. Happy, the cook says that finally they will no longer need to use candles with weak light. Via adds that the best part will be not having to worry about starting a fire anymore. Ending the joy, the MC warns that exposing the body to electric energy is dangerous, so no one should touch it out of curiosity. Next, he reveals that his plan is to call smart students to install the lights in all the rooms of the castle. The panda girl says she will recruit the people. Our boy thanks her while thinking about how everyone still needs to adapt to this change. With the banquet released, everyone gets excited and fills their bellies with the various foods served. Even Nicole appears radiant, bringing a beautiful decorated birthday cake. Feng asks with a smile for Annie to close her eyes and make a wish before blowing out the candles. Obeying, the orc thinks silently, makes her secret wish, and blows with force. But when asked what she wished for, she states that she cannot reveal it, or else the wish will not come true. Smiling, the MC says it's okay, then shows the gift he brought. He asks the cook to turn off the lights and reveals that the device is a projector. Delighted to see the stars shining, Annie stands on her tiptoes delicately and gives the boy an unexpected kiss, quickly thanking him for the wonderful party and for everyone's company. Gently stroking the orc's head, Liu says he is happy that she liked it. Far away, Jones asks why no one showed up and if the soldier's information is reliable. Confirming, the man tells her not to worry, as everyone will arrive soon. Suddenly, the group of bird orcs appears in the bright sky. Surprised, the princess's friend wonders how there can be such a rare race in the city of Xi'an. Leia lands along with Elisa, who explains that the commander sent her to help. Smiling, the short-haired girl states that now they will surely succeed in the mission. Worried, Frey's sister says, "It's better to leave the conversation for later." The elf begins to explain the plan and reveals that the objective is to rescue the girls using 4 birds, 4 members of Team Wolf, and 4 elves. When asked about the number of enemies, Jones says that on that day, Lucio is hosting a dinner, which makes it the perfect opportunity. Sometime later, she asks if she could run. Holding the young girl, the leader of the birds says that she doesn't need to be afraid, not knowing that it's not really about that. In the palace, a man congratulates Duke Kalak on Catherine's marriage to the first prince. Knowing that the dinner is to announce Benson's son's engagement to Lucy, the old man states that from that moment on, they are family. A little further away, the prince asks a soldier to check why his sister hasn't left her room. Inside the room, a maid asks the blonde girl to cooperate for Yuffie's sake. Hearing this makes the princess angry. Outside, the rescue team positions themselves on top of a building. Jones quickly spots Lucy, and noticing there aren't many guards, Elisa says it's the right time to act. Thinking, the princess declares that she will not marry, even if she has to kill Leon with her own hands. Suddenly, the soldiers escorting the girl and the maids are struck by arrows. Turning around, the young woman sees her friend on the roof. The two embrace, and the orc says she came to get her, as promised. In the dining area, Lucio wonders why his sister hasn't appeared yet. Out of nowhere, several papers with the phrase, "The eldest prince killed the king," begin to fall from the sky. Catherine's father approaches and says that something seems wrong with the party, so he will take his leave. Everyone starts to leave quickly, as if staying in the palace were a sin. Intrigued, Tav asks his father how serious the situation is. The old man then says that now that the rumor has spread, everything is ruined. Therefore, the young man must go to Benson and invite him for a visit on his behalf. Once he has the man's support, taking the throne won't be so difficult. Inside a balloon, Lucy says that now everyone knows who Lucio is. Jones asks the young woman to be careful not to fall. Turning around, the girl states that Feng is indeed very amazing. Then she asks if Catherine has also been rescued. Elisa says another team was sent to the Duke's mansion and, once everything is done, they will all meet in the skies of the capital to return to Xi'an. When asked about Yuffie, the elf inquires what is wrong with her. A bit awkwardly, the princess asks if it would be too much to ask her to rescue the girl as well. Determined, the white-haired witch says no, as the dwarf is also her friend. In the palace, the first prince asks who is behind his sister's disappearance, then asserts that it is all the third deacon's fault. Changing the subject, the old man asks what Kalak and Benson will discuss in the meeting they arranged. Furious, the blonde guy asks him to send someone to keep an eye on the two men and find out what is happening. Meanwhile, Leon knocks on Catherine's door and says it was the girl's father who asked him to see her. Shouting, the young woman tells him to go away, shocked by how the count treats her like merchandise. Irritated, the young man says that the two men are waiting for her to start the banquet. However, the blonde girl insists that she won't leave there, even if tied up. Finding it amusing, the Duke's son asks how she will be his wife if she is so stubborn. Then, he says he will tell Kalak what happened so he can come there personally. Crying, Catherine wonders when Lou will come to rescue her. Suddenly, a gust of wind enters through the window and extinguishes the candle in the room. Nervous, the girl asks if it is Leon who is inside and asserts that she will not marry, no matter what he does. Sinker calls for the young woman but ends up being hit by a guitar. Seeing the rooster on the young man's head, the Duke's daughter says he should have warned her earlier that he was sent by Feng. When asked if they can leave, the young man asks her to follow him. However, suddenly, Tav appears and says their father asked the blonde girl to come down for dinner. With a knife in hand, the soldier prepares to attack but is stopped by the girl. Noticing something is wrong, Catherine's brother enters the room and, shouting, warns that she has disappeared. In the hall, Benson states that the bodies of several guards have been found inside and around the mansion. Outraged, Kalak asks who would be capable of taking his daughter from home without making any noise. Quickly, the bearded man remembers the first prince. Also thinking that Lucio is responsible, the blonde girl's father comments that he must have discovered their alliance, which means that now, more than ever, it is necessary to join forces. Thinking, Benson concludes that he shouldn't have accepted the invitation, as he has now gotten himself into a mess. The next day, we see that Yuffie has indeed been rescued and is in the balloon with the princess. Delighted, she asks how it works, and if the fire won't burn the things on top. Ely asks the girl to stop climbing on everything, as it is very dangerous. Worried, Elisa grabs the dwarf by her clothes and says she can ask the commander of Xiang anything she wants. Accepting, the girl asks if the young man will share his secrets. Confirming, the elf says that Feng is a very nice person and will surely answer all questions. However, the young girl with pink hair asserts that she doesn't believe he will reveal something so special so easily. In another balloon, Leia asks why Jones is staring at her. Getting straight to the point, the orc asks if she likes the commander of the city. Denying, Frey's sister says she would never like a human. Confused, the young girl with short hair asks why the bird orcs are willing to help the young man then. Discovering next that it is merely a cooperation, which means both sides benefit. After explaining, the girl with wings states that if the orc asks something stupid one more time, she will take her to the sky and let her go. Lucy approaches Catherine and asks why she is so quiet. Terrified, the blonde girl says she is very nervous about meeting Lou again. In the castle, the MC welcomes the duo and thanks Elisa and Leia. Frey's sister asks if he needs anything else, as she has to return to the mountain. Lucy approaches and thanks the young man, as do Yuffie and Yi Li. Our boy asks if they are friends of the princess while trying to contain his excitement at seeing blacksmith dwarves. Still nervous, Catherine says she is very happy to have been saved by the young man. Smiling, he replies that he is also glad she is okay. The blonde girl falls backward, but upon seeing his concern, says she just felt a little dizzy. Feng asks Annie to take everyone to their dormitories while the food is being prepared. Looking at the princess, Jones asks if they can go. However, Lucy says she needs to discuss some matters privately with the MC. Turning around, our boy says he would also like to talk to the young woman. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, Yuffie keeps turning the light on and off repeatedly, even as Elisa says she is getting dizzy. The elf asks the dwarf to sleep like Catherine is doing, but she can only think about whether she will figure out how to make electric light. Wide awake, the blonde girl wonders why she had to seem so weak in front of the commander. And what on earth could the princess have to discuss with him? At the library door, Mina asks Annie to stop pacing back and forth. Apologizing, the fox orc asks if her friend isn't curious about what the master and Lucy are talking about. Suddenly, the cat girl and Jones hear something and look at each other. Nervously, the young blonde asks what happened, discovering next that the conversation has just begun. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time. Bye-bye.